Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Initially, a massive empire discovered a plant full of life energy, the same life vine that Anna mentioned. The juice extracted from the life vine had a miraculous effect that could save the critically ill. Ingesting one drop of its essence could rejuvenate a person by at least 20 years. This discovery drove the empire's nobles insane. They assembled all the biologists in the empire and brought them to this floating base to research this plant. During the study, they found that the life vine emitted energy fluctuations or radiation all the time. Any organism frequently exposed to this radiation environment would experience mutations. These mutations could be good or bad, but the unknown always sparked human curiosity. Some researchers gradually changed their research direction towards triggering evolution after discovering this characteristic of the life vine. This was the root cause of the many puppet beasts and other plant monsters in the replicas. Researchers of immortality and evolution began to diverge significantly. Ultimately, when no one could convince the other, a purging massacre was inevitable. Chapter 600, Heisman T. And so, the last researcher activated the base's self-destruct mechanism and released the Sandfilly virus. For some unknown reason, the self-destruct mechanism was ineffective, and the Sandfilly virus filled the entire base instead. Sighs Heisman, a complex expression on his face. All the researchers here, except for you, are dead? Songjian asks in surprise while also feeling worried. He has already been inside the base for nearly 2 hours. If the Sandfilly virus is still present, he might have already been infected unknowingly. Yes, they're all dead. There's no cure for the Sandfilly virus. The so-called antidote can only suppress and alleviate the symptoms. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Heisman stretches out his hands, showing a bitter smile. Songjian's face immediately darkens. Heisman seems to have guessed his thoughts and smiles lightly, saying, "Don't worry. Sandfilly virus decomposes quickly. Not only does it dissolve in water, but it can only exist in the air for 24 hours. If the ventilation system is good, it should be completely decomposed in 8 hours." Songjian breathes a sigh of relief. If he really was infected by the Sandfilly virus, he would have to use the passive skill Enemy of Death God once. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Songjian glances at the chains that bind Heisman's limbs and asks. A smile emerges on Heisman's face. Hasn't he said so much just to let Songjian ask this question voluntarily? Songjian's identity as a god-favored one was known to him in the moment he opened the mysterious cave, but Songjian still doesn't know who or what he is. Heisman is unlike any creature Songjian has encountered in the game. His attributes are all hidden, just like a player. This makes Heisman the strangest creature Songjian has met since entering the game, not quite a player, but possessing some basic rights of a player. After Songjian asks the unique player's task inquiry, a smirk sneakily appears on Heisman's dry face before he quickly covers it up. Heisman's gaze at Songjian feels like that of a spider who sees its prey struggling on a spider's web. "You are a god-favored one? I know there is an incredibly precious treasure for god-favored ones inside this base. It can greatly enhance your strength." After carefully observing Songjian for a moment, Heisman suddenly says, "If you can rescue me from this prison, I can take you to acquire that treasure." System, you have received a branch mission, break free. The mission's difficulty is unknown. Mission objective, help the creature in front of you break free from its binds and regain its freedom. Warning, due to the presence of other missions involving this creature on your person, accepting this mission will greatly increase the difficulty of the other missions. Please choose carefully. System, do you accept this mission? Yes or no? Songjian raises his head and smiles gently, and says, "Before I accept this task, can you tell me how to get you out of here? The chains that bind you here must not be ordinary, right?" "Of course. These 4 chains and the entire secret chamber were made using the latest materials researched by the Empire, meteorite alloy. Not only is it incredibly hard, but it also possesses the self-repairing ability of living organisms. Ordinary weapons couldn't possibly cut through it," Heisman says with an excited smile. "So, what should I do? If it's so sturdy, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue you. If I accept and fail this mission, won't I also be punished?" Songjian shows an apparent hesitant expression. "No. This mission is quite simple." Heisman quickly says, "You just need to go to Laboratory 6 in the base. Stored there is a corrosive solution extracted from plant bodies. You just need to bring it here, and it'll corrode the 4 iron chains binding me." Songjian nods and smiles. "Laboratory 6, huh? Where's this Laboratory 6? And how do I get there? The floating base is too vast, Songjian hasn't even explored 1/10 of it. If Hyuga doesn't point him in the right direction, he probably wouldn't find Laboratory 6 after an entire day of searching. Seeing Songjian's calm face, Hyuga suddenly feels something's off and says, "You must accept the mission first. As soon as you do, I will provide you with a detailed map of the base." Songjian doesn't say anything, continuing to stare intently at Hyuga's wood-green face. Finally, after a long pause, he sighs, saying, "I initially thought your imprisonment for so long would have rendered your mind dull, but it seems I was wrong." Hyuga suddenly realizes something is amiss and Songjian moves at that moment. The crimson fire heart-shaped sword in his hand emits a golden sword chi, swiftly stabbing toward Hyuga on the stone platform. "How dare you!" Hyuga's face fills with rage, and murderous intent is seen in his red eyes. Swish! Hyuga opens his mouth, and a bloody tongue shoots out like a spear aimed at Songjian. Songjian swings his sword to slash, drawing an arc in the air with his long blade, chopping towards Hyuga's long tongue. With a clang, the sword slashes the tongue, sounding like the clash of gold and steel. Sparks burst out, and a soybean-sized notch is cut into Hyuga's tongue. Hyuga howls in pain, expressing shock in his eyes, as he had not expected Songjian's sword to be so sharp. Withdrawing his tongue, Hyuga's mouth slowly oozes a dark red blood. Why? Hyuga yells angrily. Songjian is the first living creature he has encountered in so many years that could enter the floating base. He had originally intended to deceive him into helping him break free but never thought he would see through Hyuga's schemes. "How did you know?" Hyuga's face becomes dreadfully dark, and he wonders when Songjian started suspecting him. "You have too many flaws." Songjian shakes his head, speaking slowly. "Firstly, the virus killed everybody in the base, but you survived. Your identity must not be that of an ordinary researcher, as you claim to be. Secondly, how did you, a person who has been imprisoned for so many years, even know about God-favored ones?" Songjian smiles coldly. "Furthermore, it's your eyes. I've been observing your eyes since I first saw you." Songjian's eyes sharpen like knives, staring at Hyuga. "Your eyes are identical to those of the final recorded boss in the control room. You are not called Hyuga, you should be called Zisumant, shouldn't you?" Songjian questions. Chapter 601, The Three Eagle Brothers Zisumant. The corrupted puppet beast that Songjian must kill for his mission. Roar. Zaman, nay, Zisumant, suddenly became enraged and let out a bellow towards Songjian. "Don't utter that name to me." With Zisumant's roar, his body expanded rapidly. He went from an original size of 1.5 meters to a towering 3 meters in height in an instant. On his body surface, lumps appeared like nodules, clustered together layer after layer, which looked incredibly revolting. At this moment, his name and attributes appeared above his head. Just as Songjian guessed, this was the final boss in the floating base, the corrupted puppet beast, Zisumant. 13,000 vitality points? Upon seeing Zisumant's attributes, Songjian's eyes betrayed a look of shock, and he involuntarily took a sharp intake of breath. Zisumant raised his arm high and fiercely hammered it down onto the ground. Boom! An explosion, a wave of strong force, sprang up towards Songjian. He, like a small stone, was flung far away, hitting the wall at the entrance hard with his back. In an instant, a severe pain erupted from his back, and a damage of more than 500 points hovered above his head. An enemy with first-order combat power? This can't be. A look of disbelief surfaced on Songjian's face. This mysterious garden instance was only a level 30 instance, not high enough to contain a monster with first-order combat power. At this moment, Songjian's gaze fell on the iron chains bound around Zisumant's limbs. As Zisumant's body rapidly expanded, the black chains binding its limbs did not change, causing the muscles near the iron chains to squeeze together, the chains deeply embedded into its flesh. Zisumant swung his arm madly, but couldn't break free from the chains. Looking at the continuously roaring Zisumant, Songjian slowly retreated from the room. It was these very chains that deprived Zisumant of his original battle strength despite his first-order combat power. Even with the chains restraining it, killing Zisumant wouldn't be an easy task. Songjian glanced at the taskbar, shook his head slightly, and thought silently. Zisumant's long tongue could reach 3 to 4 meters, and the attack that sent Songjian flying had a range of 7 to 8 meters. If he were to fight Zisumant in that chamber, it would be impossible to dodge its attacks. With this in mind, if he wanted to kill Zisumant in the chamber through battle, the impact of the chains wouldn't be as significant. The best way to kill it would be to stand in a spot Zisumant could not reach and injure it from there. If it were a team of 5, there would be long-range professions among them who could easily kill this boss. If I truly kill it this way, the quality of the items dropped by the boss will undoubtedly be considerably reduced. However, my main purpose here is to obtain the flower of the life vine for Anna, followed by completing the task of killing Zisumant. Losing the quality of the drops is acceptable. Song Jian thought privately. To safely kill Zisumet, Song Jian must attack it from a distance of 10 meters. However, there were not many skills Song Jian had that could reach 10 meters. Looking at Zisumet's large physique, one could tell that it was a boss specialized in health, with 13,000 vitality points. If the damage did not reach a certain degree, killing this boss would take a long time. Therefore, Song Jian planned to search other parts of the base first. If he could find the life vine, that would be great. If not, finding other powerful weapons to use against Zisumet would also be helpful. Just as Zisumet mentioned the corrosive solution, if Song Jian could find Laboratory 6 and obtain this solution, then he could easily kill this boss by applying the solution to Zisumet. There were still many puppet beasts and plant monsters remaining in the base. These monsters' levels were mostly between 27 and 30. Their strength was, of course, insignificant to Song Jian. If not for Anna waiting outside, Song Jian would not want to delay too long here. The efficiency of grinding levels here was at least 3 to 4 times faster than outside. Nevertheless, throughout his search, Song Jian's combat experience escalated rapidly, almost reaching half of the required points. He was only 2 levels away from level 30. After reaching level 30, Song Jian could wear the Emperor Ancestor set. That was an epic level set. After putting it on, Song Jian's strength would undergo drastic changes. Then, even soloing Zisumet would be an easy task. During his exploration, Song Jian had encountered a few base storage rooms. Most of the things inside had corroded beyond use, but even so, Song Jian still found materials worth several thousand doomsday coins, so it was not a total loss. The most important thing was that, in a small lab, Song Jian had found an incomplete diary. This diary surprisingly contained a small section of the base map. Clearly, the owner of the diary had encountered the same problem as Song Jian when they first entered the base. In this broken map, Song Jian saw the specific locations of lab number 1, 2, and 3, and most importantly, a strictly guarded major lab in the base was also marked. This should be the lab where the life vine is researched. Song Jian tapped on the central lab on the map and smiled. As Song Jian made his way towards the large lab in the center of the base, outside the instance, Yi Tong and the 3 Eagle brothers also arrived at the entrance of the instance. This should be the place, Eagle Yang muttered as he looked at the stone door at the entrance. Eagle pulled out the seed of opening, saying, "Let's go, elder brother. We don't have much time. We need to hurry." Eagle Yang nodded, glanced at Yi Tong, causing Yi Tong to feel a chill down his spine and stammer, You aren't planning to eliminate the witness, are you?" Eagle G laughed out loud, "There's no advantage in killing you. Follow us closely once we're inside. This is a level 30 instance. Given your level, things could be quite dangerous." Yi Tong released a sigh of relief. The pressure from these 3 was too much. Surrounding them were 5 or 6 Tauren that stood still just like wooden stakes. They were members of the Blackhoof tribe controlled by the 3 brothers. Eagle stepped forward and placed the seed of opening into the lower alcove of the stone door. After waiting for a while, the door to the instance showed no sign of opening. The faces of the Eagle brothers changed dramatically as they shared glances. "Elder brother, someone started the scenario task first. We have to wait for him to leave before opening the instance," Eagle said with a worried look. Chapter 602, Blood Sacrifice. In the game world, instances, also known as dungeons, were parallel spaces that players could enter. Inside the instances, players would only encounter their teammates and not run into other players. However, there existed a highly exceptional situation within the instances. When special mission events that could affect the game's progress occurred, the involved instance would temporarily turn into a one-time use instance. The instance would only revert to its former state once the special event was concluded. While carrying out a special plot mission, unrelated players and teams would be temporarily blocked from entering the instance. Anna's need for a flower from the life vine was precisely such a special plot mission. At this point, Song Jian was unaware that he was participating in a storyline mission that drove the game's progress. Only when Anna obtained a flower from the life vine, or when Song Jian failed to help Anna get the flower, would the mysterious garden instance return to its original state. "Big brother, what do we do?" Eagle Fly nervously asked Eagle Soar. "We must be involved in this plot mission." Eagle Soar contemplated for a moment, a vicious determination on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Perform the blood sacrifice to forcibly break open the gate." Eagle Fly and Eagle Swift trembled as the blood sacrifice was not a trivial undertaking. Failure was highly likely, and even if they succeeded, the damage inflicted on the trio would be severe. Each person would have to pay the price of losing 3 permanent attribute points. This plot mission is crucial, and if someone completes it before us, we will have to pay an even greater price. Eagle Soar gritted his teeth, for their trio was unwittingly part of a mission involving the game's progress. However, Their mission was different from Song Jian's, and they were a day slower. Otherwise, it would have been Song Jian and Anna standing gloomily outside the gate. Understood, big brother. Eagle Swift nodded, controlling several minotaurs towards the entrance of the instance. Yi Tong stood dumbfounded nearby, not understanding a single word of what Eagle Soar and his brothers said. However, she could feel the intense sense of danger conveyed by the words blood sacrifice. In an instant, Yi Tong was filled with regret as she had wanted to follow them to benefit from their actions. Little did she expect to encounter such ruthless individuals. Even her strength was incomparable to theirs. If the trio were to harm her, she wouldn't stand a chance of resisting. Plop plop plop. The minotaurs unhesitatingly slit their own throats, their blood spattering like arrows onto the stone gate outside the instance. Eagle Swift began chanting the incantation for the blood sacrifice. His voice resembled the fluttering wings of an insect. As he continued chanting, the blood from the minotaurs gushed outward as though from a fountain. Despite this, none of their faces showed any emotion, as if they couldn't feel their life force draining away. In just a few seconds, the blood from the minotaurs splattered outward, their imposing bodies withering at an alarming rate. Their dried wounds spurted blood once again. The sight before her terrified Yi Tong. She instinctively backed away, prioritizing her life over the allure of valuable in-game equipment. The unmistakable sense of looming danger was rapidly closing in on her. Soon, the blood from the minotaurs' bodies was completely exhausted. Their desiccated corpses fell to the ground and instantly turned to dust. The tightly shut stone gate at the entrance was now entirely covered in blood, an intricate web of bloody veins blanketing its surface. These blood veins writhed like living creatures, as if they were absorbing something. After finishing the incantation, Eagle Swift's face flushed an unnatural red. He turned to Yi Tong with a cold stare and said, "We still require one player's soul sacrifice." Yi Tong's face twisted in terror as she screamed. With every acceleration skill activated, she ran towards the valley, trying to flee for her life. Whoosh! A pitch-black whip lashed out, entwining itself around Yi Tong's ankle and yanking her to the ground. The strike was swift and precise, as if meticulously planned. Eagle Soar slowly reeled Yi Tong back in, expressing his regret. "We intended to bring you into the instance, but unluckily for you." Yi Tong struggled desperately, crying out, "Please spare me. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. The game's progress has been disrupted. This was originally our chance, but someone beat us to it." "You should blame the person who entered the instance first and carried out the plot mission," Eagle Fly coldly retorted, his gaze on Yi Tong as if looking at a corpse. The whip in Eagle Soar's hand reached its end, and he grabbed Yi Tong by the collar, tossing her to Eagle Swift. Blop. Eagle Swift flipped his right hand, brandishing a foot-long dagger that plunged into Yi Tong's heart with deadly precision. Yi Tong felt a sharp pain in her chest, her strength draining away as her body went limp. "Look into my eyes." Eagle Swift grasped Yi Tong's throat, his low voice resonating in her ear. Yi Tong's convulsing body gradually calmed. Unfazed by the dagger embedded in her chest, she stared blankly into Eagle Swift's eyes. The sacrificial incantation sounded once again from Eagle Swift's mouth. Yi Tong's body suddenly ignited in a translucent flame, countless radiant specks of light bursting forth. They slowly drifted towards the stone gate, while her vitality points rapidly depleted, a series of damage numbers appearing above her head. The specks of light quickly melded into the gate and vanished. As they did, the gate's surface erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire valley. After several seconds, Yi Tong's body was no longer able to produce any more light specks, and her vitality points hit 0. She became a lifeless corpse. That should do it. Eagle Swift callously threw Yi Tong's corpse aside like a piece of trash. Boom boom boom. The stone gate, glowing with a crimson hue, slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway that could accommodate only one person at a time. "Quickly, it will only be open for 5 seconds." Eagle Swift yelled, his figure dashing towards the center of the gate like a bolt of lightning. Eagle Soar and Eagle Fly swiftly followed, their forms disappearing into the gate just before it slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The valley became tranquil once more. However, outside the gate now lay several withered skeletons and the corpse of a female player. Chapter 603, The Gate. At this moment, Song Jian had no idea that several other players had entered the duplicate where he was. He made his way along the metallic corridor towards the deepest part of the floating base, quickly arriving at the largest laboratory marked in the discarded diary. This laboratory had no number, but the researchers in the base referred to it as a Laboratory 0. The floating base had been unused for a long time, many of the room's entrances had lost their resistance. However, the laboratory in front of Song Jian had all its facilities intact. Even the 2 laser cannons at the laboratory entrance were still operational. Caught off guard, Song Jian was severely attacked twice, losing over 1,900 of his over 2,000 vitality points. He almost died, inducing cold sweat across his forehead and a wave of fear. Damn it, I assume that all internal defenses in the base are defunct, disregarded this place too. How careless. Song Jian exclaimed. He sat at a curve in the metal passageway, taking out supplies and started to recover his vitality points. The diary did not lie, this must be the lab for studying the life vines, the most important place in the entire floating base. Otherwise, its defenses would not have been preserved this well. Song Jian reflected. These two laser cannons would indeed pose a threat to Song Jian if operated by someone, but currently, they could only act defensively and couldn't stop Song Jian at all. With a thought, a pitch-black figure appeared before Song Jian. It looked almost identical to him, even its equipment. Abyssal Phantom Clone. A phantom clone made using the abyssal power has 70% of Song Jian's attributes and skill power and also inherited all equipment attributes. Swish, swish. A white light suddenly appeared under the clone's feet, and a chill emanated from its feet. Its body was also covered in a layer of gray, black, appearing like a dark shadow. At the same time, Song Jian mirrored the actions of the phantom clone. Swish. The clone rushed towards the laboratory door. The lightning-fast figure couldn't react in time, and the clone was directly transformed into a cluster of black fog, slowly dispersing, after being hit by the laser cannons. Song Jian had already reached his attack range at this point. The long sword in his hand was swung forward, sending a golden sword chi towards the left laser cannon, while the two laser cannons were turning their barrels to lock onto the returning Song Jian. The one on the left side was directly hit by the golden sword chi and exploded. Following the release of Light Strike, Song Jian immediately held his long sword horizontally to his chest. As he saw the right laser cannon's muzzle flashing, he directly used the sacred parry skill, Whistle. A dazzling laser shot towards Song Jian. His body shone with a golden glow as he instinctively parried. Bang! A loud boom. The rapidly advancing Song Jian's body jerked to a stop as he felt a strong force from his sword, causing him to stumble backwards 2 steps before releasing this force. The laser which was originally shot towards Song Jian disappeared into thin air, but soon it reappeared in midair, retracing its path and directly destroying the right laser cannon. With both laser cannons destroyed, the entire passageway lit up with glaring red lights, and an alarm suddenly sounded. Alert! Alert! A humanoid life form has breached the laboratory. A humanoid life form has breached the laboratory. An emotionless mechanical voice echoed throughout the passageway. The door to the laboratory, originally made of tempered glass, suddenly had 2 metal alloy doors descend over it from above and left, blocking the entrance completely. Song Jian sneered, swinging his sword towards the metal alloy door. Ding! A dull sound echoed as sparks scattered, leaving Song Jian's arm numb. Looking at the metal alloy door, only a white sword mark remained on the surface. As he lightly brushed his hand across, the white mark disappeared, leaving only a shallow sword mark on the door. Song Jian was taken aback. What on earth was this material made of? His crimson fire heart-ape sword with the colorless sword chi had only left such a shallow mark? This material seems to be the same as the chains that bound the fallen puppet beast. Song Jian, touching the cold metal alloy door, showed a surprised look in his eyes. No wonder it's so hard, but thinking that such thing could stop me is rather naive. Song Jian laughed, continuing to hack at the alloy door. His newly gained Holy Sword's passive talent was, when using a sword weapon, the damage increases over time, up to 100%. And during attacks, he could trigger the indestructible effect. He could cut through anything in the world with a single blow. Thump, 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 thump. In the metallic corridor, a dull sound of hacking echoed. Song Jian kept hacking for over 30 times before finally triggering the indestructible effect. Crack. A slight noise sounded, and incredibly, the robust metal door cracked open, leaving a 16-inch gap through which one could see the other metal door inside. Damn it, my sword. Song Jian suddenly noticed that after triggering the indestructible effect, although he managed to open a gap in the metal alloy door, the durability of the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand dropped drastically by over 30 points. It won't last for more than 2 more rounds, rendering the sword useless. The crimson fire heart-ape sword and the golden demon-slaying sword were Song Jian's most potent weapons. Even the Ant Emperor ancestor set didn't have any weapons. If he wore out the crimson fire heart-ape sword here, it would be too tragic for Song Jian. Moreover, judging by the metal alloy door, despite the over a foot-long gap made by hacking, if he wanted to destroy the entire gate, he would need to trigger the indestructible effect, at least a dozen times. By then, even if the crimson fire heart-ape sword was worn out, he still wouldn't be able to break open this gate, even if he were to wear out the golden demon-slaying sword. Also, don't forget, there are 2 metal alloy doors. After breaking one down, there is still another. If the door cannot be hacked open, but if it was the chain that bound the fallen puppet beast, it would probably be cut easily. Song Jian suddenly remembered the 4 black chains he had seen binding Hazmat. Songjian, heartbroken, glanced at the crimson fire heart-shaped sword, his gaze wandering to both sides of the metal passageway. The door is made of special meteorite alloy, but I don't believe the entire laboratory is built from such alloy. Since I can't enter the door, it's just the same if I enter from other places. Songjian squinted, rushing toward a metal room on the side. Chapter 604, Life Vines Lab 0 is the largest of all the laboratories situated in the floating base. Despite being unoccupied for several decades, the internal support system continues to function seamlessly. In the center of Lab 0, within a tens of square meters glass chamber, is a 2-meter-high vine. The vine's trunk, roughly the width of a bucket, bears patterns reminiscent of snake scales. Innumerable branches sprawl from its main body, enveloping the entire glass chamber. Atop the vine, 3 flowers bloom, each the color of purple-red. Glowing subtly, their surfaces resemble the sheen on a ceramic glaze, appearing as fine pieces of art. The glass chamber's intelligent system continues to regulate the temperature, humidity, and nutrient supply. Thus, even after the passage of decades, the plant thrives. Today, Lab Zero's peace is abruptly shattered. Out of nowhere, a sword tip emerges from a wall. Soon, an irritating scratching noise fills the air, quickly followed by a gaping hole breaking through the iron-forged wall. On sensing the damage to the structure, the emergency system in Lab 0 activates, bathing the lab in intermittent dark red light while a high-pitched alarm blares out. Lab 0, being the most important section of the floating base, is designed to be sealed off and surrounded by guards within 10 seconds of the alarm going off. But presently, the alarm does nothing more than create noise. Songjian breaks through the wall and steps into Lab 0. The steel wall, over half a foot thick, crumbled like tofu before him. As soon as he steps into Lab 0, a gender-neutral voice rings in his ear. "Adventurer, you should not be here. Leave immediately, or you will suffer devastating consequences." Devastating consequences? Based on what? Songjian sneers at the hostility, staring at the plant within the glass chamber. He retorts, "Are you, a mere research subject caged within a glass chamber without any freedom, supposed to threaten me?" Moreover, Songjian eyes the dwindling layer of nutrient feed at the bottom of the glass chamber. A smile spread wide across his face. "Looks like your nutrient supply is running low. I wonder how long you can survive once it's gone? A day? A week? Or a month?" With the floating base on lockdown since the catastrophic disaster, the amount of nutrient feed left in Lab 0, which lasted this long, has already exceeded Songjian's expectations. In fact, he had worried all along that the vine would wither and die from lack of attention. To his surprise, this vine has actually evolved consciousness, and can communicate with people through something similar to brainwaves. "Human, state your purpose here. This lab is no cage for me. If I want to leave, no one can hold me back," announced the gender-neutral voice, calmly. "I need one of your flowers." Songjian cuts to the chase. "Impossible. It takes me 10 years to produce a single flower. The fact that I've survived this long is entirely due to the energy I absorbed from the flowers. Do you really believe this lab contains such an abundance?" Anger resonates in the vine's voice. "You can grow flowers from yourself and then swallow them." Songjian's face mirrors his surprise. "Is that so strange? Haven't many of you humans committed acts of child exchange and subsequently consumed them? More importantly, this flower is merely an organ of my body," responded the indifferent vine. "Well, if you're not willing to offer it, then I'll have no choice but to take it myself." Songjian shrugs nonchalantly. "How dare you?" The vine instantly loses its cool. Within the glass chamber, the branches of the previously idle vine shudder, thrashing about like a horrifying tentacled monster. "A mere level 30 elite boss. I wonder who gave you the courage to talk to me in this way." Songjian chuckles, shattering the glass chamber in the center of the lab with a single strike, and storms toward the vine. Smack, smack, smack. Several dozens of vine tendrils lash out at Songjian like a torrential downpour. Each vine is coated with hair-like fibers that deliver excruciating physical hits and toxic attacks to any organism they come in contact with. The vine secretes a biotoxin, resulting in sustained vitality loss and, when stacked, the side effect of reducing attack and defense power, slowing attack speed, and increasing failure rate of ability usage. Unprepared parties of 5 face certain defeat against this vine boss. However, the immunity to poison damage granted by Songjian's maximized thick skin talent renders the vine toxin ineffective. System: the vine uses the whip skill to attack you, dealing 167 physical damage. In addition, you have been inflicted with toxin attack, layer 1. Your talent and gear defense mitigated 123 physical damage. You ultimately sustained 44 physical damage. Thick skin, max, negates the toxin damage. The vine has several dozen tendrils that can perform area of effect attacks. When dealing with a single target, toxin attacks can stack over 10 folds instantly, preventing the inflicted party from escaping if struck even once. While Songjian's immunity negates the serious toxin damage, he still suffers over 400 vitality points in one attack. Even he won't be able to withstand multiple attacks from the vine. Immortal Sword Body, activate. With a call, Songjian's body emanates a dazzling golden light. 8 phantomong swords orbit his body at a leisurely pace. At a thought, a pair of wings sparkle with a metallic sheen unfurled behind Songjian. Resembling a conscious being, they flit back and forth to parry the raining vine attacks. The steel wings can automatically block damage below 50 points. After deploying the steel wings, Songjian's overall defense and resistance increase by 30%. Coupled with the Immortal Sword Body's additional effects, each of the vine's attacks only manages to deal about 30 points of damage. Surprisingly, the steel wings negate every bit of it. It's fair to say that, at this point, the vine is unable to deal Songjian any damage. Songjian chuckles, leaps toward the main body of the vine. He's at the pinnacle of his might. Even the Shadow Giant Dragon possessing a super first-tier combat power only provides a close match, let alone the vine that hasn't even reached a first-tier combat power. Swish, swish, swish. Golden sword chi dances around him, causing the vine to unleash heart-rending screams. Countless vines are sliced apart, filling Lab Zero with a strong scent of sweetness. Chapter 605, Seed of Life. The rich, sweet scent filled the entire Lab Zero. Songjian, who had initially lost a quarter of his vitality points, actually felt invigorated upon smelling this fragrance, his vitality points gradually starting to recover. Although the recovery wasn't substantial each time, predominantly ranging around 5 to 6 points, to Songjian, it was still an excellent healing effect. In actuality, when the life vine was injured, its body fluids would radiate into the air, providing a sustained recovery effect for vitality points to all who were exposed. Essentially, this was a method of compensating for the strong toxic damage inflicted by the life vine. As long as one could withstand the initial attack of the life vine and cause some damage to it, this recovery effect would subsequently manifest. Otherwise, dozens of vines attacking simultaneously can instantly stack multiple layers of toxin damage. No matter how formidable a warrior might be, they wouldn't be able to endure such onslaught, and healing would be utterly futile. If it was indeed the case, even though the life vine might not possess a first-order combat power, its actual damage would far exceed that, hence the need for this type of compensation. Yet, to Songjian, who was entirely immune to toxin damage and unaffected by physical damage, the diffusion of the life vine's body fluids wasn't a compensatory measure, it was a direct benefit to the enemy. Before long, Songjian's nearly 500 lost vitality points were fully recovered, while the life vine's vitality points had been gravely decreased to less than a tenth. Spare me, spare my life. I'll give you a flower. A terrified voice of the life vine suddenly echoed in Songjian's mind. A cold sneer flickered across Songjian's mouth, paying no attention to the life vine's pleas. The attack speed of his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword even increased, continuously slashing onto the main body of life vine, his golden sword chi easily piercing its defense, causing it to continuously spurge body fluid from every wound, equivalent to blood for the life vine. If you don't stop your attack, I will destroy the flower, and won't let you attain it. The life vine roared, and a purple-red flower on its crown quickly withered at visible speed. In an instant, it lost all its moisture, energy surged, and turned it into dust. Seeing the flower of the life vine destroyed, Songjian paused. This boss is truly vicious, harsh on its adversaries and ruthless on itself. One must know, the flower was an organ of its body, and also its most critical means for perpetuating life. Songjian reckoned that at most, it could blossom thrice and then gradually digest these flowers, conserve the energy, and then foster new flowers. For decades, the life vine had probably been surviving this way, along with the nourishing fluid stocked in Lab Zero, dragging on till now. If it was without a flower, this boss might not be able to prolong its own life. Yet, even so, facing Songjian's life-threatening assault, the life vine did not hesitate to destroy one of its flowers. In 10 years, I can only foster 3 flowers. If they're all destroyed, you'd be unable to obtain a flower for at least the next 10 years, the firm resolution in the voice of life vine surfaced in Songjian's mind. Looking at the remaining flowers, Songjian hesitated. The flower was an item Anna needed for her job advancement, and also the primary reason for their visit to the mysterious garden. If the life vine indeed destroyed the flower, then Songjian's epic level mission chain would fail. Raising an eyebrow at the remaining vitality points of the life vine, Songjian reluctantly agreed, nodding, "Alright, as long as you give me a flower, I'll spare you." System: the life vine has issued you a task, Redemption of Life. Task content: bring a seed of the life vine out of the mysterious garden and plant it in an environment suitable for its growth. Upon accepting the task, your relationship with life vine elevates to friendly, making it impossible for you two to harm each other. Task reward, Flower of Life Vine, Quantity 1. Penalty for task failure, permanent loss of 5 maximum attribute points. Plant the seed? Songjian looked at the mission with a frown and sighed, don't push your luck. How do I know that after obtaining the flower, you won't turn against me? The Life Vine replied, and I have already destroyed a flower. If I cannot purify everything into a seed of life and replant it, then my life will be coming to an end. By suitable environment for your growth, what do you mean? Songjian asked, considering the loss of 5 maximum attribute points seriously. It would be best to plant near a spring of life, replied the Life Vine. Songjian widened his eyes at the Life Vine's reply, which immediately added, if you can't find it, then any fertile land will suffice. I have 4 empty spirit fields in my manor castle where I can plant it. Let's see how you threaten me under my domain, Songjian muttered to himself and decided to accept the mission. Upon accepting the mission, the color atop the Life Vine's head instantaneously changed to light green, and Songjian could no longer attack it. Remember your promise. The voice of the Life Vine echoed in Songjian's ear as a puff of transparent flame emerged from its body and quickly began burning. Songjian was taken aback as he prepared to depart when one of the remaining 2 flowers of the Life Vine voluntarily detached itself and drifted towards him, while the other remaining flower became even more vibrant, but soon began to shrivel slowly, revealing a seed the size of a fist at the center of the flower. Songjian heard an ethereal, melancholy song in his ears that moved him towards tears. Before long, Life Vine burned to ashes, leaving behind a shiny seed of life. This seed of life bore an outer surface nearly identical to the texture of snake's scales and felt somewhat chill to the touch. System, you've obtained the seed of life. Songjian stashed the seed of life along with Life Vine's flower into his storage tract. His primary objective had been accomplished. However, he still had a mission to kill the fallen puppet beast. The mission did not provide any reward items but offered an enormous amount of battle experience. If Songjian could complete it, his level would instantly rise by 1. Songjian was just about to turn around and leave when he suddenly saw a streak of dark gold from the ashes of the Life Vine. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickly stepped forward, sifting through the ashes. A weapon radiating a dark gold light appeared before Songjian. Chapter 606, Chapter 606 Engineering Drawings. Although Songjian did not deliver the final blow to the Life Vine, in practice, the kill was credited to him. Therefore, when it died, the Life Vine also dropped an item. It was a green long sword, its blade shimmering with a glaze-like glow. It looked more like a work of art than a weapon. Verdant crystal wood sword, gold, type, one-handed sword, equipment effect, attack, 98 to 112, poison attack, +3, corrosion damage, +5, life recovery speed, +10%, wood attribute damage, +35, chance to trigger double damage effect, special effect 1, binding, passive. This item absorbs the user's blood for binding. Special effect 2, growth, passive. This item is growth type equipment, starting at level 1, gains combat experience to level up in battles. The higher the level, the stronger the item's properties. Item level cannot surpass the user's level. Equipment requirement, level 1, set, 1 out of 5, can it be taken out of the game? No, another set sword. Songjian's eyes showed a surprised look. Without hesitation he cut his own wrist, and dripped blood onto the green sword. Like a sponge absorbing water, all the blood droplets on the sword were swallowed clean, without leaving a trace on the sword. After losing more than 1,000 vitality points, the verdant crystal wood sword turned into a green light and merged into the crimson fire heart-ape sword. With this, Songjian's damage had increased significantly. All 3 swords were growth-type weapons. As Songjian leveled up through fighting monsters, they could automatically absorb combat experience. Aside from the just obtained verdant crystal wood sword, the crimson fire heart-ape sword had already reached level 7, and golden demon slaying sword had upgraded to level 4. Even with Songjian's regular attacks, he could deal 3 times the damage, totaling over 300 points. Normal level 20 players only have just over 1,000 vitality points. Even when considering damage reduction from defenses, Songjian could severely injure opponents with just 1 encounter. With the use of skills, he could take out an opponent with 1 move. Just thinking about it felt brutal. Carefully examining it again, Songjian found no other discoveries and walked out of Lab 0, heading towards the other labs. Lab 1, Lab 2, Lab 3. Songjian continued to search for supplies in the lab, finding 3 standard laser guns and some valuable materials needed for engineering studies. However, he still didn't have a good plan to kill the corrupted puppet beast. If all else fails, I'll just have to brute force it to death. Songjian thought to himself. The corrupted puppet beast is formidable with a wide range of attacks. It's restrained from moving, but its strong attacks and first-order combat power make it challenging for Song Jian to fight against it. If he couldn't take advantage of its immobility, the battle would be no different from fighting with a first-order boss. If he did that, Song Jian would be at a great disadvantage. The boss might not be killed, but Song Jian himself might. The diary only recorded the locations of Lab 0 and 6 other labs. If he continued to search, time would be of the essence. When Song Jian searched to the 5th lab, he saw a blueprint emitting a pale white light on an experimental platform. Schematic, crude magic cannon, requires level 6 engineering to learn. Instruction, teaches you how to craft a crude magic cannon. Crude magic cannon, a defensive artillery, can only be constructed in a fixed location. It is immovable once built. Every 10 seconds it automatically generates a magic crystal shell, cannon range 500 meters, splash damage 680-980, with a certain chance to trigger a knockback effect. Crafting requirement, rosenwood, 3, magic crystal energy core, 2, hardened gold fine pipe, 2, mystic steel stabilizer, 3. Upon seeing this blueprint, Song Jian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect weapon for a long-range attack against the immobilized corrupted puppet beast? Because of his profession, Song Jian's damage would be weakened when using any weapon other than a sword. But this magic cannon isn't a weapon, it's defensive artillery that should be built on city walls and is immovable once constructed. But for the immobile corrupted puppet beast, this magic cannon is its nemesis. Engineering requires level 6, and I'm now only level 5. However, the proficiency is high enough. If I fabricate these parts, I'll probably be able to level up to 6. As for the materials, I've already searched enough from the previous labs. A smile appeared on Song Jian's face. Deciding to do it, Song Jian started to work. The lab was equipped with a testing table and tools. Before long, Song Jian had a pile of components glowing with white light in front of him. A white light flashed, and Song Jian's engineering level increased to 6. He immediately learned the crude magic cannon blueprint. Song Jian collected the components and quickly made his way to the vault where the corrupted puppet beast was being held. Anna must be getting anxious waiting outside the base. I need to speed up. Song Jian thought. By this time, Anna had been waiting under the floating base for over 2 hours. Not knowing how Song Jian was doing, Anna was very anxious. Suddenly, she sensed 3 powerful life energies rushing towards her. Who is it? Anna was alert and quickly hid in the shadows behind a rock. Before long, the 3 Hawk brothers headed straight for the floating base. Is it a God's chosen? How is that possible? Why would there be other gods chosen here? A look of surprise appeared on Anna's face. Anna understood the rules of the secret realm better than anyone. She had never seen others being able to invade someone else's secret realm before. This is not a public secret realm, how could this happen? Anna frowned. Big brother, the item to open the floating base must be nearby, should we search for it? Hawk looked at the looming floating base above their heads and asked. No need, the person who wanted to enter this secret realm must have already entered the floating base. We don't have time to waste. Hawk Yang looked solemn, took a palm-sized bomb from their package and handed it to Hawk. Go, blow up an entrance. Hawk nodded, took the bomb, and with a thought, a pair of bat-like wings appeared on his back, and he soared into the sky. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, thick smoke billowing out. The entire floating base slightly shook, and a hole with a diameter of over 3 meters appeared on the floating base. Soon, a rope fell from the hole. Hawk Yang and Hawk Ji both used both hands alternately to climb up the rope and quickly disappeared into the hole. Chapter 607, Task completed. The moment the Eagle brothers entered the levitating base, Song Jian had already arrived at the entrance of the secret chamber where the corrupted puppet beast, Hyuga, was imprisoned. Even with all of the components, assembling a rudimentary magic cannon would take a long time. Upon sensing Song Jian's arrival at the door once again, the dark secret chamber echoed with the crazed roars of Hyuga. It seemed to foresee its own doom and began to violently struggle. You will not succeed, you will not succeed, I will kill you, kill you. Hyuga's voice pierced Song Jian's ears, causing a sharp, painful sensation, as if a giant hammer was violently pounding away in his mind. This made the already slow construction process even slower. Damn it, what's the use of your stalling? Do you think anyone will come to your rescue? I have wiped out all the monsters nearby. There won't be anyone to save you. Why can't you just die quietly? Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing the progress bar crawling forward at a slow pace, Song Jian became slightly restless. This was because his engineering level was too low. It barely met the requirements to build a magic cannon, resulting in an extremely slow manufacturing process with a decent chance of failure. Song Jian had enough materials to build 3 magic cannons as a backup plan in case of failure, but it seemed it wouldn't be necessary to use the materials designated for the other 2. After dozens of minutes, the progress bar was 2/3 complete. Just then, Song Jian felt a tremor beneath his feet, and the entire levitating base seemed to sway slightly. His heart pounded suddenly with apprehension. What happened? Why is there vibration? Panic filled Song Jian's eyes. The whole floating base was as big as a town. The only cause for such a shake could be a seismic event. Could it be that there is a problem with the levitating system of the base, and the whole base is about to collapse? Song Jian wondered. At this moment, he was not aware of the presence of other players in the instance. He could only speculate that there was an issue with the levitating system. Fortunately, the shaking wasn't severe and didn't affect the construction of the magic cannon. After a few more minutes, the construction progress bar finally reached the end, and a magic cannon consisting of a base plus barrel appeared before Song Jian. The magic cannon was indeed very rudimentary, taller than half a person's height with 4 steel claws reaching out from the base to grip the ground firmly. A barrel about 30 centimeters in diameter extended outwards, aiming at the entrance of the secret chamber. At the back of the barrel, an oval ammunition depot started charging. A shot every 10 seconds was extremely slow in comparison to other weapons, but it wasn't too slow for a defensive cannon. Just as the depot's charging reached its peak, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed from the pitch-black barrel. An intense white light, solidified yet scorching, burst out from the barrel. The massive recoil caused the magic cannon to let out a sonorous roar, like the howling of a wild beast. A violent vigor shot out from the magic cannon, taking Song Jian by surprise and causing him to step back 3 to 4 steps before steadying himself. Then, a painful wail from his mentee echoed from the chamber. In the pitch-black chamber, a ball of white light exploded. It seemed to have encountered a severe invisible resistance, spraying out a blazing light and vigorously shooting inwards. Boom! A loud rumbling erupted, and the ball of light shattered, scattering in all directions. However, right at the center of the explosion, a damage number exceeding 500 floated above his mentee's head. 500 points of damage. It will take more than 20 cannons to kill it. Song Jian frowned. The power of the magic cannon was massive. If a normal player was shot, it could potentially deal over 800 points of damage, which would instantly push them into critical condition. But when the shot hit his mentee, it only dealt a little over 500 points of damage, proving that the defense of this boss was not as weak as Song Jian had assumed. 10 seconds later, another dazzling ball of white light shot into the chamber. After a rumbling noise, his mentee let out a bestial shriek, struggling more violently. The chain that bound it clanged, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from the lock chain made of meteoric metal. Song Jian waited patiently. With each blast, the durability of the magic cannon began to decrease slowly. With continued use, every shot decreased the cannon's durability by 1 or 2 points. After killing his mentee, this magic cannon would likely be on the verge of destruction. However, its mission was to kill his mentee. As long as it could kill the boss, its mission would be accomplished. Even if it didn't break down, Song Jian would destroy it. Time slowly ticked by, and his mentee's roar grew weaker until it could no longer struggle and roar. Like a giant mountain of flesh, it lay on the ground motionless. If not for the faint movement of its body, anyone would have mistaken it for a corpse. His mentee's lumpy tumors were mostly shattered, its body flowing with stinky pus and blood. Large patches of charred marks littered its body, emitting white smoke. The mixture of the smell of charred flesh and stinky pus and blood filled the chamber with a nauseating stench. Job done. Song Jian clapped his hands, a smile appearing on his face. The fact that he was able to kill a first-grade boss without any danger brought him immense satisfaction. However, it was clear that using this kind of sneaky method to kill his mentee might complete the quest, but the quality of his mentee's drop would greatly decrease. If he could get a blue-quality equipment, it would mean that Song Jian was incredibly lucky. Boom. With the final strike, his mentee's massive body was blown into pieces. It was as if a blood rain descended in the whole chamber, and the stench of blood suffused the room. Song Jian glanced at his taskbar. The quest triggered by a weird letter was completed. As Song Jian clicked to receive his quest reward, a beam of light shot out from his body, boosting his level to 29. Song Jian gave a slight smile and added the newly gained skill point to Earth Teeth Assault. This was the first active attack skill he gained after entering the game. It had been at level 2 with maxed experience for a while but lacked the skill points to upgrade it. When Earth Teeth Assault upgraded to level 3, it directly reached max level, unable to be further upgraded. Its attributes had undergone a dramatic change. Song Jian frowned, stared at the description of Earth Teeth Assault's attributes, and numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Chapter 608, Siege. Earth Teeth Assault, active, level 3, max, skill effect, launch a tooth-shaped attack on the target in front, dealing 90 to 110 damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 40%. Attack range, 13 meters, cooldown, 10 seconds, skill consumption, 15 vitality points. After the upgrade of Earth Teeth Assault, the damage and attack range were both increased. That wasn't much, but the reduced target's movement speed by 40% effect was new. Moreover, most importantly, Earth Teeth Assault at level 3 had already reached max level, and couldn't be further upgraded, which made Song Jian somewhat puzzled. He knew that his talent ability Thick Skin had been upgraded to level 10 before reaching max, and he had several skills that had been upgraded past level 3 without showing max and being unable to upgrade further. When Song Jian's gaze landed on Earth Teeth Assault, a prompt suddenly appeared behind the skill. Please select a skill to fuse with. This was a prompt that appeared after all skills reached max level. When Thick Skin was upgraded to max, a similar prompt appeared, but at that time, Song Jian only had this one skill upgraded to the max level. He couldn't fuse even if he wanted to. Song Jian tried to fuse Earth Teeth Assault with Thick Skin. Soon, a furnace-like illusion appeared before his eyes, with 2 empty slots in it. Song Jian dragged the 2 skills into the slots, and a fusion symbol appeared on the illusory furnace. System, skills, Earth Teeth Assault and Thick Skin are starting to fuse. Confirm. Yes or no system. Detection shows that the success rate of these 2 skills fusing is 0.12%, the failure rate is 98.72%, and the mutation rate is 1.98%. If the fusion is successful, the 2 skills will become a new skill with the characteristics of both skills. If the fusion fails, both skills will be permanently removed. If the fusion mutates, the 2 skills will become one, and the new skill's power and effects are unknown. What? A success rate of only 0.12%? Song Jian was startled and quickly chose to cancel the fusion. If the Earth Teeth Assault skill disappeared upon failure, so be it, but if his talent skill Thick Skin disappeared, Song Jian would cry. Losing Thick Skin would reduce his strength by at least 30%, making him unable to resist some skills with special effects. After he cancelled the fusion, Song Jian stepped towards the secret chamber. Even if the item drop from the fallen puppet beast was greatly reduced, it was still an elite-level boss with first-order combat power, and Song Jian didn't want to leave its dropped items lying there for nothing. After taking just 2 steps, Song Jian's face drastically changed. In front of him appeared an invisible but solid barrier that blocked his path. Even the hard metal ground began to emit a stench of liquid and mud, like a swamp, with disgusting bubbles rising constantly. Numerous emaciated, fleshless arms emerged from the ground, groping and grabbing at everything, making it difficult to move. System, you are under the attack of player Swift Eagle, and you'll have the right to fair defense for the next 30 minutes. Killing him won't increase your evil points. System, upon detection, player Swift Eagle is a red-named player. Killing him can earn a large number of justice points. Song Jian took a deep breath. He could feel 2 powerful forces condensing rapidly at the end of the passage. Both forces had different attributes but shared a common feature: long charging times and astonishing power when unleashed. The goal was to kill him in one hit, leaving him no chance to counter. Turning around, Song Jian saw 3 burly men standing at the end of the passage. One of them held a bone wand, muttering incantations. The top of the bone wand was inlaid with a palm-sized skull, which was emitting a rich green light. The skill trapping Song Jian had a mysterious connection to it. The other 2 were also preparing their moves. One raised an oversized hunting bow more than 2 meters long, and a metal arrow more than 1 meter long was gathering crimson flame energy, which was full of explosive power and felt ready to explode at any moment. The other man held both hands above his head with a painful and twisted expression. In front of him was a bizarre magic array emitting a dark purple light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. It was a summoning array, and the man was summoning evil creatures to assist in battle. From the magic array, he could sense the strong aura of abyssal power. Immortal sword body, activate. With a soft cry from Song Jian, a dazzling golden light burst from his body. 8 long sword illusions circled his body, slowly rotating. As he stomped his foot, the emaciated arms clutching his ankle were torn apart. Song Jian's figure transformed into a mass of black mist, charging towards the 3 enemies. At level 7, the primordial chaos indestructible sword body increased magic resistance by 60%, immunity determination to negative effects by +9, and coupled with the level 10 talent skill Thick Skin, which raised resistance by 50% and provided immunity to taunts, slow, charm, corpse poison, paralysis, and other adverse effects, the binding effect of the Yin Hanjimi array was almost completely nullified for Song Jian. How can this be? A shocked look appeared on Swift Eagle's face as he controlled the Yin Hanjimi array. The opponent could actually break free from the array's restraints and move freely. No one whom Swift Eagle had encountered since learning this skill could break free from the Yin Hanjimi array's binding. Even level 30 elite-level bosses were limited by the array, having their duration shortened at most. No boss had ever broken free, let alone other players. As long as a player was trapped in the array, they could only await death. This was also the reason the other 2 could boldly charge their long-duration skills. But as they hesitated whether to abandon the skills they had charged, Swift Eagle controlled the Yin Hanjimi array and yelled, "Don't be afraid. Even if he is immune to the binding effect, he won't be able to break through the array's defense in a short time." The other two looked at each other and decided to trust their teammate instead of canceling their skill. At that moment, a brilliant golden light burst through the Yin Hanjimi array, and a crisp sound like shattering glass rang in the three men's ears. Swift Eagle spat out blood, collapsing weakly to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. Stammering, he muttered, How could this be? The Yin Hanjimi array, with a defense rating of 2,800 points. He destroyed it in one hit? Chapter 609, No Other Choice. Eagle Yang watched as Song Jian broke through the soul destruction array, grit his teeth, and released the longbow he had been charging, a long metal arrow covered in magic patterns. The arrow whistled sharply and shot towards Song Jian. The whole arrow exuded dazzling white light, like a meteor, dragging a long, hot tail, leaving an afterimage that could not dissipate for several seconds in the air. Thud. Eagle Yang spouted a mouthful of blood. He released the skill when it had only been charged 2/3 of the way, and therefore naturally suffered some backlash. But his condition was much better than Eagle Speed's. He merely coughed up blood and the backlash damage was negligible. Despite sustaining backlash damage, a shadowy smile spread across Eagle Yang's face. Comet Fall. Even if it's only charged 2/3, you can't withstand this arrow. Eagle Yang's mouth curled upward as he looked expectantly at Song Jian. This shot was equivalent to a long-range heavy sniper rifle, consuming more than half of Eagle Yang's spirit points. It was originally intended to be fully charged over a period of 15 seconds. However, despite being released in just 10 seconds, the shot dealt a whopping damage exceeding 1,000 points. On the other side, Eagle Fly was shrouded with black mist. His eyes were bloodshot and a bizarre symbol appeared on his forehead. In front of him, towering black flames soared upwards. A black crack split open at the center of the magic array, from which a beastly roar emanated. A claw covered in purple-black scales extended from the crack, gripping the edge of the magic array as it struggled to free itself. Upon breaking the soul destruction array, Song Jian was neither surprised nor alarmed at the damage he had caused. Instead, with a forward momentum, he charged towards the three men. Having made only 2 strides forward, Song Jian suddenly felt a tightness over his skin, as a chill rose up from his tailbone, reaching the back of his head in an instant. Song Jian felt as though a fierce beast was pouncing on him. Its fangs were already touching his forehead. The breath of death was bearing down on him. A brilliant white arrow, trailing a lengthy tail as if a comet, rushed towards Song Jian at an incredible speed, leaving a long hollow image in the air. Sacred Parry. Song Jian instinctively swung the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword forward. He immediately felt a tremendous impact against it which sent a numbing sensation up his arm and made the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword tremble violently. Song Jian himself was thrown backward. Bang! As Song Jian skidded along the metal wall, he crashed into the floor. Half of his body was numb and he had no idea when the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword had slipped from his palm and embedded diagonally into the wall of the adjacent metal passage. Song Jian coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, his whole body emitted golden light, with countless tiny particles falling from him and dissipating in the air. Eagle Yang, mouth agape, watched as Song Jian managed to get up, using one hand to support his entire body on the ground while the other hung limply at his side. His eyes, like those of a wolf, stared fiercely at Eagle Fly, and a trace of crazed laughter appeared on his face. Song Jian could now estimate the opponent's power level based on the feeling he had from using Sacred Parry. He knew that the damage from Eagle Yang's last move was at least over 1,000 points. He stared ahead intently, wanting to see whether Eagle Yang could withstand his attack. A brilliant white long arrow suddenly appeared out of thin air from midair. About to launch itself at Eagle Yang, it replayed the entire scenario when Eagle Yang stored his attack. Rebound damage. Can it even rebound a long-range attack? How is this possible? Eagle Yang's face was filled with fear. He couldn't believe one day he would bear the brunt of his own most powerful hit. No. Eagle Yang let out a horrified roar, a desperate look in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Eagle Speed, limp on the ground in front of him. An insidious look flashed across his eyes and with a swift kick, he sent Eagle Speed hurtling towards the incoming arrow. Big brother, you! Eagle Fly's eyes displayed surprise and his hand, which was summoning the Abyss Demon, trembled unconsciously. Eagle Yang didn't reply and stared ahead, his face pale. Eagle Speed was currently in a state of skill backlash, his body weak and all attributes reduced by 70%. His vitality points were less than 1/3 of the original. Under such conditions, not to mention taking a hit from Eagle Yang's full-strength assault, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a normal attack. Boom! An explosive noise echoed as Eagle Speed was blasted to pieces. A look of disbelief crossed Eagle Yang's face. He can actually rebound skill damage. Eagle Yang shouted involuntarily. From the time he entered the game up until now, Eagle Yang had never seen anyone who could fully rebound an opponent's attack back onto them. It was beyond his imagination. So it wasn't an illusion. Eagle Yang lowered his head, looking at Eagle Speed's mutilated corpse, a feeling of fear welling up in his heart as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At that moment, a demon of the abyss, its body ablaze with grey flames, wriggled its way out of the magic array before Eaglefly. The abyss watches you. The demon of the abyss, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with 2 legs, winged back, and a fearsome face stood in the middle of the magic summoning array, roaring towards the sky. After summoning the abyss demon, Eaglefly backed a few steps, standing on one side of the metal passage. Intentionally or not, he created a distance between himself and Eagle Yang. Kill him, and you will receive a reward in return. Eaglefly coldly stated. The abyss demon turned back to look at Eaglefly, a greedy smile spread across its ghastly face as it growled, "The soul of this man is not considered as part of the reward. Third brother, cooperate with this abyss demon to kill this guy as soon as possible." Eagle Yang glanced at Eaglefly and whispered. "Big brother, having summoned this abyss demon, I've exhausted all my spirit points and only have less than half of my vitality points left. I'm out of strength to continue the fight." Eaglefly glanced at Eagle Yang, his expression cold, and wariness flickered in his eyes. "Third brother, I had no choice earlier." Eagle Yang's face was horribly gloomy. "I know, big brother." Eaglefly had quietly closed all his attributes by then. In fact, he had not exhausted all his spirit points. He still had at least 1/3 remaining, and he had more than 80% of vitality points left. But the motions Eagle Yang made earlier deeply chilled his heart, making him wary and cautious of his older brother. "All right then, third brother, take a rest at the back. Me and this abyss demon are enough to kill him. Afterwards, we will share the mission reward equally." Eagle Yang turned back, a strong intent to kill flashing in his eyes. Chapter 610, Betrayal and Unfaithfulness. Feel the wrath of the abyss, and die. The demonic creature of the abyss roared and charged at Song Jian. Even though the demon had no weapons, its burning fist was more terrifying than any weapon. Song Jian's momentum suddenly faltered as he helplessly had no choice but to block with his sword. The abyss demon's long-awaited right fist, burning with grey flames, had a touch of dark blackness at the edge of the grey flame, making it look like a giant fist outside of a flaming boxing glove. When it was still about 5 or 6 meters away from Song Jian, the demon's right fist swung violently. The intense pressure made it difficult for Song Jian to breathe, as if he were in a hurricane. The crimson fire heart-ape sword collided fiercely with the abyss demon's right fist. Feeling the powerful force, Song Jian's sword was deflected. Immediately after, the flaming fist struck Song Jian's chest with a heavy blow, the demon's power attribute. "It's actually stronger than mine?" Song Jian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The punch was extremely powerful. Although it did not cause a crushing effect, the damage to Song Jian was significant. A burnt fist mark appeared on his chest, his body was thrown 3 or 4 meters away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, his chest experiencing severe pain. Crack. A few faint sounds of cracked bones were heard, as the chest of Song Jian collapsed inward. Life recovery surgery. Song Jian waved his left hand, a beam of white light fell from the sky, blending into his chest. His slightly cracked bones began to heal quickly. Broken wing dance. Spiritual sword control technique. Song Jian became more cautious. The power of the abyss demon was far more powerful than that of a level 30 elite boss, even if it didn't reach the combat power of tier 1. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, Yang Yang had put away his long bow and was holding a wolf tooth-like dagger in his left hand and a short sword in his right hand. Both weapons emitted a silvery gray light. A silver set of weapons? Song Jian revealed a look of surprise. He never expected that Yang Yang would be able to obtain a complete silver set of weapons. It seemed that in the game, he wasn't the only one with good luck. Phantom clone. Song Jian's thoughts moved, and a dark shadow condensed in front of him, quickly transformed into his likeness, wielding his sword at Yang Yang. Just as the phantom clone appeared, the abyss demon hesitated for a moment. The high-raised fist stopped, its eyes stared at the phantom clone, showing an expression of bewilderment. Song Jian was taken aback, and then seemed to think of something, letting out a cold smile. A black flame suddenly rose from the surface of his body and enveloped him completely. Next, the black level 4 magic flame, abyss raging flame, continued to change, eventually forming a fierce-looking set of armor that clung to his body. At this moment, Song Jian's body emanated a strong abyssal power, looking more like an abyssal creature than the abyss demon itself. No, it cannot be, how could you? The giant abyss demon, facing Song Jian, actually displayed a look of fear, retreating step by step, as if Song Jian was more terrifying than itself. Seeing this scene, not only Yang Yang, but even Yang F, who was preparing to strike from a distance, had a look of terror in their eyes. How? How could this be? The demon from the abyss is afraid? Yang felt that the thought itself was absurd. The demon from the abyss was the most powerful being among the creatures he could summon from other dimensions in battle. As soon as he could summon the demon, he could sit back and watch the fight. No one could match the demon from the abyss, no one. But today, the performance of the abyss demon had overturned his previous understanding, making him feel a chill quietly rising from his spine. Cold sweat was beginning to form on his forehead. It's impossible for him to be this strong, it's just breaking the game balance. Yang murmured to himself, his body instinctively retreating slowly. He suddenly had the urge to turn around and run. Song Jian, clad in black abyssal demon armor, wielded his sword and lunged at the demon. In fact, his abyssal demon armor was not a piece of equipment, but similar to an effect that enhanced his abilities, but the naturally thick demonic aura in his magical armor seemed to have an extremely powerful deterrent effect on the abyss demon, for now, Song Jian waved his long sword, slashing it continuously upon the demon's body, but the demon desperately used both hands to block, not daring to launch a counterattack against Song Jian. Its mouth continuously wailed, my lord, I meant no offense, please spare me." The suppression between abyss creatures of different levels was clear. The demon of the abyss saw Song Jian as an abyss aristocrat, believing that only an aristocrat could control such a high-level abyssal fire. Song Jian halted and pointed his sword at Yang Yang and Yang, shouting, "If you want me to spare you, kill these two for me." The abyss demon's face showed a look of relief as it spoke solemnly, "As you command, my lord." Yang's face suddenly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura withered, and the demon severed the connection between them, turning to strike Yang Yang with one fist. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Yang's face showed an angry expression. Raising his silver set of weapons, he actually blocked the demon's heavy punch. Although the force of the punch pushed him back 2 or 3 meters, he didn't suffer any damage. Yang Yang's performance took Song Jian by surprise. Apparently, Yang Yang's power had far exceeded his expectations. "You've hidden very deeply," Song Jian murmured to himself. Luckily, the abyss demon, fearing the magic flames on Song Jian's body, had betrayed him and attacked. If Yang Yang were allowed to join the battle and launch a surprise attack, such a secretly powerful opponent could cause fatal damage to Song Jian when the demon joined forces. Damn it, how could this happen? Yang Yang's face turned dark, his originally well-planned ambush turned into a disaster. He had already sensed the failure of his plot. "Third brother, quickly banish it back to the abyssal land." Yang Yang shouted without looking back. The abyss demon was summoned by Yang and he surely had the ability to send it back. Third brother, third brother?" Yang Yang called out several times and found there was no response. Turning around to see, there was no one behind him. He was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. "Yang, you treacherous traitor! I will not let you go!" Yang Yang furiously roared with rage. Chapter 611, Interrogation. At this moment, Eagle Flight's face was flushed with an abnormal tint of red. Grasping his chest with his right hand, he staggered toward the floating base exit. The moment the abyss demon severed its connection with him, Eagle Flight had immediately decided to flee. Without the abyss demon, even if both he and Eagle Soar worked in unity, they could never kill Song Jian, let alone now when they were disillusioned with each other. Their defeat was only a matter of time. What a pity. I can't believe the storyline chapter has failed like this. I'm not willing to accept it. Eagle Flight coughed, spitting out bloody froth, filled with resentment. But even if the mission failed, it was better than losing his life. Though he might have the ability to banish the abyss demon back to the abyssal land, it would consume his last remaining bit of mental strength. This was not something Eagle Flight could possibly accept. "Big brother, since you were ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. By doing this now, I've also avenged our second brother," Eagle Flight thought as he was escaping. Meanwhile, Eagle Soar was on the losing end against the abyss demon. At this point, his hair was disheveled and his body was awash with burn marks. A faint trace of abyssal energy lingered around his wound, hindering the healing of his vitality. "Song Jian, fight me one-on-one if you dare, fight me one-on-one." Eagle Soar was yelling furiously, his eyes bloodshot. The abyss demon let out a gruesome laugh. With a whoosh of his right fist he swung it upwards and landed a hit on Eagle Soar's abdomen. The punch took all the strength the abyss demon could muster, causing Eagle Soar's eyes to bulge out. A massive force propelled him upwards, sending him airborne. The abyss demon roared loudly, its robust arms, their muscles as tense as steel, emitted an explosive power. Dark green veins, slithering like tiny snakes, ran across its muscular arms. Its huge hands tightly gripped Eagle Soar's neck, hanging him up high as if executing him. The strength in the demon's hands made Eagle Soar feel suffocated. The sense of oxygen deprivation darkened his vision. His body writhed like a fish gasping for air, while his neck emitted cracking sounds. Hey, this is what you get for offending His Highness." The Abyss Demon revealed a hideous grin, roaring loudly. In its eyes, the crueler its torture on Eagle Soar, the more delighted His Highness behind it would be. This Abyss Demon's strength was probably at the lowest level in the Abyssal Land. Otherwise, Eagle Flight would not have been able to summon it. However, even the weakest existence in the Abyssal Land is a terrifying being that ordinary players cannot resist. Eagle Soar's vision was growing darker. He was on the verge of death, but in his mind, he kept calculating the time the Abyss Demon could remain in this plane. It was important to note that extra-dimensional creatures like the Abyss Demon, once they lose their connection with their summoner, would be repelled by the current dimension. This repulsion would grow over time, and no creature, no matter how strong, could resist the force of an entire world. Ultimately, it would be driven back to its original dimension. Eagle Soar did not know if the Abyss Demon had forgotten or deliberately failed to remind Song Jian of this. Perhaps at this moment, it, too, was waiting to be forced back to its own dimension by the force of the world. At this critical juncture in the struggle for his life, Eagle Soar knew he lacked the strength, and after trying in vain to break free from the Abyss Demon's grip, he turned his attention to Song Jian. "Alright, finish him off quickly and don't forget, one of them has already escaped. You shouldn't let him get away," Song Jian said coldly. Song Jian's indifferent tone sent chills down Eagle Soar's spine as he struggled desperately, pleading, wait a second, I have valuable information, extremely valuable information." "Humphrey, don't you know villains die from talking too much?" Song Jian sneered. "You think I would give you a chance? Don't you want to know how we infiltrated your instance dungeon?" Eagle Soar choked, his face flushed red. The giant hands of the Abyss Demon on his neck felt like an iron clamp, making it very difficult for him to breathe, let alone beg for mercy. Something stirred in Song Jian's heart. He was indeed curious about how the Eagle triplets had managed to break into the instance dungeon. Such a disruptive ability made him extremely cautious. "Let him go." Song Jian looked up and ordered the Abyss Demon. "As you command, Master." The Abyss Demon responded to Song Jian, releasing its grip, and Eagle Soar fell to the ground like a dead weight. Cough, cough. Eagle Soar was a miserable sight, kneeling on the ground, propped up on his hands, coughing incessantly, panting heavily. "Speak, how did you infiltrate my instance dungeon?" Song Jian stared at Eagle Soar and asked indifferently. You're doing a storyline chapter 2, right?" Eagle Soar raised his head, a sycophantic smile on his face. "Indeed," Song Jian nodded in confirmation. "Actually, we too were doing a storyline chapter." Eagle Soar drawled, casting a glance at the Abyss Demon and noticed its form was becoming more transparent, as if shrouded in a thin layer of fog. A subtle smile flickered on the edges of Eagle Soar's mouth. He incessantly panted laboriously, clutching his throat. He seemed in great pain and his words were broken and hard to understand. We paid a hefty price to create an array." Eagle Soar explained the workings of the blood sacrifice array to Song Jian. "It was through this method that we, managed to infiltrate your instance progress." Song Jian nodded, understanding that this kind of method was unconventional and came at a steep price. Furthermore, mastering the blood sacrifice array was particularly challenging. Since Eagle Rapid, the one who knew this array, was already dead, there probably wouldn't be another opportunity to infiltrate someone else's instance dungeon in the future. "You just said that you guys also received a storyline chapter?" A light flashed in Song Jian's mind, prompting him to ask suddenly. "Yes, our storyline chapter was to release a prisoner held captive here, named Hismendi." Eagle Soar glanced at Song Jian and whispered. "Hismendi?" Song Jian paused, then his face lit up with a smile. "So when you guys encountered me, it was also the moment when your mission failed, right?" "Yes, but after the mission failed, we received a new one to kill you and a NPC. If we kill you and a NPC named Anna Katerina, our storyline chapter would be considered complete," Eagle Soar declared. "Anna?" Song Jian squinted his eyes, his heart sinking. Just then, the Abyss Demon let out a heart-wrenching roar, its silhouette gradually turning illusory, eventually dissipating into the air like fog. Chapter 612, Hidden Card. Seeing the Abyss Demon disappear, a strange smile appeared on Yin Yang's face. "It's not a creature of our plane. Once it loses its connection with the summoner, it will be rejected by the world power. Even if the summoner does not banish them, they will be expelled from this plane by the world power over time." As Yin Yang spoke, he slowly stood up, a jade-green light shimmering around him. His vitality points, originally reduced to less than half, soared back up. "Now, you can no longer command the Abyss Demon, and your damage reflection skill, I suspect, is still in cool down, isn't it?" With both hands at his waist, his silver suit weapon shone brightly in his hands. Song Jian paused, then broke into laughter. "Do you think I can't defeat you without the Abyss Demon? Why don't we test that?" With twin blades in hand, Yin Yang advanced, his daggers and sword shimmering as he hacked at Song Jian. Broken Wing Dance. The crimson fire heart-ape sword blazed, radiating a dazzling golden sword chi. As for the suit weapon, Song Jian also held one in his hand. Although it wasn't a complete set, the quality and quantity of his outweighed Yin Yang's silver gray suit weapon, twin blade execution. Yin Yang cried out, his weapons exploding in a silver gray or more than a foot long, rushing straight for the crimson fire heart-ape sword. Boom! With a loud crash, the two weapons collided violently, gold and silver gray light bursting forth. An intense force spread outward, causing Yin Yang to grunt, feeling a powerful surge and losing his balance. He staggered a few steps backwards. Before he could regain his balance, Song Jian's second attack was already hacking towards him. Yin Yang's face changed drastically, no longer daring to meet him head-on and resorting to dodging instead. Before the crimson fire heart-ape sword hit down, it made an arc in midair and swept upwards at Yin Yang, who had no choice but to dodge again. The sword brushed past the tip of his nose, and a drop of blood slowly seeped from it. Before he could react, a surge of force appeared out of nowhere under his feet, propelling him into the air. Yin Yang lost control of his body. Aerial state. Yin Yang felt a sinking feeling, as most of the skills that could induce negative effects in the game were precious and rare. He possessed only a single skill that could inflict the crippled effect and was well aware of the value of such abilities. I can't let this continue. Yin Yang thought while in his aerial state, his defense dropped by 100%, and the critical hit rate would increase exponentially. In such a situation, allowing Song Jian to continue his assault would leave Yin Yang without any retaliatory force. Even now, Yin Yang didn't want to abandon his storyline mission. Being able to participate in a storyline mission was considered extremely lucky. Even if it was dangerous, the rewards would also be extraordinary. Previously, when Song Jian reflected Yin Yang's comet strike back at him, it raised Song Jian's threat level a few notches. But now it seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. With a flash of white light, the hovering Yin Yang suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the end of the metal corridor, tens of meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian, you forced me into this. Yin Yang gritted his teeth, pulling a white crystal from his pack. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the entire metal corridor dropped instantly. Even Yin Yang himself was covered with a thin layer of frost. Yin Yang did not dare to hold on to the white crystal for long. As soon as he took it out, he bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the crystal before flinging it violently towards Song Jian's direction. Crack! In midair, the white crystal began to fracture, much like a spider web. Then, it smashed hard onto the ground, shattering into tiny fragments. A handful of cold spring water appeared out of thin air on the metallic floor. It looked like a phantom, but Song Jian could sense the clear vital energy surging within it. In no time, a 2-meter-tall water elemental elf formed from the cold spring water. The water elemental appeared as a middle-aged man from the waist up, while the bottom half was a rolling mass of water. Both arms bore silver arm rings adorned with intricate magic patterns. As soon as the water elemental appeared, it stretched its hand into the spring, took out a semi-transparent iced sword, and unleashed a high-pitched roar at Song Jian. A level 30 elite boss? Song Jian's eyes narrowed, his eyes fixed on the tall water elemental. A cold smile played around his lips. From his point of view, as long as there was no existence with a first-level battle power involved in the fight, the outcome was simply the same for him. Looking at the water elemental before him, Yin Yang's eyes revealed a sense of distress. This was previously obtained from a hidden task, a last resort he'd been saving. He never expected he would have to use it today. As long as I can kill him and find that NPC named Anna to complete this storyline mission, even if I waste a summoning crystal, the rewards will be more than enough to compensate, thought Yin Yang. Song Jian, go to hell, Yin Yang growled and charged towards Song Jian. Meanwhile, the water elemental swung its sword, unleashing an icy sword chi towards Song Jian, causing frost everywhere its path. Song Jian conjured 2 flame elementals, both of which were only at the level 30 normal monster strength and much smaller compared to the water elemental. Without hesitating, the flame elementals flung their balls of flame straight into the icy sword chi. Boom! The 2 opposing elements collided inside the metal corridor, creating a violent blast. The shockwave hit the metal walls, causing them to cave in on both sides. Song Jian tightened his grip on his long sword and charged towards Yin Yang. Clang! The crimson fire heart-ape sword clashed with Yin Yang's twin blades, sending out a shower of sparks. Yin Yang's strength was inferior, and as such, he couldn't face Song Jian squarely. The moment their weapons contacted, Yin Yang rolled to the side, his left-hand dagger akin to the teeth of a wild beast, aiming at an odd angle towards Song Jian's ribs. Chapter 613, Killing Eagle. Yang glanced at the 2 fire elementals opposite him, feeling a sink in his heart. Initially, he thought that with the assistance of the water elemental elf, defeating or even killing Song Jian would not be a problem. However, unexpectedly, the other party had summoned 2 fire elemental elves as well. Although the 2 fire elemental elves were no match for the water elemental elf in terms of grading or strength, they were suppressed by the water elemental elf as soon as they appeared. Their defeat was only a matter of time. However, even so, it wouldn't be a problem for the 2 fire elementals to hold down water elemental elf for a while. In this time, Song Jian would have enough time to kill him. I should have let the water elemental elf cover my retreat earlier, Eagle Yang thought with regret. The water elemental elf's attacks had a high probability of triggering a slowing effect. If Eagle Yang had wanted to flee before, he might have been able to escape, but he was too greedy and wanted to complete the plot mission. Kill. Song Jian's cold gaze fixed on Eagle Yang, as if he was looking at a corpse, making Eagle Yang shudder. Broken wing dance. The golden sword chi burst out, and Eagle Yang's face changed drastically. His left hand's dagger had not yet been withdrawn, but his right hand's short sword was pressed against his chest by the long sword. Eagle Yang did not dare to take it head-on. He knew that Song Jian's move had a forced floating effect, so he retreated continuously, desperately swinging his dagger and short sword to protect his chest. However, Song Jian's damage was too high. Despite Eagle Yang's desperate defense, his head was continuously showing 3-digit damage scores. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons collided continuously, and within the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. With each collision, Eagle Yang had to step back to unload the force, defending desperately without the power to fight back. Bang! The crimson fire heart-ape sword struck the short sword again, and Eagle Yang's body arched backward involuntarily. Song Jian seized the opportunity to kick him in the abdomen, sending him flying out and slamming hard against the metal wall at the bend of the corridor. Before Eagle Yang could even stand up, the crimson fire heart-ape sword was already coming down on his head. His face twisted in a ferocious expression, and he let out a roar before throwing his short sword at Song Jian and turning around to run away. Clang! The long sword swiped sideways, sending the short sword flying. Song Jian's face showed a cold smile as he watched Eagle Yang staggering away. Earth Teeth Assault. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and a sharp-toothed tear mass flew towards Eagle Yang's retreating figure. Upon hearing the sharp whistling behind him, Eagle Yang's heart sank. He desperately rolled and dodged to the side. But unexpectedly, the Earth Teeth Assault abruptly curved and struck him directly. A searing, tearing pain enveloped his entire body, causing him to let out a painful howl. Just as Eagle Yang struggled to stand up and continue running, he suddenly felt his foot being tripped and fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that his speed had become slower. When he looked at his status bar, he found a debuff movement speed reduced by 40% hanging on him. He actually mastered 2 skills that inflict debuffs. Desperation was visible in Eagle Yang's eyes, but he still tried to crawl forward with all his might. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Eagle Yang screamed in terror, seeming to be on the verge of madness. Spiritual sword control technique. Song Jian strode forward and swung his sword lightly in the air. Suddenly, 3 transparent sword shadows appeared, 1 large and 2 small, flying towards Eagle Yang. Puff, puff, puff. 3 transparent sword shadows struck Yin Yang, who seemed oblivious and still struggled to stand up, staggering to run outside. However, his running speed was now slower than that of an ordinary person walking. A second or two after he was struck by the 3 transparent sword shadows, Yin Yang suddenly let out a beast-like roar, clutching his head and falling to the ground, rolling continuously. It was then that 3 pale blue damage numbers floated above his head. Spiritual sword control technique was a sword technique that directly attacked the opponent's mind and soul, making it difficult to defend against. Its attack method was extremely strange. Sometimes, the victim didn't even know when they had been hit. Song Jian dashed forward a few meters, raising the crimson fire heart-ape sword high, the dazzling golden sword chi as thick as burning flames. Light strike. The dazzling sword chi filled the entire metal corridor, as scorching as flames, enveloping Yin Yang entirely. Boom. The golden sword chi exploded, and the staggering Yin Yang was blasted away sharply, then heavily fell to the ground. Song Jian took a step forward, raising the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand and chopping down at Yin Yang, who was covered in blood and wounds. Don't. Yin Yang's dagger had already been lost somewhere, revealing a begging expression in his despairing eyes. He weakly raised his right hand as if to resist Song Jian's next strike. Thump. Song Jian hesitated for a moment before changing his chop to a thrust, stabbing his sword into Yin Yang's throat. A jet of blood spurted out, and Yin Yang made a hissing sound from his throat. His neck turned, and his eyes lost their luster. After killing Yin Yang, Song Jian immediately turned around. At this point, only one of the 2 fire elemental elves was left, and the remaining one had been driven back into a corner by the water elemental elf. The water elemental elf continuously slashed its ice sword at the fire elemental elf, a burning shield appearing on the surface of the fire elemental elf's body as it struggled to resist. Flash thunder strike. Song Jian's figure turned into a cloud of black mist and pounced on the water elemental elf. Such one-time consumption summons had powerful monsters, which were overwhelming to ordinary players. The only limitation was the summoning time. Ordinary players encountering such creatures always retreated and waited for the summoning time to end, thereby eliminating the danger. However, Song Jian chose a different approach, wielding his sword and standing up against the water elemental elf, treating it like a boss. Boom, boom, boom. The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and the Ice sword collided with each other. Each collision had a high probability of triggering freezing, slowing, or decelerating effects. However, the words immune and dodge kept floating above Song Jian's head, showing that he didn't care about the water elemental elf's attacks. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. The water elemental elf's vitality points were down to less than a third, while Song Jian still maintained 80% of his vitality points. If this continued, the water elemental elf would be slain by Song Jian. However, at this moment, the water elemental elf's summoning time ended. From bottom to top, the water elemental elf was directly frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Bang! With a crisp, shattering sound, the ice sculpture exploded, turning into countless crystal shards that sprayed all over the place. Song Jian glanced at the messy corridor, shook his head, and turned to walk towards the chamber where the puppet beast was imprisoned. Chapter 614, Professional Advancement. The secret chamber imprisoning the fallen puppet beast was drenched in blood, with a thick layer of blood covering the ground. On the stone platform, 4 powerless iron chains that had lost their captive hung down, and in the center was a blood-red bead. Song Jian stepped forward, picking up this blood-red bead and taking a closer look, only to find that it was another augmentation equipment. Puppet armor, blue, type, external augmentation equipment, installation location, skin, equipment effect. This item can merge with the user, enhancing physical condition. After integration, physique, +5, strength, +3, special effect, covers the body's surface with a layer of blood and flesh armor, increases overall defense by 80%, +200 vitality points. Vitality points recovery speed increased by 40%. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. Item description. This item contains the evil remnant soul of the fallen puppet beast, Hesmanth. Once merged with the user, the evil soul of Hesmanth may corrupt the user's soul. Corruption risk, chance of turning the user into an abyss creature. When Song Jian saw the item's attribute description, he couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile on his face. This attribute could be fully comparable to a silver quality equipment. However, when he saw the item's description, his face immediately darkened. No wonder it's only a blue quality equipment. Without Hesmanth's evil soul, I'm afraid this equipment would be at least silver grade. Song Jian thought to himself with a touch of regret. Regardless of silver quality, gold quality, epic quality, or even legendary quality, with such major side effects, Song Jian would never consider using this item. After the new version, players can change their profession to an abyss profession, or even directly change to an abyss attribute. If I encounter such a player, I might be able to sell this thing for a good price. Song Jian held the red blood bead, pondering in his heart. Putting the item in his inventory, Song Jian strode towards the outside of the floating base. By the time he arrived at the nearest passage to the base's foundation, he realized that a large hole had been blown open below the floating base. Those 3 people must have entered from here, Song Jian thought to himself. At that time, the entire floating base shook, and Song Jian had thought it was due to a problem with the floating system, not suspecting that it was these 3 guys who had blasted an entrance. With the wings of steel unfolded, Song Jian flew down. At this moment, he was worried for Anna, unsure if she had encountered the fleeing player. Although Anna was an epic profession, she didn't have many offensive skills. If she really encountered the escapee, Eagle Fly, she would likely be caught in a few encounters. Fortunately, when Song Jian came down from the floating base, he saw Anna emerging from behind a rock and cheering, running towards him. Song Jian's heart was instantly relieved. He quickly held Anna and asked, "Anna, did you see anyone coming out of the floating base?" "I did," Anna nodded. "Just now, 3 people blew open the floating base, but about 10 minutes ago, only 1 person ran out from inside. He looked like he was being chased by something behind him and appeared rather disheveled." Song Jian nodded, took out the flower of the life vine from his inventory, and handed it to Anna, saying, "This is the flower of the life vine." Anna's face lit up with joy as she reached out to take it, gratefully saying to Song Jian, "Song Jian, I'm really grateful to you. System, you have completed the 4th part of the epic level mission, gaining Anna's gratitude. Your intimacy with Anna has increased to worship. System, you may attempt to recruit Anna Katerina as your follower. Since you already have 1 follower, You will need to pay the price of a permanent decrease in your highest attribute point to recruit Anna Katarina as a follower. System. After detection, the game character Anna Katarina is an important figure related to the game's story and progress. Players cannot recruit her as a follower. System. Epic level mission. The Birth of Queen Katarina complete. Your mission rewards will be issued once you return to the City of Sin. A series of drip 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 system notification sounds filled Song Jian's ears, with a waterfall of information displayed in his info bar. First, Song Jian's relationship with Anna leveled up to worship, which meant that Anna fully trusted Song Jian, likely considering him as her closest person, which met the player's recruitment conditions, since Song Jian had previously recruited a Knight of Dawn, as his follower. Although Ya was stripped away by the female priest, his followers' quota still occupied. If Song Jian wanted to recruit a second follower, he would need to pay the price of a permanent loss of one highest attribute point. Now, Song Jian's highest attribute point was in strength, followed by agility. If he could really recruit Anna as his follower, Song Jian wouldn't be stingy with his attribute points. After all, Anna was an epic level profession, a life priest, and also possessed the resurrection skill, which was a divine skill for the current players. Spending an attribute point to have her as a follower was definitely worth it for Song Jian. However, the subsequent system notice quickly extinguished Song Jian's eager thoughts to recruit, as Anna was involved in the game's story direction. He knew this, but he didn't expect her status to be so important that even recruiting her as a follower was outright denied by the game. What's more important was that the mystery of this chain of missions Song Jian had been doing was finally revealed. Song Jian looked at Anna in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that the slightly dazed and clumsy girl in front of him would grow up to be a queen. Looking at Anna's dazed face, Song Jian pointed at the flower in her hand and said, "You should need a quiet illusion to advance, so why not do it in this instance? I think this is the quietest and safest place now. Where else could be safer than an instance?" Song Jian didn't believe that another group of people would break in. The chances of such a continuous invasion were slim, almost negligible. In addition, don't forget that Song Jian was no pushover. If they happened to fight, Song Jian's current damage could be on par with that of a first-order combat power expert. Then wait for me. It might take some time. After glancing at Song Jian, Anna carefully held the flower and walked over to a rock and sat down. With her eyes closed, Anna began chanting a ballad. Song Jian was stunned, realizing that the ballad Anna was chanting was exactly the same as the one sung by the life vine when it was ending its life and condensing the seed of life. Soon, the purple-red flower in Anna's hand slowly glowed, and the petals began to disintegrate one by one, turning into fine, sandy specks of light and floating away. Chapter 615, The Flying Eagle. The flower of the life vine took more than an hour to completely decompose into tiny specks of light, all of which seeped into Anna's body. The singing stopped. Anna looked tired, but joy was reflected in her radiant eyes, affirming her successful healing session. At Anna's feet, a green halo appeared and expanded from under her feet, radiating like ripples in the water. As Anna stood up, she waved her hand and a white light fell on Song Jian, instantly sweeping away the injuries and mental fatigue he sustained from the previous battle. Song Jian looked at Anna in surprise. Her ability to restore his vitality points and spirit points was not surprising. However, the fact that she could eliminate mental fatigue stunned him. Mental fatigue is similar to a value of exhaustion, which slowly accumulates whether through battling or other activities. Once it reaches a certain level, it impacts one's health and can only be eliminated through means such as sleep or meditation. If fatigue could be removed, Song Jian could actually battle non-stop 24 hours a day. "Thank you, Anna." Song Jian smiled with a touch of regret in his heart. "It is a pity that I couldn't recruit you as my follower." "Don't mention it," Anna replied with a radiant smile. "Anna, what is your profession now?" Song Jian asked curiously. After Anna's upgrade, her attributes had been completely hidden. From his perspective, apart from her name, all he could see were question marks. "I have been promoted to the legendary occupation of Life Guardian. Unfortunately, this occupation has reached its peak at the legendary level and cannot be further enhanced." There was a hint of disappointment in Anna's eyes, but it quickly disappeared and she said with a smile of joy, "However, I now have the ability to fight. If similar situations occur in the future, even if I'm alone, I can complete them." Song Jian nodded and the two walked towards the exit of the instance run. To enter the mysterious garden instance run, one needs to activate a seed. But to leave, no such object is required. When they arrived at the entrance platform, a light door already existed there, waiting for them to exit. As he looked at the light door, Song Jian thought, if only it could transport me back to Doomsday City. Without the concealment ring, Song Jian could no longer enter Doomsday City through the protection black mist. Moreover, there was no teleportation array in Doomsday City, so if he wanted to return, he had to use the spot teleportation technique. There is a distinction in the spot teleportation, mainly in terms of success rate. Simple spot teleportation has at best a 50% success rate. The more reliable the spot teleportation, the more valuable it is. The most advanced technique in the city of Sin could reach a success rate of 89%. If push comes to shove, I'll have to ask Anna for a spot teleportation device, thought Song Jian in his heart. Spot teleportation is somewhat dangerous. Not only is the success rate variable, but the so-called spot it refers to is only a designated area. I can't guarantee that the destination after teleportation is safe. If he had the choice, Song Jian wouldn't want to use it. The safest and quickest method would be like the light door in front of him, a product of the system, ensured to be good quality. Song Jian and Anna entered the light door one after another, leaving the instance run. The scenery blurred. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing in front of the stone door in the valley. At this moment, Kane, along with a big group of his people from the Black Hoof tribe, stood in front of the instance run door as if they were waiting for something. Seeing Song Jian coming out, Kane breathed a sigh of relief, looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Song Jian, are you alright? Kane walked up to him, gave him a heavy hug, patted his shoulder and asked. I'm okay. There were 3 rat men who broke in. 2 were killed by me, and 1 escaped. Song Jian laughed, but we achieved our goal. Anna has successfully advanced to the legendary profession, the Life Guardian. What, a legendary profession? Kane was shocked. In the hundreds of years history of the Black Hoof tribe, only 1 epic-level professional has ever appeared. The legendary profession, to them, was akin to a deity's spokesperson on Earth. There was a buzz of discussion among the Minotaurs behind Kane, all their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Anna. Oh, right, why are you all standing here? Song Jian asked curiously. There was a much larger group sending him off into the instance run this time than the last, with more than 100 Minotaur warriors gathered. They all had stern expressions and weapons in their hands as if preparing for a battle. The 3 rat men you mentioned used an evil spell to break the taboo of the secret land gate, killing some of our tribesmen, said Kane solemnly. We detected this and called our warriors here to investigate. We were lucky. After arriving here, we caught the man who escaped from the secret land. He must be the one that got away that you mentioned, Kane said gravely. Bring that guy over. Soon, under the escort of 4 Minotaurs, an eagle took flight. Looking at Song Jian and Anna, the eagle's face showed despair. I didn't expect even Eagle Yang to be no match for you. Song Jian gave the eagle a cold glance. This creature was capable of summoning abyssal demons. Although they were just the lowest ranked demons, possessing such abilities still made it an elite among average players. Song Jian nodded and said, these were the 3. I killed his 2 partners. As for this one, I'll leave him to you. Kane looked at the eagle with cold eyes, cracked a smile and said, they used the blood and lives of our tribesmen for their evil ceremony. We will do the same with their blood and lives to give our people peace. Take him away, and we will hold a sky worship ceremony in a few days to let the spirits of our tribesmen rest. Upon hearing the word sky worship ceremony, the eagle showed a look of horror and despair, struggling violently. No, no, kill me now, ah. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the eagle and its futile struggle, it was clear that it knew about the content of the sky worship ceremony, which was not a very friendly or even a bloody event for the one being sacrificed. Song Jian didn't bother with him. He was about to return to the Black Hoof tribe with Kane when suddenly a shining point of light appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards them, crashing down into the valley like a shooting star. It's an urgent message from the City Lord Mansion. Anna looked up at the light and showed a serious expression. This kind of communication is only used when an emergency occurs. Something important must have happened in the City Lord Mansion. The light soon flew to Anna, floating in front of her, and countless particles of light dispersed in all directions. An anxious voice echoed in the air. Anna, the City Lord's health is deteriorating rapidly. You must rush back to the City Lord Mansion as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Return to the City in the Radiant Orb. Saravi's anxious voice could be heard. Anna was greatly alarmed, her face instantly turning pale, and her body tottering as if she was set to faint any moment. How could this be? Anna muttered to herself, her entire body shaking slightly. The communication sphere quickly disappeared, and Anna was so anxious that tears were rolling in her eyes. Song Jian, we. As Anna grabbed Song Jian's sleeve and was about to speak, tears began to uncontrollably trickle down her face. I understand. Song Jian consoled her, patting her shoulder. Kane, I'm sorry, we can't go to the Black Hoof tribe anymore, we need to hurry back to the City of Sin. Song Jian said, looking at Kane. I understand, do you need any help with transportation? With our tribe's Kodo beasts, you could return to the City of Sin in half a day. Kane responded. Ordinary mounts were unable to enter Thunder Beast Mountain. Previously, The soldiers of the city of Sin only escorted the two to the foot of Thunder Beast Mountain. Ordinary war horses found it near impossible to advance in Thunder Beast Mountain and were easily targeted by beasts, attracting unwanted trouble. On the other hand, the Kodo beasts raised by the Black Hoof tribe were naturally strong creatures. After being tamed by the Tauren of the Black Hoof tribe, they became docile and incredibly speedy, navigating through Thunder Beast Mountain as though it was flat ground. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Song Jian responded, and summoned the black dragon without further ado. The magic of the pet space was that no matter how wounded a combat pet was, it could quickly recover. As soon as the black dragon emerged from the pet space, it spread its wings and flew into midair, letting out a dragon's roar. "Get down, you fool!" Song Jian scolded. The once proud black dragon immediately stiffened, obediently descended, and lay on the ground, letting out pleasing purrs. It's a giant dragon." The members of the Black Hoof tribe let out a gasp, retreating as their faces bore expressions of terror. In the game, a giant dragon was at the top of the food chain. Even a young one's faint dragon might was unbearable for the members of the Black Hoof tribe. A relieved expression appeared on Kane's face. He had already known that Song Jian possessed a giant dragon as a combat pet from their encounter at Dark Castle. This second encounter only increased his awe of Song Jian's fortunes. "Anna, let's go." Song Jian picked up Anna and leaped towards the back of the black dragon. After giving the black dragon's head a pat, Song Jian commanded, "Let's go back to the city of Sin." The black dragon lifted its head and rose to its feet. With a few beats of its wings, a gust of wind swept up, and the black dragon launched its massive body into the sky. A giant dragon, a living, breathing giant dragon. An elder from the Black Hoof tribe sighed in amazement after the black dragon had disappeared into a tiny dot in the sky. "It's just a young dragon, but you can already sense the immense power emanating from it. This dragon has a pure lineage and might grow into an ancient giant dragon in the future." Another elder lamented nostalgically, "In the old days, there used to be a dragon knight in the Black Hoof tribe. Chief Kane, this god-blessed friend of yours is really extraordinary. You should interact with him more often." Yes, indeed, this young friend called Song Jian is not only able to control a giant dragon, it seems he has a good relationship with the city of Sin's City Lord Mansion. We are not far from the city of Sin and our relationship with them has always been delicate. Our tribe often needs to trade in the city and having a good relationship with him might make it easier for us Black Hoof tribes people to go to the city of Sin in the future. Kane didn't respond, but deep inside, he held even more respect for Song Jian. The black dragon flew at an extremely fast speed. In a little over an hour, they could already see the towering walls of the city of Sin. "Should we land here, or fly directly in?" Song Jian asked. The black dragon made a huge commotion and flying directly into the city would likely cause panic. Furthermore, Song Jian did not want others to know that he had a black dragon as a combat pet. After all, there were a lot of players in the city of Sin. "Fly directly to the city lord mansion, Song Jian. I'm worried about my uncle," Anna said pitifully, clutching Song Jian's sleeve as though she was about to cry any moment. Song Jian nodded and, without any hesitation, steered the black dragon towards the city of Sin. The soldiers on the walls of the city of Sin noticed a black dragon flying towards them from afar, and their faces paled with fear. Most of these soldiers were NPCs, with a minority being players who had joined the city defense force for patrol quests. Upon seeing the black dragon, the soldiers went pale, their eyes filled with despair. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Ring the alarm bell, we need reinforcements." A player bit down on his lower lip hard enough to draw blood, managing to snap himself out of shock and immediately began to howl for backup. At this, the other soldiers finally came to their senses. Some shouted about the enemy attack and aimed their bows and arrows at the black dragon, while others ran into the guard towers. In no time at all, the alarm bells tolled and alert beacons lit up one after the other, exploded into a giant red fireball in the sky, glowing brightly. Seeing the commotion below on the city walls, Song Jian forced a bitter smile. But, he had no time to worry about that and flew directly towards the city lord mansion. As they approached the city lord mansion, a voice sternly demanded, "Who goes there, daring to cause trouble in the city of Sin? Are you not afraid of being wanted across the entire continent?" "Uncle Saravi, it's me, Anna." Anna shouted from atop the black dragon's back. Saravi was currently in the air, using a levitation spell. Even though he looked stern, his palms were drenched with cold sweat. Seeing Anna, Saravi immediately let out a sigh of relief. When he saw Song Jian, standing atop the black dragon, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Anna, let's go down." Controlling the black dragon, Song Jian slowly descended onto the plaza in front of the city lord mansion. After patting the black dragon's head which had nuzzled against him, Song Jian stored the black dragon back into the pet space. "Uncle Saravi, what happened to my uncle?" Anna ran forward anxiously to ask. The city lord was perfectly fine initially, but for some reason, he suddenly fainted in the backyard at noon, and his vitality is rapidly declining. Saravi replied, his brows knitted together and his face filled with worry. Quickly, take me to see him. Anna dragged Saravi by his hand as both of them swiftly walked towards the city lord mansion. Chapter 617, City Lord Silana looked at the city lord on the sickbed, who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Uncle. A brilliant golden light burst from Anna's body, and behind her, a tall goddess phantom with a kind smile on her face appeared, looking down at the city lord on the sickbed. The goddess phantom bent down, gently touched the city lord's forehead with her finger, and then let out a sigh. The entire phantom broke apart, turning into countless shimmering light spots scattered over the sickbed. Anna's face suddenly turned pale as snow as her body weakened. As she was about to fall to the ground, Songjian caught her and gently placed her in a chair nearby. Sigh of the life goddess. Songjian stared in disbelief. He had heard from Anna that the cool-down time of this skill was extremely long and that it could only be used once a month. It consumed all the user's spirit and locked the user's vitality points to 1/10 of their original value, only able to recover after a month. Despite its great consumption, the power of this skill was astonishing, healing any injuries as long as the target still had a breath in them, even if the person was just a severed limb or a head. It could heal them back to a complete body. Moreover, this skill could remove any toxins, curses, diseases, and other negative effects. No matter how powerful, they could all be dispelled. It could be said that this was an epic skill, second only to the resurrection skill. Anna was so anxious about the city lord's condition that she went all out from the start. As the city lord lay in bed, his face gradually turned ruddy, breathing heavier, eyelashes twitching, looking like he was about to wake up soon. City lord, city lord? Saravi quickly leaned in close to the city lord's ear, calling out softly. Songjian stared at the city lord, carefully observing him. Although Anna's previous skill completely restored the city lord's condition, Songjian's eyes saw that the city lord's upper limit of vitality points was constantly decreasing, already more than having since he first saw the city lord. This was the upper limit of vitality points. Once the upper limit hit 0, no matter how powerful the recovery skill was, it couldn't save him. Saravi, what is happening to me? The city lord opened his eyes, stared at Saravi right before him, and looked weak. My lord, you fainted. Fortunately, Miss Anna arrived in time and saved you, Saravi whispered. Anna, that child. The city lord's lips lifted a little. They looked to see Anna sitting weakly in a chair, her face showing a loving expression. City lord, you should rest. We won't disturb you further. Saravi pulled the blanket up slightly on the city lord and whispered. No, Saravi, gather the ministers. I need to announce my successor. The city lord slowly sat up, speaking determinedly. My lord, your current condition? Saravi sighed worriedly. Although the city lord's face was currently rosy, looking as if she had recovered, Saravi could keenly sense that the city lord's life force was gradually weakening. Call everyone here. I want to appoint Anna as the heir to the throne of the city of Sin. The city lord whispered in a low voice, Saravi, I hope you can assist Anna just like you assisted me. She needs you. My lord, I understand, Saravi choked and quickly left the room. Anna, come here. Seeing Saravi leave, the city lord glanced at Songjian. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's, seemingly scrutinizing, but Songjian was unfazed, calmly looking back into the city lord's eyes. The city lord smiled faintly and no longer paid attention to Songjian, turning his head to signal Anna to his bedside. Anna leaned against the bed and couldn't help but embrace the city lord, sobbing loudly. The city lord sighed softly, stroking Anna's hair, and whispered in a low voice, Silly child, you can't always cry like this after becoming the city lord. I really had no choice but to force this burden on you. I am sorry. Anna, extremely sensitive to life force, had felt long ago that the city lord's life force was weakening, even though Saravi could only just sense it. However, she was powerless to do anything, as his life force was naturally decaying. It wasn't a disease or an injury, it was as if a person's life had reached its end, having exhausted their life potential. Uncle, I can't do it. Anna cried out loud. The city lord sighed and fell silent, waiting for Anna to express her grief. After a long time, Anna finally quieted down a bit, and continued to sob. The city lord then spoke, Your brothers have all been killed by the Blood Queen. The hatred of the entire Sakal family must be borne by you. It is your responsibility. No matter how long it takes, you must kill the Blood Queen. A pained expression flashed across the city lord's eyes. He and the Blood Queen had been husband and wife for almost 3 years, and some affection still lingered in his heart. However, the Blood Queen's actions were too cruel. After her failure and escape, She had killed all his offspring. This complexity in the city lord's feelings for the Blood Queen made things complicated. However, for the sake of the Sakal family, the Blood Queen must be killed. I understand, uncle. Anna agreed while sobbing. At this moment, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside the room, showing that all summoned ministers had already arrived at the city lord mansion. Also, the city lord lowered his voice and whispered in Anna's ear, "You can trust Saravi, but you must kill the dean of the institute. Bonus. Only by killing him can you control the institute yourself. The city lord mansion's guards and the institute must be firmly controlled by you, so you can become a true city lord." Anna was astonished, seemingly wanting to say something. However, she eventually just nodded vigorously. "Good girl." The city lord revealed a relieved smile, took a trembling hand from his breast and pulled out a gold seal, handing it to Anna. "Drip your blood onto it, and from then on, this city lord seal will be bound to your soul, and you will have control over everything in the city." Seeing the city lord seal, a thought crossed Song Jian's mind. This seal represented the power to control an entire city. He already had ambitions of taking over Doomsday City entirely, so now was the perfect time to gain more experience in this area. In the future, I will definitely have a city lord seal of my own. Song Jian thought to himself. Being away from Doomsday City for so long, Song Jian wondered how things were progressing. An intense yearning filled his heart. Anna took the heavy city lord seal, bit her fingertip, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. Instantly, the city lord seal emitted a dazzling light, and the whole room was enveloped in golden light. At that moment, a tumultuous clamor of argument came from outside the room. The city lord glanced towards the door, a hint of coldness flickering at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 618, Acting City Lord. Outside the city lord's sick room, several key ministers of the city of Sin had already been summoned. The city lord fainted suddenly in the backyard. Such a thing could not be concealed for long. Those present exchanged glances, speculating that the city lord's health was likely in serious trouble. Some were worried, some delighted, and some simply watched coolly. Yet none showed their actual emotions, maintaining a business-as-usual demeanor. "Saravi, do you know why the city lord has gathered us all here? Is there something he wishes to announce?" A stout middle-aged man in a Zongshan suit and glasses asked softly. "Dean, please calm down. The city lord does indeed have an important announcement to make, which is why I called you all here," Saravi replied quietly after giving him a glance. "Is the city lord intending to name a successor?" "Haha. 2019 Dean, watch your tongue. Such words shouldn't be coming from you." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and smiled but spoke no more. This man was the dean of the Institute of Scientific Research, Bonus. Despite the city lord's illness and the Blood Queen's aggressive courting of influence, the institute remained neutral. It seemed to be loyal to the city lord mansion, but in reality, Bonus had even deeper plans. After they waited for a while, a dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from the city lord's sick room at the mansion. Everyone was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across Bonus' face, which quickly turned to anger. How can this be? How can he?" Bonus roared, his face flushed with rage. "How can the city lord pass on the city lord seal unofficially? That goes against the constitutional laws of the city of Sin. There must be a majority of us present in agreement for the city lord to confer the seal onto someone else." "Oh, Bonus, getting upset that the city lord isn't passing the city lord seal to you?" A man dressed in black armor sneered. "Don't forget, the city lord's seal will only pass within the line of the city lord, as stipulated by the constitution of the city of Sin. You needn't harbor such wild fantasies. Without the consent of over half the executive ministers, this does not count. The city lord's seal must be reclaimed and—" Bonus' face turned sullen and his mind was thrown into disarray. "Fine, let's vote on the city lord's intentions here and now. Regardless of who the lord confers the seal to, I will vote in favor. How about you all?" The man in black armor slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and shouted. "I'm in favor." Saravi looked at Bonus with a smile, then turned her gaze to other executive ministers. A few ministers ignored them, gazing up at the sky, while others furrowed their brows, seemingly weighing their thoughts. "I agree. I'm in favor. Agree." Eventually, a few more voices expressed their agreement, but at least two-thirds of the executive ministers did not immediately speak up. This was certainly not a formal occasion, especially given that the city lord was not present. It seemed rash to vote in such circumstances. "Those of you who haven't spoken, what is it? Do you harbor the same thoughts as Bonus?" The man in the black armor turned towards the remaining silent ministers, his face was full of hostility. "Adela, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to force the other ministers?" Bonus stood up abruptly, a savage, beast-like power radiating from him as his eyes glowed with a vengeful blood-red light. Adela was the commander of another legion in the city of Sin. His regular duty was to eliminate all monsters within the city of Sin and expand its sphere of influence. Ever since the city lord had recovered from his poisoning, he had been urgently summoned back. Collectively, the mansion guard and his legion accounted for over 80% of the entire military strength of the city of Sin. At that moment, a deep voice from the city lord came from the sick room. "Everyone get in here. What are you grumbling about outside?" At the city lord's call, everyone fell silent. Some of the ministers looked surprised. "City lord." The ministers saluted towards the sick room door. Then the door opened, and they walked in one by one. The city lord was propped up by Anna, sitting up against his pillow and covered with a brocade blanket. He seemed frail, but showed no sign of illness on his face. His eyes were shockingly bright. Even though he was sitting on his sickbed, he seemed to be sitting in the city lord's seat in the city lord mansion's meeting hall. There was no trace of his illness. Imposing even when ailing, the city lord squinted at the assembled individuals. "What were you arguing about just now?" he asked. "City lord, Bonus is initiating a revolt." Adela burst out. Everyone looked at Adela in surprise as Bonus, seething with rage, pointed at Adela, unable to speak. "Adela, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking to be stationed at the Dark Forest?" The city lord snorted coldly, shooting Adela a fierce glance. "I wouldn't dare, my lord." Adela trembled, hastily gesturing denial. "The Dark Forest is no place for people. Just breathing the air there made me feel like I was turning into a shadow creature myself." "Humphrey, then next time, remember to watch your mouth." The city lord huffed, before turning to the others. "I summoned you all here to announce something. The heir to the city of Sin will henceforth be Anna. Remember to assist her accordingly." Having said that, the city lord, with the steely expression of a beast, watched the faces of the gathering, waiting for their reactions. Bonus shivered slightly, adjusted his glasses, and looked incredibly gloomy. He glanced at an executive minister standing next to him but said nothing. The minister Bonus glanced at hesitated, appearing as though he wanted to speak, but suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness sweeping over him, as if he was under the gaze of a beast ready to pounce and tear him apart if he dared utter a word. Shivering, the minister broke into a cold sweat, lowered his head, and dared not say one word further. The city lord fixed his gaze on several other ministers who had not yet spoken, and not a single person dared to open their mouth again. The overwhelming atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Even Saravi started to feel anxious. What is the true state of the city lord's health? Is he faking his illness to deceive us? The same question arose in almost everyone's minds. The city lord's comportment wasn't at all reflective of a dying patient. Since no one objects, then let it be so. I have handed over the city lord's seal to Anna. While I am ill, Anna will act as the city lord. All matters are to be reported to her. The city lord swept everyone with his gaze, gave a satisfied nod and said, "All right, you all may leave now. Saravi, stay." The city lord closed his eyes and said leisurely. Chapter 619, Level 6 Manner. Everything that happened in the sick room, Songjian had been a bystander, not speaking a word, but he was also shocked in his heart. He knew that the city lord's life was constantly being consumed, and this was the loss of life energy, something no treatment could mend. To remedy this situation, perhaps only the goddess of life herself could intervene and make up for the city lord's loss of potential life. However, even so, the city lord still managed to deter all the high-level members of the city of Sin with his residual power. When he opened his mouth and made decisions, no one dared to object. It could be imagined that in the city of Sin, as long as the city lord was there for even a day, no one would dare to have any strange thoughts. The city lord gave a few more instructions to Anna and Saravi, and then went to sleep. He did not ask Songjian to avoid these matters, nor deliberately ask for his opinion, as if he didn't exist. Songjian knew that although he was a viscount of the city of Sin, such a status would not be worthy of the city lord's attention. The reason he could stay here was still because of Anna. Perhaps he already sees me as a similar character to Saravi, Songjian thought to himself. In the following days, Anna had been staying in the city lord mansion. After casting Saya the goddess of life, Anna was now in the most vulnerable state. Besides being able to cast a few healing spells every day, she had no self-defense capabilities. The city lord mansion was the safest place in the entire city of Sin, and Anna didn't have to worry about herself here. During these days, Anna had started to get involved in the city of Sin's government affairs. Under Saravi's assistance, Anna methodically undertook all the responsibilities and power of the city lord, and things were slowly and steadily transitioning. All of this was actually because the city lord was backing her. Although his vitality points were decreasing day by day, and he was becoming more and more haggard, as long as he was there for a day, the city of Sin would be stable for a day. In this short period of time, Anna had to grow rapidly. In these many days, Song Jian also didn't sit idle. He borrowed all the books about magic rune arrays in the City Lord Mansion and studied them carefully. His magic rune array skill was rapidly improving. A week later, Song Jian had finished reading all the books about magic rune arrays, and his magic rune array skill had been raised to level 7, even able to set up some simple magic rune arrays now. On this day, Song Jian left the City Lord Mansion and returned to his own Viscount Mansion. As soon as he entered the gate, Soen immediately came to meet him. "My lord, you're finally back." A smile appeared on Soen's fuzzy face, seemingly very excited. "Soen, have you completed the task I assigned to you?" Song Jian looked at Soen and asked with interest. "Yes, my lord. The materials you ordered to buy were really hard to find. I went to great lengths and asked many people to collect some." Soen smiled and handed Song Jian a small bag. The bag was only palm-sized, light in the hand as if it had no weight at all, but Song Jian knew that this was a one-time storage bag. The magic materials he had ordered Soen to buy for building the transmission array were all inside. Once the items were taken out of the bag, the storage bag would be scrapped and could no longer be used. However, even so, such a storage bag still sold for more than 100,000 doomsday coins, which was not something ordinary people could afford. Song Jian's spirit dove into the bag and carefully checked the magic materials. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, nodding and saying, "Very good, Soen, you've done a great job." Hearing the praise, Soen's face showed an embarrassed expression, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This was the first thing Song Jian had arranged for him after he joined his service. If he hadn't satisfied Song Jian with this task, he might have been driven out of the Viscount Mansion. He was able to purchase these materials so smoothly on the black market this time, in part because of the contacts he had made previously, and also because everyone knew that he had joined the newly promoted Viscount of the City of Sin, and was now a popular figure. Some large businessmen who had previously disregarded Soen now even actively contacted him and provided him with supplies, making it easier for him to handle this task. Now that he had the magic materials, he still needed to find a mage to build the transmission array. It should be known that with the current level of Song Jian's magic rune array, he could only set up a few small magic arrays at most. For a strategic magic array like the transmission array, one would need to have mastered the magic rune array to be able to understand even the blueprint. Since the task was completed, Song Jian prepared to return to Doomsday City. After all, that was where his foundation lay. A few days later, Anna visited Song Jian's Viscount Mansion. "Song Jian, are you leaving the City of Sin?" The first thing Anna asked when she saw Song Jian was, "I've been away from Doomsday City for too long, I should go back and check on it. I'm a little worried." Song Jian spoke candidly. Ever since the cool-down time for the territorial expansion battle had been shortened in Doomsday City, there had been almost continuous warfare. During the days he was away, Song Jian learned through his communicator that his manor castle had been upgraded to level 6, even having built a warrior camp. He now had more than 300 warriors, and although their levels were only in the teens, they could still be upgraded. Many players in the War Alliance used their contribution points to upgrade these warriors for their protection, as well as to increase the levels of the warriors recruited from the warrior camp, killing two birds with one stone. However, if these warriors were killed during the hiring process, a large number of contribution points would be deducted, and if this happened too often, it would even affect the player's evaluation within the War Alliance. In the worst case, they would be kicked out of the War Alliance. Song Jian was already eager to see what his level 6 manor looked like. A level 6 manor has already reached the standard of upgrading to a city-level safe house, but to upgrade to a city-level safe house, special buildings need to be constructed first, and the transmission array is one of them, Song Jian thought. "Song Jian, I heard that you've been collecting magic materials for building a transmission array recently. Is there anything I can help with?" Anna asked. Song Jian was taken aback, but soon understood. Soen's actions in purchasing materials were too conspicuous and certainly reached the ears of the City Lord Mansion. After all, these materials were all strategic restricted materials. Furthermore, without the tacit consent of the City Lord Mansion, it was doubtful that those merchants would dare to openly sell these materials to Song Jian. Chapter 620, Goblin Merchant. Looking at Anna's sincere gaze, Song Jian chuckled and said, "I've nearly gathered all the materials. If I'm able to build a transmission array in Doomsday City, I'll contact you at once. Then, you could also use the transmission array to travel to Doomsday City. I look forward to that day." Anna smiled and replied. Over the past week, Song Jian hardly saw Anna. Although she appeared the same as before, Song Jian noticed a hint of exhaustion deep in her eyes. "If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to contact me. I'll come to your side as soon as possible." Song Jian looked at Anna and said softly. Upon hearing Song Jian's promise, Anna's eyes sparkled, and she revealed a sweet smile, nodding. Song Jian summoned a black dragon and climbed onto its back, heading towards Doomsday City. He had gained much from this trip. Not only had he obtained an entire set of level 30 epic gear, but he also obtained the title of Viscount in the City of Sin. Most importantly, his relationship with the future mistress of the City of Sin, Anna Katerina, had risen to the level of adoration. This was crucial for his future development, and even for Doomsday City's future growth. With his position now, Song Jian was already actively participating in the game's progress. She's destined to become an empress. With the chilly wind in the sky, Song Jian couldn't help but smile, feeling like he'd hitched a ride on a rising star. After several days, Song Jian finally arrived at the edge of the black mist that enshrouded Doomsday City. Looking from above, the entire region was covered in the mist, impenetrable, as high as dozens of feet, surrounding the city completely. Even the skies above Doomsday City were covered by an invisible dome. Without close inspection, it was hard to detect this layer of light. Furrowing his brows, Song Jian suspected the black mist wasn't naturally occurring, it seemed heavily man-made. He even vaguely sensed that it was actually a massive magic rune array. But, with his current understanding of magic rune arrays, he couldn't see any further clues, it was just a hunch. Song Jian mentally summoned a blood crow, instructing it to fly towards Doomsday City from above. As the blood crow neared the dome, it suddenly vanished. In his mind, the connection with the crow was abruptly severed. Song Jian had a solemn expression on his face. He had suspected that there would be certain defenses in the air preventing access to Doomsday City, but this sudden, silent disappearance sent chills down his spine. After observing for a while, Song Jian slowly landed the black dragon on a hill outside the black mist. Being unable to enter via the air and with dangerous monsters lurking within the black mist on the ground, Song Jian shifted his attention to the underground. However, after careful probing, a look of disappointment appeared on Song Jian's face. It seemed like the places shrouded by the black mist had been dyed with an ink-like substance. He was sure that, no matter how deep he dug, he wouldn't be able to create a tunnel under Doomsday City through the ground. It seemed easy when the Dark Knight Circus entered Doomsday City, but surprisingly. Song Jian spoke with a bitter smile on his face. While Song Jian was at a loss, a goblin suddenly appeared in the distance, riding a thunder lizard several times larger than himself. The thunder lizard was burdened down with goods, filling almost every spot on its body. Seeing Song Jian standing nearby, the goblin's eyes brightened, and he steered the thunder lizard towards Song Jian. "Hey, my friend, it seems like you could use some help." The goblin jumped off the thunder lizard, patting Song Jian's knee as he convincingly said, "I bet you could use my goods, they're quite remarkable. Who knows, they might help you out. Of course, we can discuss the price. I can give you a 99.9% discount. Do you have anything that could help me pass through this black mist?" Song Jian inquired, pointing to the rolling black mist. "Pass through it? Why do you need anything special? Just walk straight through it." The goblin was puzzled and looked at Song Jian as if he were a fool. Song Jian was left speechless, and said, "But there are many dangerous creatures inside. That's an entirely different problem." The goblin chuckled, a scheming look in his eyes. "So, how much do you want?" Song Jian asked, resignedly. "I could tell you a method to pass through the black mist freely, without any charge at all." The goblin grinned widely at Song Jian. Song Jian shook his head and said, "In this world, the most expensive things are those said to be free. Name your price. Is it 10,000 Doomsday coins? Or 100,000? It's genuinely free." The goblin chuckled, rubbing his hands and responding, "All I need is for you to provide me with a space in your alliance's settlement where I can set up a shop. Of course, I'll pay the monthly rent." "Do you know who I am?" Song Jian asked, a surprised look on his face. "Of course. How could I not recognize the master of the City of Hope Alliance? I've visited your alliance's territories countless times. If I want to make a living on your grounds, how could I not know who's in charge?" The goblin's face broke into a flattering smile. "You just don't recognize me, that's all. Alright, as long as you can tell me how to safely enter and exit the black mist, I'll give you a shop. The area should not exceed 100 square meters." Song Jian generously offered. In the past few months, although he had been briefed on the progress of the alliance, he didn't have a specific understanding of it. He didn't know that in the City of Hope Alliance, a shop was like a golden goose. Even if people were waiving cash to rent, it was impossible to secure a spot, let alone buy one. "What, you're giving me a shop of 100 square meters?" The goblin's eyes widened disbelievingly. "You are the great master of the City of Hope Alliance, you can't deceive a small goblin like me. It's just a shop, no big deal. Why would I need to deceive you?" Song Jian chuckled at the absurdity. As his territory expanded, what seemed to be a precious shop to others wasn't worth much to him. But even so, when he returned to the territory of the Alliance and understood the value of retail space within his territory, he was filled with regret. The current price of the shops was at least 10 times higher than what he had envisioned. My dear lord, you are indeed very generous. The goblin was so excited that he was trembling slightly, on the verge of fainting, as he praised Song Jian with clasped hands. Enough, just tell me now, how do I safely pass through the black mist? Song Jian replied, shaking his head with a smile. The method to safely pass through this black mist is actually worth nothing. I will tell you now, my lord. The goblin chortled. Actually, it's like this. Chapter 621, Earth Spirit Bead. Song Jian's eyes flickered as he saw thousands of earth elementals within the protection black mist, as well as earth elemental bosses with tier 1 combat power, and even a giant earth elemental dragon sleeping inside. How is it possible? How did they appear here and why? Song Jian asked in astonishment. Alliance leader, you may not know that this black mist is actually a huge magic rune array, serving as the defense array for this city. These earth elementals are the guardian spirits of the city. As for the earth elemental giant dragon, it is actually just a dragon soul. The powerful creator of this magic rune array forcibly extracted the soul from a giant earth dragon and integrated it into the array to become the array's spirit. The goblin explained. Song Jian was dumbfounded. This information was simply shocking. The person capable of creating this magic rune array was a figure so high above that Song Jian could only see their back. It's simply unbelievable. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. Yeah, the original owner of this city was one of the most powerful figures on the entire continent. But for some unknown reason, they left the city they personally built. As a result, the city was abandoned and eventually became a paradise for monsters, the goblin lamented. Back then, this city was the most bustling city in the world. It's a pity, sigh. Alright, tell me how to get in first, Song Jian asked after a long silence. It's simple. As long as you have an item containing earth elemental energy, you can safely enter and exit the black mist. The earth elementals inside will not attack you as long as they sense the earth elemental aura on you, the goblin explained, taking out a fist-sized stone ball from his pocket and showing it to Song Jian. This is an earth spirit bead. Wear it, and your aura will be covered by earth elemental energy. The higher the grade of the earth spirit bead, the greater the area it covers. This one can cover a radius of 6 meters, enough for me and my thunder lizard to pass through freely. If it's any bigger, it won't work. Once you're outside the coverage of the earth spirit bead, the guards inside will initiate an attack. Song Jian nodded. The function of the earth spirit bead was similar to that of the concealment ring. The concealment ring would mask all auras, making it seem invisible, while the earth spirit bead would cover one's aura with earth elemental energy, causing the earth elementals to mistake them for their kind. Though the items were different, their principles and effects were similar. How much for this earth spirit bead? I'll buy it. Song Jian said. Sorry, I only have this one. If I don't have it, I won't be able to enter and leave this city freely in the future. So I can't sell it to you, the goblin shook his head and said. Besides, I can't take you in. The thunder lizard's size is too large. If I bring you along, our aura may be easily exposed, which is too dangerous. This earth spirit bead was actually a treasure passed down through the goblin's family for hundreds of years. It was thanks to this bead that the goblin's family had been able to travel between Doomsday City and the City of Hope, engaging in smuggling activities for a long time, though Doomsday City had not been called by that name in the beginning. After the monsters occupied the city, the goblin's family gradually declined. It wasn't until the recent arrival of the Chosen Ones that the goblins saw a business opportunity, took out the earth spirit bead, and resumed the smuggling business of their ancestors. If I can't go back, then I won't be able to give you the shop. After all, the transfer procedures for the shop must be personally approved by me, Song Jian smiled and said. Goblin. Alliance leader, rest assured, since I've told you this method, I will naturally help you obtain an earth spirit bead, the goblin hurriedly said. Since this magic rune array contains rich earth elemental energy, many earth elementals have been bred around it. By killing these earth elementals, you may potentially obtain earth spirit beads. You mean, you want me to kill these earth elementals to get an earth spirit bead? Song Jian raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, you can go and kill these earth elementals. They are all level 30 monsters and shouldn't be too difficult for you, the goblin nodded and said. This goblin was already at level 35, but his combat abilities were extremely poor. The skills he usually learned were mostly related to concealment, escape, and business. It could be said that he had no combat power at all. You don't have any combat power, yet you dare to venture alone into Doomsday City for trade? Song Jian looked at him with a surprised expression. It was well known that the outside world in the game was 100 or even 1,000 times more dangerous than the cities. Goblins were also one of the most timid races. Could it be that this goblin was a rare talent with astounding courage among the goblin race? My thunder lizard will eliminate anyone who has ill intentions towards me. The goblin patted his mount with a smile on his face. Thunder Lizard? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. It was at this moment that he noticed the huge Thunder Lizard was actually an elite boss with Tier 1 combat power and had reached level 35. Song Jian nodded slightly. A level 35 elite boss with Tier 1 combat power would be hard-pressed for nearby monsters to target. Alright, you go in first. I'll go get an Earth Spirit Bead. As for the shop, you can find me at the Alliance headquarters once I return, said Song Jian as he nodded and walked in the direction the goblin pointed. Watching Song Jian's figure disappear, the goblin muttered to himself, it's extremely difficult for ordinary Earth elementals to drop Earth Spirit Beads. The probability is perhaps 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100,000. Only the Earth Elemental Lord bosses with Tier 1 combat power have a higher chance of dropping Earth Spirit Beads. However, even my Thunder Lizard is no match for them. I'm afraid. With some regret, the goblin shook his head and thought, it seems that there's no hope for the City of Hope Alliance's shop. If he finds out I didn't tell the truth, I wonder if he'll ban me from entering his alliance territory in the future. I'd better sell off these goods as soon as possible and close up shop for a while to see how things turn out. Alas, business is getting harder and harder, the goblin muttered to himself while riding the Thunder Lizard toward the rolling black mist. In no time, he vanished into the mist without a trace. Chapter 622, The Lord of Earth Element. The location that the goblin mentioned was a marshland more than 10 miles to the northeast. Within this marshland, besides countless soil elemental creatures, there was also a type of slime monster that gave Song Jian a big headache. The slime monster's level was slightly lower than the soil elementals, being only level 28. Its power was not strong, but the slime monster was like a puddle of mud, exuding a rotten stench of decayed food. Its attacks were splash attacks, spraying large clumps of foul-smelling mud from its mouth. The odor of the mud lingered no matter how much one washed, leaving a faint smell, which was a huge nuisance to Song Jian. Light Strike. Earth Teeth Assault. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Upon encountering such creatures, Song Jian would use abilities with a large attack range. He would kill the slime monsters before they could get close. This was the only way Song Jian found to get rid of the smelly odor. The nauseating stench of the slime monsters was headache-inducing, but the items they dropped after being killed were excellent. Sometimes they even dropped treasure chests of various qualities, ranging from broken to ordinary, complete, and exquisite. Different quality chests could contain equipment of varying qualities. Song Jian even opened a silver quality single-handed axe from an exquisite chest. Naturally, he couldn't use such a weapon, but other players coveted silver quality weapons. If he placed it in the auction house, it would be sold out instantly. There were a vast number of soil elemental monsters here, and their defenses were at least 30% higher than monsters of the same level. If one were not careful, they would provoke a large group of them. For players of slightly weaker strength, it was impossible to farm and level up here. Not only would their weapons be damaged, but attracting a large group of monsters could prove less efficient than farming somewhere else. However, this place was a leveling paradise for Song Jian. The defense of the soil elementals was nothing to him. Even if they were numerous, they couldn't pose a threat to him. In just one morning, Song Jian's experience points increased by a third, which pleased him. He even felt the urge to stay here for a few more days to farm monsters and level up. However, what regretted Song Jian was that after killing hundreds of soil elementals and raising his experience points to level 29 and 34%, he hadn't obtained a single Earth Spirit Bead. According to the Goblin Merchant, the Earth Spirit Bead also had grades. The higher the grade of the Earth Spirit Bead, the more abundant the soil elements contained within, and the greater the range it could cover. Song Jian was intent on obtaining a high-quality Earth Spirit Bead that could shield the Black Dragon, which would then allow him to ride the dragon into the Protection Black Mist. Everyone knew that the area covered by the Protection Black Mist was substantial. Initially, it took him almost a day to walk out of the Protection Black Mist with the Shadow Circus troupe. In the evening, after farming the soil elementals all day, Song Jian looked at the scattered rocks in the marsh and couldn't help frowning. Is the drop rate so low, or is that Goblin Merchant just cheating me? In a day's time, Song Jian had killed at least 200 soil elementals, and countless slime monsters. His experience points had risen to 49%, yet he still hadn't found a single Earth Spirit Bead. Just as Song Jian was hesitating, the marshland beneath his feet suddenly shook. At a distant part of the ground, a small hill suddenly rose from the ground as if it were a living being. Song Jian furrowed his eyebrows. This sudden hill gave him a dangerous vibe. Rumble. Mud and water splashed everywhere, and a giant rock monster slowly stretched out its body. Song Jian stared at the rock monster in the distance, which looked like a small hill, with surprise. This was simply a larger version of the soil elementals. It stood over 10 meters tall, its body composed of numerous rocks. Even the slightest movement it made caused a rumble noise. Soil Elemental Lord? A level 30 boss? And it's a boss with level 1 combat power? Song Jian said, narrowing his eyes as the properties of this giant monster flashed in front of him. Human, you randomly kill my kin. Are you declaring war against the mighty king of soil elementals? The giant soil elemental lord uttered in a low voice, causing Song Jian's head to buzz. After hearing the soil elemental lord's words, Song Jian finally understood why it had appeared. It seemed that he had farmed the soil elementals too egregiously today, which had provoked it. Damn, I was careless. Song Jian slapped his forehead, cursing under his breath. When he first started playing this game, Song Jian realized while leveling up by killing the game's monsters, that farming monsters in one area for too long would provoke the boss. But because he wanted to obtain an Earth Spirit bead, Song Jian disregarded this unwritten rule of the game. He had farmed the soil elemental monsters for an entire day and ended up provoking the soil elemental lord, boss. Ordinary soil elemental monsters have a very low drop rate. I wonder if you, as a boss, would drop an Earth Spirit bead for me. Song Jian said to himself as he focused on the soil elemental boss. Song Jian's damage now could be on par with level 1 combat power. However, his other attributes couldn't match up to those possessing level 1 combat power. But Song Jian was not alone. With a thought, a dragon's roar echoed across the world, and the black dragon, flapping its wings, appeared in midair. The black dragon was currently over 6 meters in length, but compared to the over 10-meter tall soil elemental, whether in terms of size or momentum, it was slightly deficient. Nevertheless, the black dragon continued to roar at the soil elemental boss next to Song Jian, demonstrating a preparedness to fight. Dragon Clan, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the soil elementals? The soil elemental lord bellowed upon seeing the black dragon. The dragon might of the Dragon Clan had almost no effect on elemental creatures. Therefore, the soil elemental lord showed no signs of fear and instead seemed a little angry upon seeing the black dragon's appearance. Song Jian couldn't care less. He summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and rushed towards the soil elemental lord. The black dragon flapped its wings and sprayed a hot dragon breath towards the soil elemental boss. The soil elemental lord let out a roar of fury. It raised its hands towards the sky, and suddenly, a stone sphere more than 1 meter in diameter was formed and thrown towards the black dragon in the air. Song Jian showed a trace of a smile. The soil elemental lord subconsciously considered the black dragon as the primary threat and ignored his existence. But this was normal. Regardless of size or level, the black dragon was much stronger than Song Jian, and to the soil elemental lord, which already possessed level 1 combat power, only the black dragon, which had level 1 combat power, was qualified to be its opponent. Song Jian reached the foot of the soil elemental lord and slashed his sword at its leg. A flash of golden light, and Song Jian felt as though he'd met no resistance. His sword had effortlessly sliced through the soil elemental's leg. The unique ability, Holy Sword, was activated from the first slash. This was a pleasant surprise. Boom. A section of the rock leg more than a meter long was directly severed and flew toward a nearby marsh pit. Suddenly, Song Jian felt himself swallowed by shadow. An angry roar echoed from above. Looking up, he saw the massive soil elemental lord leaning towards him, like a person losing balance and falling over. Song Jian's face changed drastically. His figure turned into a cloud of black mist, and with a dramatic increase in speed, he moved away. Chapter 623, The Wrath of the Earth. The first strike activated the passive skill Holy Sword, which took Song Jian by surprise. The defense of the Earth Element Lord was several steps above the lesser Earth Element beasts he had faced before. Its whole body was as tough as iron like rock. The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword struck against it, sparks flying, leaving only a faint mark. The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, having fused with 2 set swords, could deal damage comparable to an epic weapon. But Song Jian's ordinary strikes could only cause 2-digit damage to the Earth Element Lord. His ordinary sword skills could only cause less than 200 points of damage. For the Earth Element Lord who had more than 7,000 vitality points, killing it with that amount of damage would be a formidable challenge. I wonder how an ordinary player would feel when facing the Earth Element Lord boss. Song Jian couldn't help but think. With such terrifying defense, most people wouldn't even break through its defense. It would either display a series of dodges and resists, or forcibly deduct a vitality point. After one of its legs was severed, the Earth Element boss toppled over with a thud, like a giant collapsing. Boom. A loud noise echoed, and the entire swamp slightly trembled, mud splashing around. The black dragon pet seized the opportunity to breathe several dragon breaths at the Earth Element Lord. The black dragon's fangs and claws inflicted minimal damage on the Earth Element Lord, and dragon language magic was beyond the comprehension of the current black dragon. Therefore, it could only use its innate dragon breath to attack the Earth Element Lord. Splash. The fallen Earth Element Lord suddenly disintegrated, transforming into stone spheres about a meter in diameter, which began to roll on the ground. Even the severed rock leg broke down into several smaller stone spheres rolling towards the body of the Earth Element Lord. Damn, it's healing itself. Song Jian's face darkened as he swung his sword at the nearest stone sphere. The crimson fire heart-ape sword slashed fiercely on the stone sphere. Bang! Still, the stone sphere shattered into several pieces. Over 300 points of damage floated from the shattered stone, which then quickly broke down into even smaller stone spheres. Wow, the defense of the boss drops markedly after it decomposes. Song Jian's eyes lit up, his expression joyful. He was originally prepared for a protracted battle, intending to wear down this boss with its astonishing defense, but unexpectedly, the opponent would automatically decompose after the body was mutilated, and then recombine. After decomposing, its defense significantly dropped, to the point where even ordinary players could easily shatter it. Song Jian laughed out loud. As long as they found the weakness, no boss could not be killed by the players. Sword Silk. Rapid Sword. Flash Thunder Strike. Song Jian moved like a whirlwind, slashing at the giant stone spheres around him. Sword Chi raced through the air, and wherever Song Jian passed, a series of crackling explosion sounds followed. One by one, the meter-wide stone spheres exploded into heaps of rubble, and then recondensed into smaller stone spheres. The smaller the stone sphere, the lower the defense, and in the end, even a casual squeeze could turn it into mud. However, there were too many stone spheres around, and even if Song Jian was fast, he couldn't stop these stones from reassembling. Human, you've angered me. The reassembled Earth Element Lord let out an angry roar. Its two fists clenched and hammered the ground. At this point, the Earth Element Lord, after reassembling, had directly lost over 1,000 vitality points. Damage caused by Song Jian after its disintegration did not constitute actual harm to its body, but was deducted at a certain ratio. If not, the Earth Element Lord could have been unable to reassemble. When Song Jian caused it to break down into countless stone spheres, he dealt tens of thousands of points of damage to it. Seeing that the Earth Element Lord's vitality had dropped by over 1,000 points, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. If he wanted to deal over 1,000 points of damage right now, it would take at least half an hour. But in just a few minutes, he had already lost an eighth of its vitality. Boom! The fists of the Earth Element Lord fiercely smashed into the swamp, immediately starting a rain of mud. A wave of air hit the surface of the swamp, arousing a mud wave that spread out in all directions. Song Jian stomped his feet, his figure leaping into the air. In midair, a pair of wings gleaming with metallic luster appeared on his back. With two flutters, his body rose even higher. The Earth Element Lord raised his head and stared at Song Jian in midair. Opening his mouth, a jet of gray mud spewed out towards Song Jian. Song Jian had just risen into the air and was unable to dodge in time. By the time he reacted, the mud was already rushing towards him from everywhere. Boom! Song Jian felt as if he'd been caught in a mudslide. A 500 points worth of damage floated overhead. His body became uncontrollable, wrapped in the mud, and he fell towards the ground. By the time Song Jian managed to get up from the ground, he found his body felt dozens of kilograms heavier, and every step he took was a struggle. Taking a glance at himself, Song Jian's face displayed a bitter smile. At this moment, he looked as if he had just crawled out from a squelch of mud, his body entirely covered in it. Checking his status bar, there was a new debuff labeled Mud Bind. Not only was his movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%, even his physical attributes temporarily dropped by 5 points. Feel the wrath of the earth. The Earth Element Lord roared, raising its hands abruptly. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the mud in the swamp congealed into dozens of thick mud pillars, which rose from the ground like tentacles, lashing out at Song Jian and the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon let out an angry roar, being wrapped up directly by 5 or 6 mud pillars of the size of water buckets. It struggled mightily at first, easily breaking free of the mud pillars' constraints. But each time it broke free, some mud was left on its body. The more it left behind, the slower the struggle became. In the end, the Black Dragon was heavily wrapped by more than a dozen mud pillars and pulled from midair to the ground. It looked as if it was wrapped in a thick cocoon, leaving only a dragon head, bellowing in anger. Meanwhile, around Song Jian, the pillars of mud went erect, one after the other, crashing down towards him. Boom, boom, boom. Each mud pillar came down, colliding violently with the ground, the impact sounding like a landslide. Song Jian tried to dodge, but still got hit hard twice. His vitality immediately plunged considerably. I can't keep going on like this, or I'll have to use the Enemy of Death God skill. Song Jian glanced at the incapacitated Black Dragon, thinking to himself. Chapter 624, Level 30 Immortal Sword Body. With a light shout from Song Jian, a dazzling golden light radiated from his body. 8 long sword phantoms appeared and began to slowly rotate around him. The original mud binding effect slowly disappeared as the immortal sword body came into effect. The mud on his body shattered under the pressure of his strong aura. The previous shallow imprints left by his sword strikes on the body of the Earth Elemental Lord, the boss, turned into deep incisions, each attack scattering numerous small rocks. Light strike. The crimson fire heart-ape sword suddenly erupted with a golden sword chi several meters long, slashing towards the Earth Elemental Lord. Glug glug. Golden sword chi left a 1-inch deep cut on the body of the stone elemental, the wound filled with golden sword chi that caused the surrounding rocks to collapse continuously. The light strike was primarily targeted towards creatures of darkness attribute, but this didn't mean its power would diminish when attacking creatures of other attributes. In fact, light strike was always Song Jian's strongest attacking skill, dealing even more significant damage to creatures of darkness attribute. The boss roared and raised its foot towards Song Jian. Song Jian gathered his sword aura and moved aside. A massive boom echoed as the ground within a 10-meter radius sank a foot deep. A shockwave sent Song Jian flying, resulting in over 300 points of damage. It's hard to avoid the boss's area attacks, Song Jian grumbled, taking out an advanced healing potion from his bag and gulping it down. Roar. A dragon roar echoed as the mud binding the black dragon was turned into a thick shell by the searing dragon's breath and lost its adhesive nature. The black dragon broke free and regained its freedom, seemingly irritated by the Earth Elemental Lord that had brought it down from the sky. The black dragon flew up and opened its mouth wide. From the depths of its throat, an impressive red light was gathering. Seconds later, the red light morphed into a red vortex filled with the volatile essence of flames. Boom. A rapidly rotating vortex fireball spewed out from the black dragon's mouth, harshly slamming into the Earth Elemental Lord. The fiery energy, like a drill, bore into the body of the Earth Elemental Lord. The rocks in contact with the vortex fireball turned red hot, and lava even started flowing at the areas closest to the fireball. When the vortex fireball could no longer penetrate deeper, the violent flames burst out all at once. The powerful explosion created a pit over a meter in diameter on the body of the Earth Elemental Lord, scattering numerous rocks and spraying hot lava. The blow caused significant damage to the Earth Elemental Lord. An injury exceeding 1,000 points appeared above its head. Half of its body was blown up, and it let out a painful roar. Its previously raised arms slumped, and its body disintegrated again. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This time, the disassembled rocks of the Earth Elemental Lord were even smaller than before, each barely measuring a foot in diameter. Black Dragon, use an area attack on these scattered rocks. Song Jian ordered. The Black Dragon, weakened after using the vortex fireball, dove towards the ground, spewing flames as it flew. Song Jian, with his long sword, rapidly slashed at the surrounding rock spheres. The defenses of the stone spheres greatly decreased as they crumbled into smaller ones. However, Song Jian turned his attention to the initially disassembled rocks. The black dragon dove down, spewing fire as it flew, turning the smaller rock spheres into ash. A gust of wind blew, and they turned into dust. After 10 seconds, all the stone spheres began merging again. However, the fully fused Earth Elemental Lord was now half its original size, measuring only 6 to 7 meters tall. An injury of over 2,000 points floated above the newly formed Earth Elemental Lord. Let's see how many times you can regenerate. Song Jian squinted, determinedly declaring. With a thought, a figure made of shadows appeared before him, an abyssal phantom, who together with Song Jian, charged the Earth Elemental Lord from both sides. Though unable to activate the Holy Sword skill, the abyssal phantom was able to draw the Earth Elemental Lord boss's attention. Song Jian activated his rapid sword, and his attack speed increased instantly. At this point, Song Jian's immortal sword body was about to reach its time limit. Once the effect ended, Song Jian would not be able to fight the Earth Elemental Lord head-on. Thud, thud, thud. The Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword continuously hit the Earth Elemental Lord. Song Jian hoped to activate the Holy Sword effect by increasing his attack speed, but the effect did not activate before the rapid sword effect wore off. Song Jian's expression darkened. If he could not shatter the Earth Elemental Lord again, once his immortal sword body effect wore off, his only option would be to flee. However, at that very moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system alert. System, you have completed the epic task, Queen Katarina. Anna Katarina has officially taken her first step to becoming queen. Task reward, level increased by 1, all attribute points increased by 2, a ray of light emerged from Song Jian. The 29th level Song Jian instantly became level 30, his vitality points that had dropped to 60% also immediately replenished to full. Eye of Doom. Song Jian's vertical eye on his forehead opened, shooting a dazzling silver beam towards the Earth Elemental Lord boss. The boss has a stout physical defense, but its Mendel resistance should be slightly weaker. Song Jian had never come across a boss with robust physical, magical, and mental defenses, the silver beam hit the Earth Elemental Lord, immediately causing countless sparks. The impacted area started cracking quickly, shedding stone powder. The Earth Elemental Lord let out a fearful roar as it stuck its hand into the swamp mud. In no time, the murky mud followed its body towards other parts, quickly coating the Earth Elemental Lord boss. The silver beam from Eye of Doom continued to hit its target, continuously opposing the mud, and after 5 seconds it had only caused slightly over 200 points of damage after an initial damage of over 800 points. It appeared that the mud layer covering its body was aimed at resisting mental damage and increasing its Mindel resistance. Chapter 625, The body becomes smaller after leveling up to 30. Songjian used the extra skill point to upgrade Sword Silk. The 6th level Sword Silk was more powerful, increasing the number of Sword Silks from 3 to 5, and each one dealt more damage. Moreover, the attack range increased by 2 meters, making it even stronger. Once Sword Silk is upgraded to level 10, it evolves into a more powerful skill, Sword Web. Songjian was eagerly anticipating this advanced skill. With only 1/3 of its vitality points remaining, the Earth Elemental Lord boss was nearing defeat. Once it's shattered again, it would be possible to deal massive damage as it crumbled into pieces, thereby finishing off the boss. Surging abruptly to level 30 left Songjian feeling frantic. The system kept issuing alerts, but the boss's attacks were so intense that Songjian didn't have time to check and could only destroy the boss first before dealing with anything else. With the effects of the immortal sword body worn off, Songjian could no longer face the Earth Elemental Lord boss head-on and had to navigate around its enormous body. His long sword kept chopping at the body of the Earth Elemental Lord. Previously, Songjian was only able to reach its lower legs, but now he could slash at the thighs. For the moment, sparks flew off the body of the Earth Elemental Lord. Intense counter-impact forces kept hitting Songjian's right arm, but he gnashed his teeth and persistently kept slashing. At this time, the Black Dragon, continuously spewing dragon breath, suddenly extended a few phantom spider legs from the spider spear armor it was wearing. Each leg, with the likeness of a spear, targeted the Earth Elemental Lord's body. Clang, clang, clang. The phantom spider spears kept hitting the body of the Earth Elemental Lord, giving off a metallic clanking sound and leaving only superficial marks but not even a small dent. A series of -1 floated above the head of the Earth Elemental Lord boss, and its defense wasn't breached. Although the spider spear armor is a silver-grade piece of equipment, its level is too low, just level 15. The spider spear attack it triggered inflicted almost no damage on the Earth Elemental Lord boss, but inexplicably drew its aggro. The Earth Elemental Lord, which had fist clenched and was about to smash Songjian, suddenly roared at the Black Dragon, locked its gaze on it, and started absorbing Earth Elemental energy from the swamp. In just a short while, a stone ball with a diameter of over 1 meter appeared in its right hand, and the surface of this stone ball constantly oozed foul-smelling mud. At this time, the Black Dragon looked exhausted after casting the super-grade skill Vortex Fireball and continuously spewing dragon breath. In its weakened state, it failed to notice that the Earth Elemental Lord boss had shifted its attention to it. Songjian had a quick thought, and the moment the Earth Elemental Lord took action, he put the Black Dragon into the pet space. The mud-covered stone ball passed through the afterimage of the Black Dragon and slammed into the distance. After being put into the pet space, it would take at least 10 minutes before the Black Dragon could be summoned again. Moreover, once the Black Dragon entered the pet space, it would fall asleep and couldn't be counted on for the battle. Songjian aimed at the right leg of the Earth Elemental Lord and continued his relentless chopping there. Each stroke landed almost at the same spot. When it lost track of the Black Dragon and turned to attack him, Songjian had already chopped a 3-inch deep cut at the root of the right leg of the Earth Elemental Lord. I refuse to believe that, without triggering the passive talent skill of the Holy Sword, I cannot hack off one of your legs. Songjian declared forcefully. He moved agilely around the massive body of the Earth Elemental Lord, continuously dodging its attacks. A boss of such size is naturally less agile. Using the boss's huge body to dodge its attacks isn't a new trick invented by Songjian. This kind of dodging method requires not only a high level of player perception and insight but also agility attributes that are at least one level higher than the monster. This is like dancing on a knife's edge, playing with a broadsword on a tightrope. A momentary lapse can not only fail to dodge the boss's attacks, but it can also lead to heavy injuries. Most importantly, this method is only effective against bosses like the Earth Elemental Lord, which have massive bodies and lack agility. Songjian's nerves were on edge. The skills of the Earth Elemental Lord mainly dealt area of effect damage. If he wasn't timely with his dodges, he could be affected, and most of its skills also had dizzying and slowing effects. He found it a headache. Just as Songjian thought that it would take him more than half an hour to sever the right leg of the Earth Elemental Lord, suddenly a flash of gold flickered. With a hefty swing of his sword, He surprisingly slashed through the base of the thigh of the Earth Elemental Lord without any resistance. Song Jian's eyes lit up, the effect of Holy Sword had been triggered. Boom, boom, boom. A thick stone leg fell, and the boss let out an angry roar. Its entire body crumbled into countless stones which were about 30 to 40 centimeters in size and rolled all over the place. Song Jian's heart leaped with joy. A golden sword chi bloomed from his left index finger. With a sudden swipe, several stones around him shattered. Sword silk. Whoosh, whoosh. 5 golden silks, each carrying a vicious sword chi, whipped out in all directions, shattering 7 or 8 stones instantly. These 5 golden sword silks were highly condensed sword chi, with a sharpness equaling the crimson fire heart-ape sword. In just a matter of seconds, Song Jian shattered dozens of stones. On the one hand, going up a level had undoubtedly made him stronger. On the other hand, the stones from the Earth Elemental Lord, once it crumbled, became even more brittle, almost no different from ordinary rocks. Song Jian used his full strength to continuously shatter each stone. This was the Earth Elemental Lord boss's weak point when it was crumbling into stones. It was the only time when massive damage could be inflicted. Otherwise, facing the Earth Elemental Lord boss, whose body was as hard as the toughest alloy in the world, Song Jian would likely need to grind for several hours to kill it. However, in front of a Tier 1 boss, it was impossible to hold out for several hours, let alone several minutes, without the immortal sword body enhancement. 10 seconds later, all the remaining stones began to gather towards the center. In no time, they solidified into an Earth Elemental Lord over 3 meters tall. This height would already be considered that of a giant among humans, but compared to the Earth Elemental Lord, which was previously over 10 meters tall, it was merely a child. The moment the Earth Elemental Lord returned to human form, a damage reading of 1800 floated above its head. Song Jian swung his sword, giving it a harsh slash. With a swoosh sound, a golden sword chi created a wound over 3 feet long and deeper than a finger at the chest of the Earth Elemental Lord boss. Huh, it seems its super defense has vanished after it shrunk. Song Jian's eyes brightened, and a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 626, Stone Man battled at the Earth Elemental Lord with its giant body over 10 meters tall, crumbles and disintegrates every time it receives severe damage, only to reform anew. However, as it fragments into countless small stone spheres, its defense drastically weakens. Failing to deal substantial damage during this moment would mean its inevitable reconsolidation, by which all wounds on its body are healed as if new. After several episodes of disintegration, Song Jian inflicted considerable damage. Each blow reduced the height of the Earth Elemental Lord. Now, its body had shrunk from over 10 meters to barely 3. Moreover, as its height decreased to 3 meters, its defense became much weaker. Thump. The Earth Elemental Lord swung its arm, smashing violently towards Song Jian. Song Jian defended himself with his sword, but the moment it made contact with the blow, he was sent flying backward, taking more than 300 points in damage. Although it has fallen in stature, its attack power remains unchanged. Song Jian muttered, narrowing his eyes. Broken wing dance. The crimson fire heart-ape sword left traces in midair, slashing repeatedly at the Earth Elemental Lord. Its defense drastically reduced, the Lord was beset by a flurry of stone shards, with each hit doing over 300 points of damage. The smaller Earth Elemental Lord could no longer dodge attacks by relying on its huge yet unwieldy body. With its significantly lowered defense, even though Song Jian's immortal sword body had been activated, he could still compete briefly with the Earth Elemental Lord. The vitality points of the Earth Elemental Lord plummeted rapidly. With its weakened defense, it stood no chance against Song Jian. A few minutes later, its vitality points dropped to 0, and deep cracks began to appear on its large body. Cursed human, the Earth Elementals will remember what you've done. Roared the Earth Elemental Lord, snarling its final wrath. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the body of the Earth Elemental Lord splintered into countless fragments, scattering across a 15-meter radius. System, the Earth Elemental Lord cursed you before its death, lowering your reputation with the Earth Elementals to indifferent. Song Jian was left speechless. His reputation with the Dwarven clan had already dropped to hostile, and now his reputation with the Earth Elementals, one of the elemental beings, had dropped to indifferent. If he continued playing this game, he might gain the title of public enemy. However, upon seeing the experience points he had obtained from the battle, he immediately placed his reputation with the Earth Elementals to the back of his mind. Such a large amount of experience? Song Jian exclaimed, looking at his slightly elevated experience bar. His experience, which had initially almost reached halfway, had risen by an eighth, and was now almost 70% towards level 30. After surveying his battle experience, Song Jian turned his attention to searching for the Earth Spirit bead amongst the boss's dropped items. This boss dropped over a dozen equipment and items, amongst which was only one bead-like object. Song Jian picked it up and found that it was indeed an Earth Spirit bead. Flawless Earth Spirit bead, silver grade, special item, effects, Constitution +3, physical defense +300, possesses significant elemental earth energy, allows its bearer to disguise as an earth elemental being. The effects of the item are activated the moment it is placed in the equipment slot. Usage level 1. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. This Earth Spirit bead has a much higher quality than the one sold by the Goblin Merchant. A look of delight crossed Song Jian's face. The bead sold by the Goblin Merchant had no properties, it just claimed to possess a significant amount of elemental earth energy, enough to conceal someone's presence. However, this bead not only has the property of Constitution +3, physical defense +300 but can also allow its bearer to disguise as an earth elemental being. With this thought in mind, Song Jian immediately placed the Earth Spirit bead into his equipment slot and sure enough, a new skill named Disguise as an Earth Elemental Being appeared. After it was activated, Song Jian's image instantly transformed into a dorky stone man. However, this was merely an illusion that was shaped by the elemental earth energy. The moment a battle begins, the surface layer of this energy will be disrupted. Furthermore, this transformation skill couldn't be used constantly. Its cooldown time was as long as half an hour. After trying out the transformation skill, Song Jian shifted his attention to other dropped items. Very soon, the items dropped by the Earth Elemental Lord's boss had been sorted out by Song Jian. Apart from the Earth Spirit bead, there were 6 green-rated level 30 equipment, 2 blue-rated level 30 equipment, and a battle pet stone that could summon a rock man from the Earth Elementals as a battle pet. There was no limit to the number of players' battle pets. Only when recruiting NPCs to become followers would the increasing number carry penalties. Song Jian thought for a moment, then summoned the rock man himself. Suddenly, a rock man under a meter tall appeared by Song Jian's side. Luckily, the starting level of this rock man was already level 30, so Song Jian didn't have to help it level up. A level 30 rock man had attributes far superior to most players and could almost rival a level 30 elite boss. Squeak squeak squeak. This rock man, who only reached Song Jian's thigh, began looking around curiously as soon as it appeared. Upon spotting Song Jian, it immediately ran over, hugged his thigh, made a sound similar to a chick's chirping, and looked up at Song Jian pitifully. "What do you want?" Song Jian inquired, looking down. Squeak squeak squeak. The rock man hugged onto Song Jian's thigh, looking very anxious. It then started to nibble on his leg. After a brief pain, a light bulb lit up in Song Jian's head as he realized something. "Are you hungry?" Song Jian asked. Squeak. The rock man nodded vehemently, a look of longing on its face. "What do you want to eat? Dirt?" Song Jian pointed at the muck in the swamp as he asked. The rock man looked to where Song Jian was pointing and immediately kept shaking its head, a look of distaste on its face. "So, what do you want to eat?" Song Jian felt a headache coming on, feeling as if he had just adopted a baby. The rock man looked around, and suddenly spotted the stone fragments left behind after the death of the Earth Elemental Lord. Its eyes sparkled, and it rushed toward the rock fragments, picking them up and starting to nibble. "You eat rocks?" Song Jian was stunned, then took out a unit of rock from his inventory. Seeing the rock in Song Jian's hand, the rock man immediately threw aside the rock it was eating, opened its arms and ran over to Song Jian. It let out a sound similar to a kitten's meow as it eagerly embraced the rock in Song Jian's hand. Song Jian handed the rock over and the rock man grabbed it, starting to devour it with big bites. "You're actually quite easy to take care of." Song Jian patted the smooth head of the rock man, chuckling to himself. Chapter 627, The Campaign of Territorial Expansion within Doomsday City. The territory of the City of Hope Alliance was continuously expanding, and Song Jian's castle manor became increasingly magnificent. The players who had joined the City of Hope Alliance had surpassed 200, and their safe houses were almost all connected to form a large area. It could be said that the City of Hope Alliance had become the largest alliance within Doomsday City. The promotion of a safe house to the next manor level only requires approval from the Vice Alliance leader. However, to promote a level 6 manor to a level 1 city, the alliance leader's approval is required. In addition, a special building, the Teleportation Gate, has to be constructed before it is eligible for promotion. Wang Qi, how is the construction of the Teleportation Gate? Li Ke sat in the main seat of the conference room, leaning forward, her 2 hands on the table, and asked earnestly. "Here, Wallace could construct the teleportation array, but what we lack now are the magical materials for constructing it. These are forbidden goods in the game, and no commerce group is willing to sell them." Wang Qi helplessly spread his hands. "Miss, the teleportation array belongs to special buildings for territory promotion. All cities strictly control its distribution, even the Silver Moon commerce cannot supply us." The likelihood of other commerce groups selling is even lower. The butler George said with a troubled face. This is unacceptable. When Songjian returns, we must be ready to construct the teleportation array. This way, when he returns, we can immediately upgrade to a city-level alliance territory. Li Ke said grimly. But this is too difficult. I just want to know, can it be done? If you can't do it, we'll let someone else who can be the vice-alliance leader. Li Ke stared at Wang Chi and asked with a serious expression. Even though her face was stern, her young age devoid her of any imposing aura, making her appear rather adorable instead. Well, I'll do my best. I will mobilize everyone in the alliance to search for these construction materials. Wang Chi gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Li Ke nodded with satisfaction, acting like a leader commending her top-performing manager. Just then, a player hurried into the conference room and shouted, Vice Alliance Leader, the cool-down period for the territory expansion battle is almost over. The nearby summit of Heroes Alliance rejected our proposal to unite. They have begun to dispatch troops to areas adjacent to our territory. What, how dare they? Wang Chi raised his eyebrows, about to slam his hand on the table and stand up, but then, he heard Li Ke gently cough twice. Wang Chi instantly froze and silently mouthed to the player, Don't you have eyes, can't you see the leader sitting there? Make your report to her first. The player wore an embarrassed expression and quickly saluted to Li Ke, Young leader, the war between our City of Hope Alliance and the Summit of Heroes Alliance is imminent. Please give your instructions. Humphrey, leader is leader, why call me a young leader? Li Ke snorted coldly and stared at the player. Are you looking down on me? In fact, Li Ke's current level was 28, 3 levels higher than the player. But her youthful appearance, no matter how mature she tried to behave, couldn't command respect from others. Yes, that's my fault. I should have said, leader, leader. The player lightly slapped his own cheek and quickly apologized. Alright, go now. Let Sister Luo Taniu lead the city's defense force to prepare for the enemy. Wang Chi, you go and gather the other players, prepare for the guild war. Li Ke ordered. Yes, leader. The player saluted again, quickly turned, and left. Wang Chi also stood up with a wry smile on his face and walked out. Both Li Ke and Wang Chi were vice-alliance leaders of the City of Hope Alliance. But no matter how thick-skinned Wang Chi is, he wouldn't compete for authority with a little girl. Every time there was any alliance matter, it was Li Ke who made the final decisions. But Li Ke's commands were always not only playful but also targeted. Despite her youthful demeanor, she already exhibited the demeanor of a female CEO. I wonder what kind of family Li Ke comes from in the real world. Wang Chi, shaking his head, walked out of the alliance building. At this time, Luo Taniu, riding a war horse and wearing shiny red armor, held a square sky halberd glowing with a dark golden aura. This square sky halberd was over 2 meters long, so long that even while she was riding the war horse, its tip dug into the ground. Behind her there were 3 square arrays of 100 soldiers each. One consisted of sword and shield infantry, another of long spear infantry, and the last of long bow archers. Scattered around these 3 arrays were 50 lightweight cavalrymen clothed in leather armor. On the left side of these light cavalrymen hung a long spear, and on the other side, a war knife. They all carried double-barreled hunting rifles on their backs, making them look rather peculiar. Taniu. Wang Chi greeted Luo Taniu. Luo Taniu nodded and asked, how much longer until the cool-down period for the territory expansion battle? Less than an hour. Wang Chi checked the alliance panel and said. Good, I'll go to the border and set up our formation. You send people to guard all around, be careful of the enemy's detours and ambushes. After Luo Taniu finished speaking, she raised her halberd. The soldiers standing behind her gave out a unified shout, then, following Luo Taniu's lead, they headed towards the outskirts of their territory. Watching Luo Taniu's figure, Wang Chi shook his head slightly. A lovely girl like her who loves to fight and turned her safe house into a military camp to train her soldiers was really unusual. When the alliance upgraded to a level 6 manor and could construct a soldier's military camp, Wang Chi immediately set the camp next to Luo Taniu's safe house. This way, the 2 military camps were both under Luo Taniu's command. However, the alliance members could rent soldiers from the military camps to assist in battles based on the contribution points they earned. During the war period, all NPC soldiers were commanded exclusively by Luo Taniu. Several territory expansion battles later, Luo Taniu became adept at commanding forces. She had never lost any direct battles, even when facing players twice her number, she always emerged victorious. But while Luo Taniu feared no one on the front line, many alliance players would attack the City of Hope Alliance's hinterland from other directions. They snuck into the hinterland to cause destruction. Given that the cool-down period for the territory expansion battle had shortened significantly, They couldn't construct defensive walls like they used to while setting up their safe house. If they started to build a wall, they would probably end up having territory that expanded hundreds of meters outward before the construction was completed. Thus, they couldn't defend their territory like an impenetrable fortress, leaving no opportunities for the enemy. They could only dispatch more personnel to guard around and form another team to counterattack once the enemy was found. While the territory expansion battle raged on, a stone man over 2 meters tall and a small stone man just over 1 meter high emerged from the protection black mist and entered Doomsday City. Chapter 628, The Surprise Attack Squad. After leaving the protection black mist, Song Jian was somewhat surprised to discover that the territory of his alliance had expanded to the outskirts of the city, all the way to the black mist of the Pixiu Tigers. The moment he stepped out of the protection black mist, he received a system notification. System, the location you're now in belongs to the Hope Alliance. You must abide by the rules of the Hope Alliance. Violators will be punished, and in serious cases, you may be expelled. System, welcome home, Alliance Leader. Has the territory of the Alliance expanded this much? Song Jian was somewhat surprised and quickly opened the Alliance interface to have a closer look. During his absence from the City of Hope, many players were weakened, including communication, Alliance information, etc. Now that he had returned to the City of Hope, everything had returned to normal. What surprised Song Jian was that the area of the Hope Alliance was 10 times larger than when he left. At this point, the territory of the Hope Alliance encompassed the novice area he was in when he first started the game, taking up nearly a tenth of the city. Impressive. It seems like Wang Qi really has the potential to be a leader. Without me, he's been doing an exceptional job. Excellent. Song Jian praised happily. The Alliance only has 2 vice-alliance leaders, one is Wang Qi, and the other is Li Ke. Li Ke was too young, and Song Jian did not believe that the Alliance's prosperity was due to her. However, reality is always more exciting than one's imagination. Song Jian would be astonished to realize that the Alliance's decisions and development direction have all been controlled by Li Ke. Just then, Song Jian suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 players were sneaking over from a distance, and all their names were in red. Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed. Red players only exist in 2 situations, those who have killed too much and have a high sin value, and those who are part of Alliance guilds in territorial expansion battles. Hey, look, there are 2 stone men over there. A player from the Summit of Heroes Alliance suddenly notices 2 stone men, one large and one small, standing beside the black mist in the distance, and immediately points and whispers to his companions. Monsters. Isn't this the territory of the Hope Alliance? Why would monsters still spawn here? Another player wondered. At this point, both Song Jian and the Stone Man had read names while maintaining the image of Stone Man. Upon first glance, players would instinctively see them as monsters. Song Jian, haha, this monster has a strange name. But why does it sound familiar? A player, staring at the name above Song Jian's head, laughed. Song Jian, Song Jian. A player with a red mole on his forehead frowned in concentration, as if recalling something. Moments later, his face paled, and he cried out, Fog Grass. Isn't this the first-ranked player on the honor of level list and the leader of the City of Hope Alliance? City of Hope Alliance? Impossible. Hasn't that player disappeared for a while? If it weren't for the honor of level list still having his name, many people would think he was already dead. A player argued in disbelief. Fog Grass, look for yourself, see if the name of that stone man is Song Jian or not. The player with the mole pointed exasperatedly in the direction of Song Jian. It really is him. Could it be a case of the same name and surname? Are you an idiot? How could there be a person with the same name and surname? But he's clearly a monster. Maybe he's even a boss. Look, he even has minions. Because of Song Jian's transformation into an earth elemental, this led to a dispute among the players from the Summit of Heroes Alliance. Their small group's purpose was to sneak attack the Hope Alliance's interior. If they can't breach the Alliance crystal in the Manor Castle, they will seek to destroy as many of the City of Hope Alliance buildings as possible, delaying its development. There were 3 groups like these. There weren't many players in the Summit of Heroes Alliance. Their alliance was only level 4, and they had not managed to build a barracks yet. On the front lines, they still needed a lot of players to resist. Let's not bother with the details. Let's just kill him first. The leading player narrowed his eyes, releasing an intimidating murderous aura. Above Song Jian's head, only his name was displayed, not his level or vitality points. If all his attributes were displayed, these players would probably lose their courage to fight. Whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows came flying towards Song Jian. It was actually just a dozen arrows. This was only possible because the raiding party from Summit of Heroes had a long-range archer. Without him, they wouldn't have had the first strike advantage. After all, a stealthy rogue was the most suitable for sneaking in. Song Jian sneered, stretching out his right hand to summon the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. He activated the Rapid Sword skill, using the long sword in his hand to parry the incoming arrows. After a series of clinks and clanks, the dozen or so arrows were all deflected away by him using ordinary techniques. This move stunned everyone, and they all stared open-mouthed at Song Jian, then turned to glare at the archer. Did you go easy on him? A rogue ventured hesitantly. I'll kick your... The archer was almost bursting into vulgarities. Just as he was about to explode, a rogue suddenly pointed at Song Jian and exclaimed, "Quick, look!" Only then did the group realize that the stone man had transformed into a human. Fog grass, it's Song Jian, the leader of the City of Hope Alliance. Someone yelled in alarm. What are you afraid of? There's only 2 of them, and we have 8. We're the majority. The leader gritted his teeth and said. That's right, this is a golden opportunity. As long as we kill him, we can directly swallow their lions. Another rogue, his eyes glazed with fervor, roared like a gambler. Let's do it. Perhaps we can really kill him. He's the top-ranked player on the honor of level list. The other players exchanged glances, each seeing a burning ambition in the other's eyes. 7 rogues simultaneously entered stealth mode and spread out to approach Song Jian. As for the archer, he continued to hold his bow and arrow, aiming at Song Jian. He didn't hope to deal much damage, only to obstruct Song Jian's movements to the best of his ability. Song Jian completely ignored the existence of the archer. A semi-transparent aura appeared around him, emitting a blood-red light. Then, an eye slowly opened on his forehead, a vertical eye. A silver light shimmered within the vertical eye, immediately revealing the movements of the 7 sneaking players with perfect clarity. You're all going to die. Song Jian muttered with a cold, sinister grin at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 629, Annihilation. Upon seeing a distant archer aim at Song Jian, the little stone figure at his side was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a furious shriek that sounded like GGGG, the figure plunged both hands into the ground. Like water, the surrounding soil swiftly flowed towards its hands, forming a basketball-sized stone in no time. With a mighty heave, the figure hurled the stone at the archer. The stone whistled sharply through the air at high speed. The archer, who at the moment was taking aim at Song Jian, noticed a dark shadow flying towards him. Before he could react, he felt a powerful impact on his chest. Sharp pain erupted from his chest, and the bone-cracking sound of "Kacha, Kacha" echoed in his ears. He was sent flying like a scarecrow far into the distance. Spurt. Blood spewed from his mouth. The archer realized in horror that he had lost 2/3 of his vitality points in one hit. It had almost instantly killed him. What kind of damage is this? Is he a level 30 elite boss? The archer asked, gaping at the mini stone figure, who was not even a meter tall. He couldn't reconcile the idea of this little stone figure dealing such a powerful blow at all. The stone figure pumped its fists in a triumphant display, continuing to emit a stream of GGS after clocking the archer's bewilderment. Meanwhile, Song Jian was all too aware of the 7 robbers that were moving in on him. However, a smirk crept onto his face. Robbers that revealed their whereabouts were not much of a threat, regardless of their numbers. One of the robbers had snuck within 2 meters behind him. His dagger was already aiming for the back of Song Jian's head. The other robbers watched with amusement, waiting for their companion to strike Song Jian unconscious, so they could attack him one by one like a relay race and bring him down. Die, stone monster. The robber behind Song Jian tensed, intending to plunge his dagger into the back of Song Jian's head like an animal's fang. Hey, gotcha. The other robbers, seeing the action, had smiles creeping onto their faces, and the second relay player was already subtly moving towards Song Jian. Just as the robber behind Song Jian was about to make his move, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Song Jian, forcing everyone watching him to involuntarily close their eyes due to its intense brightness. The thief behind Song Jian also instinctively shut his eyes, and the very next instant, he felt a surge of danger engulfing him. This is bad. He had barely registered this feeling when he felt a piercing pain in his chest, as if something sharp had penetrated his body. Blood came surging out, and the robber felt his strength rapidly ebbing away as his body slumped to the ground. Just before he died, he finally saw what had ran him through, a dazzling golden sword chi that was radiating from Song Jian's left index finger. Song Jian didn't even turn around but simply used sword finger to take out the robber whose vitality points weren't even up to 800. Instant kill? How is this possible? The remaining robbers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon witnessing Song Jian's terrifying damage, 2 of the robbers shivered and began to retreat. Not one of you will escape. Song Jian snarled, his figure dissolving into a dark fog as he dashed towards the remaining robbers. Whoosh! His crimson fire heart-ape sword easily tore through a robber's weakly defensive armor, and he slashed off half of the robber's vitality points with a mere regular attack. The robber was visibly terrified. How could his damage possibly be this high? The robber cried out, deflecting Song Jian's attacks with a flurry of dagger swings. "Help!" he yelled to the others. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the metallic weapons clashed. Every blow pushed the robber further back, until his back harshly met a wall after stumbling 7 to 8 steps backward. His arms were too weak to even grip his dagger anymore. Petrified, he saw Song Jian brandishing his long sword, aiming a heavy blow at his head. The golden sword chi that shimmered on the surface of the long sword was as fierce as a burning flame. "No." The voice ended abruptly, and another robber fell under Song Jian's attack. "All of you are going to die," Song Jian said coldly. A pair of iron wings spread wide behind him, more than doubling his speed. The remaining robbers turned cold, no longer caring about anything else as they activated their acceleration skills and fled in all directions. Despite their best efforts, they were no match for Song Jian's combined frost acceleration, sword shadow step, and the enhancements of his iron wings. Song Jian defeated them one by one. Even the seriously injured archer was eventually slain by the small stone figure's attack. Seeing Song Jian return, the stone figure pointed at the archer's corpse and started to crow, obviously pleased with its recent achievement. With a faint smile, Song Jian patted the smooth head of the stone figure. He hadn't expected the figure to be so powerful in its attacks. While it wasn't as formidable as the Black Dragon, it showed great potential to be a valuable ally in the future. At this point, a sound came from the archer's body. "Sis. Undercover Team 3, Undercover Team 3 respond please. Teams 1 and 2 are already at predetermined locations, ready to act. Please report your progress." Song Jian looked over and saw a black walkie-talkie still functioning amidst the crushed corpse of the archer. Half of the walkie-talkie was smashed in, making it look like a piece of junk. Surprisingly, it was still working, albeit with some interference. Picking it up, Song Jian examined the device, only to find that it was something a player had created. "I didn't realize that players could create these things already," Song Jian said, slightly dazed. Besides, this walkie-talkie was a product of engineering manufacturing. If there were blueprints, Song Jian could make it too. Why would players use this instead of the more convenient communicator for adding friends? Song Jian studied the walkie-talkie, flipping it over numerous times. Chapter 630, Where is the third explosion? The walkie-talkie's range was only 10 kilometers, which was no comparison to communication with friends. Song Jian held this walkie-talkie, thought for a moment, and began to disassemble it. The item was not of a high level. With Song Jian's engineering skills, he was fully capable of analyzing it. Moreover, disassembling engineering items had a certain chance of understanding the blueprint of the item alone. However, in order to understand the engineering drawings on his own, the item must not be of high grade and there must be limitations on the quantity. It was impossible to disassemble only one item and directly understand the engineering blueprint of the item. Soon, the walkie-talkie in Song Jian's hand was disassembled into several parts. "What is this?" Song Jian picked out a metal ring and inspected it closely. "A tracking device? Interesting." Song Jian smirked. It seemed that the Summit of Heroes Alliance did not trust them who had infiltrated their team. They were even tracking their location through the walkie-talkie. After disassembling the walkie-talkie, Song Jian's engineering-making skills gained 2 points. After that, he smashed the tracker into dust. This team is only the third infiltration team, there should be a first and second team too. Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, 2 roars were suddenly heard from far away, and 2 plumes of black smoke billowed up. Song Jian's face fell. It seemed that his act of killing this infiltration team had been discovered by the enemy, and they had directly ordered the remaining 2 teams to act. Because the territory had become increasingly large and the areas to defend had also increased, building walls was impossible, thus creating many vulnerabilities for enemies. The city's defense troops could at most protect important buildings, such as buildings affecting territory promotion like the Magic Tower. It would be very difficult to rebuild if these types of buildings were destroyed, whereas other buildings like shops would be much easier to rebuild if destroyed. Song Jian looked in the direction of the explosion. One of them was the location of the Magic Tower. The other place was where he had expanded after leaving, which must also be an important building. What is Wang Shi doing, not defending such an important place? Song Jian was somewhat irritated. He was quite happy when he saw the development of the territory after returning to Doomsday City, but now it seemed that there were many problems. With a thought, Song Jian stored the stone man into the pet space, flapped his iron wings, and flew towards the nearest position of the Magic Tower. Upon arriving, Song Jian found that there were already 2 groups of players engaged in a fierce battle, and the buildings around the Magic Tower had all been shattered. A transparent screen appeared on the surface of the magic tower, reflecting the sunlight. A muscular mage was standing on the third floor of the magic tower, looking down at the two groups of people fighting beneath him. You are seeking your own deaths, thinking that you can destroy my magic tower with a little bit of explosives. Bloodline Wizard Wallace roared, continuously waving the bone wand in his hand, releasing a barrage of magical attacks on the enemies below as if he was a turret. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The intel is wrong, the defense of this magic tower is too strong, the TNT can't even break it. A thief yelled, glancing frantically in all directions, looking for a way out. However, players from the Hope Alliance were continuously pouring out from the streets and alleys, completely blocking their retreat. This is a trap. One of the players from the Summit of Heroes roared in anger just before dying. Haha, still realizing now? It's too late. Even you know that the magic tower is an important building, don't you think we do? We were just waiting for you fools to fall into the trap. The players from the City of Hope all burst into laughter. The City of Hope had a larger number of players in the beginning. In addition, Owotaniu on the front lines was equal to an army. Even with battle pets, less than 200 players simply couldn't resist her, which also resulted in the City of Hope having plenty of manpower for internal defense in the territory. Strange, why were there only 2 explosions? According to the intelligence, the Summit of Heroes sent 3 infiltration teams, didn't they? Wang Chi stood in the headquarters building of the Alliance, overlooking everything around him. Seeing that only 2 buildings had exploded, he was immediately puzzled. From the 3rd level of the mansion, each level up requires a special building. Now the 6th level League territory, in addition to the magic tower and auction houses, also includes a library. These are special buildings, and destroying these 3 buildings would significantly slow down the advancement speed of the City of Hope Alliance. Theoretically, if the Summit of Heroes Alliance wanted to delay the development of the City of Hope Alliance, they shouldn't have attacked only the magic tower and the auction houses. However, there had been no sound of explosions at the location of the library. The news from the 100 elite players lurking around it stated that there is no movement at all, which made Wang Chi feel as if things were getting out of control. When Song Jian saw the light curtain on the surface of the magic tower and the players of the Summit of Heroes being killed on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like Wang Chi did a good job, even learning wartime strategies now. A slight smirk curled up at the corner of Song Jian's mouth. Just then, a fight broke out in the distance, with shouts that rocked the skies. Squinting, Song Jian looked far out to where the territory borders the land of the Summit of Heroes, where a large group of people were fighting fiercely. The most noticeable was a female general dressed in red armor, wielding a square sky halberd. Owotaniu? I didn't expect her to have grown so much. Song Jian said in surprise. Previous Owotaniu could only command 30 to 50 soldiers. Now, she was able to command hundreds of soldiers and players to fight, even effortlessly. The Summit of Heroes Alliance simply was not her opponent. Now already showing signs of collapse, they seemed likely to be defeated soon. Song Jian glanced at the Alliance interface. If they won this territory expansion campaign, the territory would expand to an extreme. If they don't upgrade the level 6 manor to a level 1 city, they might not be able to expand the territory in the future. The territory of the City of Hope Alliance only accounted for a very small part in the entire Doomsday City. If it can be upgraded to a level 1 city, they would encompass 1/5 of the entire City of Hope. It would also become the largest territory among all alliances in Doomsday City. Sooner or later, I will dominate the whole Doomsday City, becoming the true city lord. Song Jian looked at the map of Doomsday City, involuntarily clenched his fist. Chapter 631, Magic Material We Won. All players from the City of Hope Alliance cheered out loud. The Summit of Heroes Alliance was absolutely crushed, even their territory was seized by the City of Hope Alliance. The area occupied by the City of Hope Alliance had almost doubled, taking up 1/5 of all Doomsday City. Humphrey, we told you to merge, but you refused. Now you're the stray dogs you deserve to be. Li Ke sat at the head of the conference table, waving her small fists in the air, venting her resentment. Wang Chi. Li Ke suddenly turned her head and shouted at him. Wang Chi shivered involuntarily. He was afraid whenever the little tyrant called his name, every call always meant trouble. Little tyrant, I mean, leader, what's your order? Wang Chi replied helplessly. Li Ke, drumming her fingers on the table, frowned and said, I've urged you countless times. When are you going to collect all the magic materials for the transmission array? Old Wallace can't wait any longer. Without creating a transmission array, how can we upgrade the city or maintain our position as the top alliance? Wallace, sitting at the conference table, remained silent with an innocent look on his face, feeling like a bystander. Damn, didn't we just talk about this morning? There's no way I could pull this off in such a short time, even if you sold me. Wang Qi nearly fainted in frustration. Humphrey, useless. If Song Jian was here, he would have collected all these magic materials by now. Li Ke rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. Wang Qi felt a lump in his chest and was speechless for a while. Finally, he managed to choke out, even if our leader were here, he couldn't gather all these magic materials either. These are items banned from trading in all cities. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the conference room. Well, that's not necessarily true. Song Jian walked in. He had absolute control within the entire territory, and could freely access anywhere and could set permissions for others. Song Jian. Li Ke jumped up from her chair and pounced on Song Jian. You finally came back. I was really worried something happened to you. Leader. Lord Leader. All the people in the meeting started saluting to Song Jian. Wang Qi was incredibly excited. Since Song Jian left, everyone seemed to lose their confidence despite the smooth growth of the City of Hope Alliance. Song Jian took a look around the room. There were some faces he recognized and some that were new. As the City of Hope Alliance expanded, there seemed to be more and more management personnel. After walking naturally to the head of the conference table, Song Jian laughed and said to Li Ke, introduce me to everyone. Seeing Li Ke sitting at the head of the conference table, Song Jian realized that this elementary school girl was now in charge of the City of Hope Alliance. Li Ke introduced everyone Song Jian didn't recognize. Just as Song Jian thought, they were managers in charge of different duties. Hey? Where's my beastman slave? Why don't I see him? Song Jian asked with a frown. The beastman warrior he was referring to was the one he had enslaved using the Abyss Temptation spell. However, Song Jian hadn't seen him during the territory expansion war nor the present meeting. Theoretically, the beastman warrior was entitled to sit in the conference room based on his strength. Are you referring to the beastman warrior you brought back last time? Li Ke asked. Yes, him, Song Jian replied with a nod. Humphrey, ever since you brought these sorts of riffraff to our alliance, one of them has disappeared without a trace. We thought he was lost and went to great lengths to find him but to no avail. Li Ke said indignantly. Once Song Jian left Doomsday City, the beastman warrior began acting erratically. Not long after, the beastman warrior ran away. Some people saw him in other parts of Doomsday City. Song Jian's face darkened. The flaw of the Abyss Temptation spell became increasingly apparent. While it has a high success rate, if the tamed slave doesn't stay with the master for a long period, there's a big chance of betrayal. Song Jian glanced at Wallace, another recruit he'd brought in. However, his performance had consistently been excellent. After Song Jian appointed him to supervise the magic tower, he became even more active. His attendance at this meeting was proof enough that he had truly become one of them. Where's the doctor? Song Jian asked. Dr. Aizen spends all day in the lab. Besides, when he comes out to eat, we never see him, Li Ke complained. At one point, during a territory expansion war, a thief from an opposition alliance sneaked into Manor Castle. If not for the bloody ghost poison tree that detected his presence, Dr. Aizen might have been assassinated. Song Jian was startled. Someone had infiltrated his Manor Castle? Among all the territories controlled by the alliance, Manor Castle had the tightest defenses. Not only did it have a bloody ghost poison tree, but also numerous bloody ravens, bloody wolves, and NPC soldiers guarding the castle. Despite such strong defenses, someone still managed to sneak in. It appeared there were quite a few proficient players amongst them. All of Doctor's needs have to be met immediately. He is a treasure of our alliance, Song Jian said solemnly. His safety is of paramount importance, and we must protect Dr. Aizen at all costs. By the way, what were you discussing before I came in? About constructing a transmission array? Song Jian asked with a laugh. Yeah, the territory of our alliance has already expanded to its limit at level 6 manor. If we want to expand further, we must upgrade to a level 1 city. However, to upgrade to a level 1 city, we need a special structure like a transmission array. Wallace knows how to build it, but we lack the magic materials needed. It's really troubling us. Li Ke sighed like an adult and glanced towards Wang Qi. Then, she shook her head. Wang Qi, so it's my fault, huh? Enough. Don't worry anymore. I've already gathered all the materials needed to construct the transmission array. Song Jian glanced at Wallace. He was always worried about finding someone who knew how to build the array, and unexpectedly, Wallace was capable of it. However, thinking about it, Wallace used to be a Tier 1 wizard and belonged to a large magic organization. The knowledge about constructing a transmission array could only be kept a secret from outsiders, but, among the wizards who researched magic daily, this information wouldn't be kept so secretive. Seeing Song Jian throwing a small pouch onto the conference table, Li Ke dove to check its contents immediately. Haha, it's all here, what do you say to that, Wang Qi? Li Ke proudly held up the storage bag. Wang Qi. Chapter 632, First Order Combat Power Qualification Assessment. With the magical materials at hand, Wang Qi and his companions didn't bother with gaining new territories but immediately headed to the central square of the City of Hope territory. In fact, this area used to be Camel Square, with a fountain garden in the center. It was the place where the original Doomsday supermarket had descended. After their alliance territory was upgraded to a level 6 manor, everyone had decided to build a transmission array at Camel Square. The transmission array wasn't that large. From the outside, it looked like a 5-meter diameter circular platform, but it involved the extremely advanced skill of magic runes. Normally, the installation would have required the efforts of more than a dozen mages and even more apprentices. However, currently, in the entire City of Hope, only Wallace knew how to build a transmission array. At most, just over a dozen mage-class players could help, which made the construction quite slow. However, as long as they could construct the magic array, the development pace of the City of Hope Alliance was sure to enter a rapid growth period. Within the entire Doomsday City, there were more than just one alliance who owned a level 6 manor, but only the City of Hope Alliance could construct a magic array. We need to pay attention to our defenses and not start any territorial expansion for a while. Also, keep an eye on all the other alliances that have upgraded to level 6 manors, Song Jian advised. Don't worry. We have our inside people in all alliances that are level 4 and up, Wang Qi reassured. Ke ordered so very early on when we upgraded to a level 5 manor. Song Jian was surprised and looked at Li Ke. He hadn't expected the mature Li Ke to be so adept with these deceptive tactics. I learned all of them from my mom, Li Ke said, her head held high and looking somewhat proud. Song Jian nodded, saying nothing. Just then, he felt a vibration from the token in his inventory that he had gained in the Imperial Dragon Devil Cave. He opened his inventory to see an invitation. System, the unique profession promotion competition has started. Do you accept the invitation to participate? System reminder, this is your second invitation. This token only has 3 chances to invite you. You only have one last invitation chance left. System warning, until you attain first order combat power, accepting the invitation will result in a high probability of challenge failure, with a death rate of 98.97%. Song Jian felt a weight in his heart. He had just leveled up to level 30 and hadn't completed the first order combat power test. He might waste this chance. Decline. The vibration from the token in his inventory started to fade, as though it had never happened. I must join the last invitation, it's the chance to get a unique profession. Song Jian decided inwardly. His sword controller, though an epic profession, wouldn't be able to attain the final sword immortal profession through either reprofession or leveling up. He could only become a sword immortal through the unique profession competition. The construction of the transmission array would take at least a month. After resting for half a day at the manor castle, Song Jian started to apply for the first order combat power qualification test with the system. As a player with level 30, he could apply for a first order combat power evaluation competition. If he passed, he would gain many attribute and skill points and be awarded a skill book of his own profession, which would certainly be a rare one. A player with first order combat power could undoubtedly crush any opponent of the same level who had not yet passed the first order combat power evaluation. The next day, Song Jian put on his Emperor Ancestor set and applied for the first order combat power qualification test. A flash of white light later, he disappeared from the manor castle. When Song Jian's vision cleared, he found himself standing on a teleportation stone platform. The stone platform was in a castle that was about 70 to 80 feet tall and more than 10 feet long, looking very much like a plaza because it was so spacious. In the center of the castle was a statue of a dwarf holding a knife in one hand and an axe in the other, as though he was roaring at the sky. Many people were gathered around this dwarf statue, seemingly doing something. After descending from the stone platform, Song Jian moved towards the dwarf statue. When he got to the statue, he noticed that there were more than a dozen oval-shaped teleportation gates encircling it, each with a crowd of people around it. Most of these people were NPCs, with only a few human players. These players were all gathered in front of a pale green gateway. Song Jian had discovered long ago that he was the highest level player on the honor rankings, but that was within Doomsday City only. Other than him, there were also over a dozen players at level 28 and over 100 at level 27, totaling just under 5,000 people on the list. Song Jian didn't know how many players were in the entire game, but combined, there were over 10,000 players in the City of Sin and the City of Hems alone. As time passed and more people entered the game, the total number of players was already more than 100,000. Therefore, seeing that over a dozen players had reached level 30 and were prepared to challenge their first order combat power, Song Jian didn't find it strange. The other teleportation gates were surrounded by NPC professionals, so naturally Song Jian headed towards those players. As soon as he reached the pale green teleportation gate, he heard the players murmuring among themselves. How many worlds did you clear today? 4. But the difficulty level seems so high, an E rank, 2 A+ ranks, and an S rank. I'll probably wait until tomorrow if it still doesn't work. The higher the rank of the world, the more rewards you get in the end. If it's an A rank world, we can still try to fight it. Anyone want to form a team to conquer this A rank world? No, an A rank is too difficult. If we fail, we'll have to wait a month for the next chance. By then, someone might have already leveled up to 35, so it's not worth it. Exactly, it would be great if we could draw a B or B rank world. Songjian silently listened to the chatter and put his hand onto the teleportation gate when he had understood the basic situation. Soon, several lines of system messages appeared before him. Do you want to conduct the first order combat power trial? Yes or no, please choose a trial world that matches your own strength. During the trial, players will not die, they will be automatically transported out the moment before their health points hit 0 if their life is in danger. Failure in the trial task means you will have to wait for a month to reselect the trial task. Please choose from the following trial worlds for the first order combat power qualification test. The higher the level of the world, the more rewards you receive upon successful completion. Trial World 1, A rank world, task reward, all attributes increase by 15 points, plus 5 skill points, receive a skill book of no less than blue quality. Trial World 2, B rank world, task reward, all attributes increase by 10 points, plus 2 skill points, receive a skill book of no less than gold quality. Trial World 3, A+ rank world, task reward, all attributes increase by 18 points, plus 6 skill points, receive a skill book of no less than dark gold quality. Trial World 4, S rank world, task reward, all attributes increase by 25 points, plus 8 skill points, receive a skill book of no less than epic quality. Chapter 633, SS Level Trial World. The first tier combat power assessment test requires choosing one world to enter out of the 4 that refresh daily. Once the assessment task is completed, the test is passed, and 1 tier combat power rewards are obtained. If the assessment task fails, it enters a cool-down period, during which a first-tier combat power assessment cannot be conducted for a month. The assessment worlds range from the lowest grade C class to S class, refreshing randomly daily. The C class assessments are the simplest, but the rewards for completing tasks are the least, awarding a few stats points and skill points but no skills. Whereas, the S class world, upon completion, offers the most generous rewards, not only numerous stats points and skill points, but also a chance to receive a high-tier job skill book. In the game, gaining stats points are relatively easy. Certain tier equipment would increase stats points. If one wishes to have permanent increases, attribute fruits, attribute gems and likes were not uncommon items. However, acquiring skill points were more difficult. Some quests offer skill point rewards, and some items can increase stats points directly. As for skills, they were coveted by all. During job apprenticeships, instructors usually gifted 1 or 2. After that, learners had to acquire them by themselves. Skills of inferior quality were relatively easy to acquire, but those of high tiers were something one could stumble upon but not pursue. Many common players still haven't set eyes on what silver-tiered skills look like. Songjian clicked on the first world. A system notification immediately popped up. System, the world is a class with a minimum combat power entry of 15,000. Do you wish to enter? Yes or no? There are entrance requirements? Songjian paused, checking his own combat power, equipping the Ant Emperor Ancestor set. Songjian's combat power soared impressively and has now reached 68,000. To regular players, an A-class world is very difficult, but to Songjian, it was almost too simple to bother about. Songjian skipped over the A+ class world and looked at the entrance requirement for an S-class world. The entrance requirement for an S-class world is merely a combat power of 30,000. Songjian frowned. Other players find these worlds exceedingly challenging. Conversely, Songjian found them too simple. Given my current combat power, venturing into these worlds seems somewhat wasteful. Songjian thought. At that moment, a red teleportation gate beside them shimmered. The NPCs around them collectively gasped in surprise. It refreshed. A spontaneous refresh. God, such a difficult world has actually appeared. Spontaneous refresh? How could we have run into it? Geez. Haha, no need for assessment today. Spontaneous refreshes only start from S level. Impossible for anyone to enter such a difficult world. The players around the light green gate take pleasure in the misfortune of NPC professionals surrounded by the crimson red teleportation gate. The light green gate is a first-tier combat power assessment, while the gates behind it lead to the worlds of second-tier combat power, third-tier warriors, and even higher combat power assessments. Currently, Players who could participate in the first-tier combat power were few and far between. In Songjian's vicinity, there were only about 10. Other teleportation gates had more NPCs, and some couldn't even get close to the gate, having to line up behind. Each teleportation gate would have a time of spontaneous refresh once a month, and these occurrences were random. Once it's spontaneously refreshed, the difficulty level of the world the gate leads to would be at least S-class. Many people who encountered the spontaneous refresh time would consider themselves unlucky and then wait until the next day to continue. Those who wanted to challenge a difficulty above the S-class, however, would wait at the gate each day, anticipating the day of the spontaneous refresh. That's because under normal circumstances, the highest difficulty level world the gate could lead to was S-class. Songjian's eyes lit up, and his hand, which had already clicked on the S-class world, paused. Spontaneous refresh. I wonder when this one-tier combat power assessment gate will spontaneously refresh. Songjian thought to himself. Since there's a choice, I should choose a world close to my combat power limit. That's the only way to get maximum improvement. According to my combat power, I should aim for at least an S+ or even more challenging worlds. It's just wasting a few more days. Even if I have to wait an entire month, I'll wait for that spontaneous refresh. Songjian withdrew his hand, standing in the crowd like an observer, listening to the conversations around him to pick up useful information. Wow, that's the 4th-tier combat power assessment gate, right? It even had a spontaneous refresh today. It doesn't matter now, the 4th-tier combat power players, wishing to refresh a suitable world, some have waited more than a month already, they wouldn't mind an extra day or two. Don't even mention them anymore. Didn't we also wait a week just to refresh a B-class dungeon? Sigh, the rewards of an A-class world are so good. Stats points and skill points are fine, but getting that gold-tier skill book is really tough. Yeah, skills are the hardest to get. I currently only have 3 or 4 attack skills. A group of players were discussing, soon their attention returned to the entrance of the first-tier combat power assessment world. It's A-class now, I'll choose A-class world. Anyone wants to team up with me? There's no limit to the number of players in a world. Even though our assessment tasks may not be the same, we can still help each other. The difficulty could be reduced to a certain extent, probably similar to B+ class. A thief wearing leather armor gritted his teeth and shouted out. With a combat power of 15,000, I won't even qualify to enter, at best I can only enter B class. Someone expressed regretfully. I'm just short of getting into A class, I can only make it into A class. I think I'll wait one more day. Maybe a B class world will show up tomorrow, a blue tier skill book isn't too bad. Seeing that no one was willing to enter an A class world with him, the leather armored thief turned his sights onto Songjian, who was new. Hey, new guy, are you interested in going on an A-class world trial with me? Songjian glanced at him and slowly shook his head. A person on the side mocked, aren't you being desperate, Da Young? How could he, a newly upgraded level 30 player, possibly have a combat power of 15,000? Exactly, he probably can do the same as us at most, waiting for the B-class world to refresh. Might even be waiting for the C-class world, haha. At this moment, the light green gate flashed, and the 4 random worlds immediately disappeared. In their place were 4 S-class trial worlds, 1 was S-class, 2 were S+ class, and there was even an SS-class world. What on earth? Even the first-tier combat power trial world has a spontaneous refresh. A player with an incredulous look on his face exploded. What does 2S mean here? Dual S-class world? There are actually SS-class worlds? Holy hell, the difficulty level. Even the entrance requirement is a combat power of 50,000. Double S-class trial world. Songjian's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked to check it out. Chapter 634, Assessment Task Chain. Oh my god, there really is a double S world, I thought it was just a rumor before. A player exclaimed. Humphrey, you've just entered the game for a while, and you really think you've seen everything? But on the other hand, the upper limit of the double S world is very high, and if you really do well, you might get even more benefits in the trial world than the rewards. 50,000 combat power is just the entry condition, there must be second-tier combat power in this world. So envious, the task reward is so generous, a legendary quality skill book or higher. Do you think there's a possibility that a skill book beyond legendary quality will appear? Beyond legendary quality? What's that? I've never even heard of an item of higher quality than legendary, divine tier. Hee. A group of players were discussing, and no one paid attention to Songjian, the newcomer. At this time, Songjian was seriously checking the information of the SS level assessment world. Trial World 1, SS level world, task reward, all attribute points are increased by 45, skill points plus 12, and a skill book of no less than legendary quality is randomly obtained. The trial tasks must be received after entering the world. However, these task rewards indeed made Song Jian gasp. 45 attribute points, probably not even the main attributes of current players might reach 45 points, let alone other attributes. Right now, without equipment, Song Jian only had his strength and agility attributes above 45 points, while his physical attribute was 44 points, and other attributes were all below 30 points. If all attributes really upgraded by 45 points, it would give those who haven't completed the first tier combat power assessment, and even those who have completed lower difficulty players, the power to crush their opponents. I'll choose this trial world. Song Jian made up his mind in his heart, just with the attribute points, it was worth trying. With this thought, Song Jian directly clicked on entering the SS level trial world. Soon, a flash of white light passed, and Song Jian's figure disappeared from the trial hall. This scene was noticed by the surrounding players, and they were all shocked. He actually chose the S-level trial world. Is this newcomer that strong? Just reaching level 30 and being able to enter the S-level trial world, are all newcomers so fierce nowadays? I need to hurry up and complete the trial assessment, or I'll be overtaken by others. S-level? Look carefully, it's not just S-level, he entered the double S-level trial world. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Originally, there was the number of players who entered the trial behind each trial world. Now, in the 3S level worlds, the number of players who entered the trial was all 0, while in the double S world, the number of players who entered the trial was 1. At this moment, almost everyone was speechless. They were all frightened, and after a while, a player voiced everyone's thoughts. It's best if he falls in this world, otherwise, there might be one more divine level player in the game in the future. After choosing the double S level trial world, Song Jian was immediately wrapped in a ball of white light, and his whole body was in a state of weightlessness. He didn't know how long it took before Song Jian suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a simple wooden hut. In the room, besides the hard wooden bed underneath him, there was only a large wooden chest and a table. What's more, his body seems to have returned to the quality of an ordinary person before entering the game. He opened the game interface and saw that his Emperor Ancestor set had been sealed and lost its effect. And his level had also become level 1, and his attributes returned to the status when he first entered the game, but all the attributes were there, and they were all in a sealed state. Skills were the same, except for his innate skills Thick Face and Holy Sword, which were not sealed. Only a max-leveled Earth Teeth Assault skill could still be used, and all other sword skills were sealed, and the level to unlock various skills would vary depending on the skill tier. For example, Sweeping Sword Style would require level 10 to unlock, and Immortal Sword Body would require level 30 to unlock. His life skills were all usable, but this didn't help him much in terms of strength enhancement, so Song Jian ignored it. The vertical eye, the hexagram array diagram on my chest, and the zombie tattoo, they are all sealed. I'm no different than a newbie who just entered the game, how can I play like this? After checking himself, Song Jian got up from the bed and muttered to himself. Fortunately, there were explanations behind all the seals. As long as Song Jian reached level 30, his strength would be completely restored. Is this trying to make me play the game again? Song Jian shook his head and said. He felt dizzy, like he had a cold. Since entering the game, Song Jian's physical fitness had greatly improved, and he hadn't been sick for a long time. Wait, why is there suddenly an extra memory in my mind? Song Jian's face changed, and he quickly checked the strange memory that appeared in his mind. His last 20 years of memory had been added to his mind, and this kind of ability was horrifying. It was like watching a movie. Song Jian browsed through the sudden extra memories in his mind. He found that the memories were like a movie, and didn't affect him at all, just like the background information of this trial world. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. I'm now the lowest level Handyman disciple of the Kin'an sword sect. I've been here for 3 years and haven't even learned the most basic introductory sword technique. In 3 days, there will be a sect assessment. It seems like I'm about to be kicked out of the Kin'an sword sect. Song Jian looked at the game background in his mind and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although it's called the trial world, it's actually like a big dungeon. The dungeons Song Jian encountered in the game were mostly a castle, a cave, or a building. Some larger areas might be a manor or a town, but the copy he currently was in was a complete world. Just as Song Jian understood the background of this trial world, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. System, trial player Song Jian has entered the SS level trial world. Do you want to start the first tier combat power trial task immediately? Yes or no? Song Jian chose yes. A semi-transparent screen immediately appeared with a trial task description. First tier combat power trial task, Part 1, Assessment, Task Content. You must get the first place in the Kin'an Sword Sect Disciple Assessment 3 days later. If not achieved, the trial task fails. and you will be forced to leave the trial world. If achieved, the second task will be started. This is a task chain? Song Jian frowned. For this kind of task, the beginning is usually a relatively simple task content, such as courier tasks. Afterward, the difficulty of the tasks will gradually increase. So players familiar with the game usually judge the difficulty of the entire task chain based on the opening of the task chain and the rewards obtained. To let an ordinary person who hasn't even learned a basic sword technique get first place in the Kenyan Sword Sect Disciple Assessment, this task chain's opening is simply hellish. Song Jian muttered to himself, but for me, it shouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 635, Task. Song Jian picked up a sword from the wooden table and hung it around his waist, slowly walking out of the room. At this moment, he discovered that the entire Kenyan Sword Sect was stationed on a mountain peak. The higher status disciples lived closer to the top of the mountain, while the menial disciples, like him, could only live at the mountain's base. A lot of people entered and exited the Kenyan Sword Sect, with most of them wearing the same gray attire as Song Jian. It seemed that this was the standard clothing for menial disciples. The most important thing now is to find a way to level up. I am only at level 1, and if I want to get first place in the assessment 3 days later, I need to raise my level to at least 10 so that I can at least unlock the sweeping sword style, Song Jian muttered to himself. Although his 2 talents had not been sealed, and he still had an attack skill called Earth Teeth Assault, it would be scrutinized if he used this skill during a sword sect assessment. Just then, a group of disciples dressed in menial attire came in from outside, cursing as they walked. Those bandits on Blackwind Mountain are too arrogant, daring to rob near our Kenyan Sword Sect. They really don't know when to stop. Humphrey, sooner or later, our Kenyan Sword Sect will wipe out all the bandits of Blackwind Mountain. Hey, with so many skilled disciples in our Kenyan Sword Sect, why can't we take down Blackwind Mountain? I heard that the leaders of Blackwind Mountain only have first-order combat power. We can only blame our own disciples for not being competent enough. Although there is a mission to eradicate the bandits within the sect, no one has been able to complete it. I'm afraid our overall evaluation will be lowered a grade this year, sigh. Suddenly, the group noticed Song Jian standing outside the wooden shack. They paused before walking past him as if they hadn't seen him at all. Even if our evaluation is lowered by a grade, I'm afraid it won't have anything to do with Song Jian. In 3 days, he'll be kicked out of the Kenyan Sword Sect anyway. Hey, not being able to learn the most basic Kenyan sword skill in 3 years is merely a miracle. How could such a fool stay in the sword sect for 3 years, wasting resources? Exactly, he can't even defeat a disciple who has just entered the sect for a year. We, who entered the Kenyan Sword Sect with him, are all ashamed. It's a wonder he dared to continue staying here. If it had been me, I would have quietly left by now. It seems like my status in the Kenyan Sword Sect is quite low, Song Jian bitterly smiled to himself. With a long sword at his waist, Song Jian headed to the task receiving area for menial disciples. In the residential area for menial disciples, there was a 3-story wooden house. On a rocking chair, a chubby man was reclining with his eyes closed. Disciples coming in and out seemed to respect him, walking around him when they entered the building. Song Jian glanced at the chubby man, not paying much attention, and went straight into the building. The chubby man was named Wang Defu, who looked unassuming but was actually a sword master of the Kenyan Sword Sect. He had first-order combat power but had suffered serious injuries in a battle, causing his strength to decline. He was sent here as the task manager of the task building, essentially retiring. Although he had fallen from first-order combat power, in Song Jian's eyes, this man called Wang Defu could rival a level 30 elite-level boss. There were quite a few menial disciples who received tasks inside the building. The resources they obtained were the least among the entire Kenyan sect. If they didn't take on some tasks here, they would not be able to practice at all. New menial disciples were only taught a basic sword technique, the Kenyan sword skill, and received some meager resources every month. Anyone with a bit of ambition would came to the task building, take on suitable tasks, and exchange the rewards for cultivation resources after completion. This is probably the first time in 3 years that I've entered the task building, Song Jian bitterly smiled to himself. Previously, he hadn't even learned the most basic Kenyan sword skill, so why would he come to the task building to receive rewards? Hey, isn't his Song Jian? Are you here to see what the task building looks like before you leave the Kenyan Sword Sect? A menial disciple noticed him and instantly sneered. In the Kenyan Sword Sect, Song Jian had already become somewhat of a celebrity among menial disciples. To stay in the sect as a waste for 3 entire years was something most people couldn't do, simply because their faces wouldn't be thick enough. Ignoring the taunts of others, Song Jian picked up a task, and under the strange gazes of everyone, turned around and left the task building. Brother Wang, What task did that guy take? Someone curiously asked the disciple who had given out the task. The disciple known as Brother Wong glanced at him and whispered, "Kill the head of Blackwind Village." What, Blackwind Village? Almost everyone gasped. Blackwind Village was less than 10 miles away from the Kenyan sword sect, but up until now, it had still managed to stand strong without being wiped out. While the Kenyan sword sect aimed to hone their disciples in battle, the fact that Blackwind Village hadn't been eradicated already indicated its unusual strength. An ordinary person who hadn't even learned the basic Kenyan sword skill taking on a task to kill the head of Blackwind Village was simply courting death. He won't just take the task and never come back, right? Suddenly someone spoke in a gloomy tone. For a moment, everyone had a look of sudden realization on their faces. Exactly, in 3 days, whether Song Jian wanted to leave Kenyan Mountain or not, he would be kicked out. Why not take a task to leave the mountain and never return? At the very least, he left the mountain with a task that no one else dared to accept, saving face to the very end. Hey, what's the point of that? We all know what kind of person he is, right? A menial disciple sneered. Yeah, he's known as the man with the thickest skin among Kenyan sword sect's menial disciples. Ha 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 ha. As everyone ridiculed Song Jian, he had already left the Kenyan sword sect and was heading towards Blackwind Mountain. At this time, his battle pits were sealed. Black Dragon could no longer be used in this world, and Little Stone Man could only be unsealed at level 30. As for Follower Ya, he could not be summoned in this world either. Many items in Song Jian's inventory were also sealed, including the motorcycle. Moreover, the identity he inherited was extremely poor, unable to even rent a regular horse for transportation. Song Jian could only rely on his own legs to run to Blackwind Mountain. Blackwind Mountain was about several miles away from the Kenyan sword sect. It took Song Jian half a day to finally reach the foot of Blackwind Mountain. Chapter 636, one person short. Looking up from the foot of the mountain, a massive village loomed halfway up the slope. A towering flagpole stood in front of the village gate with a black flag fluttering in the wind. A bright red Han character seemed to dance against the black cloth. A winding path led up to the village from the base of the mountain. As Song Jian prepared to follow the path, a middle-aged man with a crooked mouth and a twisted face suddenly emerged from the trees lining the path. With a cleaver in his hand, he pointed its tip at Song Jian and sneered, "Hey, kid. What are you doing here all by yourself? Do you have any idea where you are? Is Blackwind Village up there?" Song Jian asked with a smile as he looked at the level 3 Blackwind Mountain bandit before him. Oh, is another one coming to join us?" The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he sized up Song Jian. After a moment, his face suddenly stiffened and he said, "Your clothes. I feel like I've seen them somewhere." Without another word, Song Jian stomped his right leg on the ground, sending a fang-shaped air mass whistling towards the level 3 Blackwind Mountain bandit. With a loud thud, the bandit was struck by the earth teeth assault and sent flying back, a damage burst of over 100 points rising above his head as he fell, instantly dead. System, you have killed a level 3 Blackwind Mountain bandit and gained 36 experience points. As expected, killing gave him combat experience. This would be helpful in leveling up quickly. As long as he could reach level 30, he could unlock most of his strength. Song Jian shook his head and didn't even glance at the dead bandit's body. He continued slowly up the path towards Blackwind Village. 3 days later, the Kenyan sword sect's menial disciple exam proceeded as scheduled. Hundreds of disciples clad in grey robes lined up neatly at the square at the foot of the mountain. Everyone stood up straight, not daring to say a word. The hundreds of people resembled statues, not moving an inch. On the stands overlooking the square, several middle-aged men in blue robes seemed to be in high spirits, talking and laughing. Their relaxed attitudes didn't match the solemn atmosphere of the square. "Master Wang, I didn't expect that you would preside over these menial disciple examinations this year. Is the sword-casting hall short on manpower?" A middle-aged man with 3 long whiskers asked with a laugh. The burly man beside him laughed heartily and said, "We've just forged a blue-quality longsword. I thought I'd take a break." "Blue quality?" The scholarly-looking man with long whiskers looked amazed and complimented, "Your craftsmanship is becoming more and more refined, Master Wang. It won't be long before you become a master-level blacksmith." "Ah, it's still too early for that title. I'm not like Kinhua. She became a Dan Master at such a young age. Even the sect leader can't stop raving about her 7th treasures pill." A young woman nearby showed a slight smirk, her lips curling slightly as she nodded to Master Wang. "Master Wang, Kinhua, since it's getting late, why don't we start the examination of these disciples?" Li Gaiking stroked his long whiskers and suggested with a smile. Out of the 3, his strength was the greatest, a level 30 sword master with tier 1 combat power. The other 2 were slightly weaker. The man addressed as Master Wang was Wang Hai, a forging craftsman. Although his strength was average, he was a senior blacksmith in Kanyeon Sword Sect's sword casting hall. He was an expert-level blacksmith who could become a master level at any time. The other was even more remarkable, a newly ascended Dan Master of the Alchemy Hall of the Kanyeon Sword Sect. Though a woman, she was not to be underestimated. Her 7 treasures pill could not only heal internal injuries but also assist in cultivation. Even the sect leader was full of praise for her, and she was the current favorite within the sect. Naturally, Li Gaiking wouldn't dare to offend either of them and always maintained a modest attitude. Haha, actually, we don't know much about these exams. Li, you arrange it. Kinhua and I are just here for the fun. Wang Hai laughed heartily. Kinhua raised her pretty eyebrows slightly, shot Wang Hai a glance, but didn't object to his words. Alright, let's begin. Li Gaiking stood up and announced in a loud voice, the triennial examination for the outer menial disciples will now begin. Li Gaiking looked at the crowd on the square. Seeing so many people, his brow furrowed. In the inner court battles, 2 people would be selected for each arena. If the methods used in those inner court competitions were applied here, it would take 3 days and nights to examine these hundreds of menial disciples. These outer menial disciples were not highly valued by the Kinyeon Sword Sect, and their role was similar to the gold prospectors panning for gold in a river, bring in talent to serve the sect. Even if they couldn't find talent, it would not impact the sect. Checking the roster, Li Gaiking discovered that the number of examining participants this year was exactly 300. Suddenly, a bright idea came to him. He announced, this year, there are 300 examination candidates. So, divide yourselves into groups of 100 each. Stand independently, fight amongst yourselves, and whoever is left standing in the end shall be the victors, allowed to enter the inner sect. All the menial disciples were momentarily stunned at hearing this unusual examination method. But since the examiner had said so, they had no choice. Quickly, they divided the 300 people into 3 groups, occupying the entire square. Wang Hai patted Li Gaiking on the back, this is a good idea. Easy without wasting time and able to pick out the real talents. Lightheartedly, Li Gaiking, stroking his whiskers, said, it's not worth wasting the valuable time of you 2 on these outer sect disciples. One of the groups seems to have only 99 people instead of 100. Kinhua suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Gaiking frowned, checked the roster again, and summoned the disciple to investigate. It didn't take long for the disciple to return with an explanation that brought understanding to Li Gaiking. Kinhua giggled, someone escaped? One person has undertaken the mission to eliminate the Blackwen Mountain bandits and slay the leader of their village, Li Gaiking explained. They have yet to return. Wang Hai and Kinhua couldn't hide their astonishment, wondering how such a situation could have occurred. Chapter 637, The examination begins. The Kanyeon Sword Sect has used the Blackwen village as a test subject for its disciples for a long time. However, despite its longevity, the sect has been unable to eradicate the village, which has somewhat tarnished the sect's reputation. If the task remains unaccomplished, the masters of the Kinyeon Sword Sect plan to take action. However, this would downgrade the overall assessments of all disciples present today. Within the sect, rumors about this situation spread like wildfire. Naturally, Kinhua and Wang Hai had heard these rumors and were extremely surprised when they suddenly heard that a mere menial disciple had accepted the task of eradicating Blackwen village. Could it be that there is such an extraordinary swordsmanship prodigy among the menial disciples? Wang Hai wondered in astonishment. In the sect, many of the core or directly taught disciples look down on menial disciples and treat them with contempt. It was unthinkable that a menial disciple could accomplish what even the core or direct disciples wouldn't dare to undertake. Singularly taking on thousands of bandits with only a sword has the bold style of an ancient swordsman. Kinhua expressed her admiration. As the path leads, I will follow, no matter the odds. How heroic. Listening to their praise, Li Gaiking's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. He coughed and said, this person is no genius. I heard that he has been a menial disciple for 3 years and hasn't even mastered the basic Kanyeon sword skill. Kinhua. Wang Hai. The 2 exchanged glances, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Forget it, if he isn't here yet, let's not wait. Maybe he ran off somewhere else. Li Gaiking said after coughing twice. Boy, such a slow learner is indeed a rarity in this world. Wang Hai shook his head in sigh, 3 years and still hasn't learned the simplest beginner swordsmanship. If it were him, he would have run down the mountain in humiliation. Li Gaiking stood up, ready to announce the start of the assessment. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes, and his right hand instinctively clenched into a fist. This was his instinctual reaction to danger. He wanted to grip his sword hilt, but he didn't have his sword with him as he was here to assess the menial disciples. From the entrance of the Kanyeon Sword Sect, a figure slowly walked up. This figure was clad in gray menial disciple clothes, which was so soaked in blood that its original color was almost unrecognizable. Even from a distance, Li Gaiking could smell the sharp scent of blood emanating from him. Song Jian, with a face full of determination, was carrying a cloth bag and took step by step toward the square. Apprentice Song Jian, I have finished eradicating Blackwind Village, but due to this, I am late for the assessment. I ask for your understanding and a chance to participate. Song Jian threw the cloth bag aside and shouted at the three people on the viewing platform with his fists crossed in front of him. What? You have achieved the task of annihilating Blackwind Village? Li Gaiking shook all over with disbelief on his face. The Blackwind Village is home to over 3,000 bandits, with 5 chiefs each at level 30, and the main head having level 1 combat power. Even Li Gaiking himself didn't have the confidence to defeat them, let alone eradicate the whole Blackwind Village with just a single sword. Impossible. Did he wipe out the entire Blackwind Village by himself? Nearby, the forging master Wang Hai muttered under his breath. Li Gaiking was also doubtful and reluctant to believe Song Jian's words. However, the killing intent still lingering on Song Jian and his blood-soaked clothes all testified to his feat. What's in your cloth bag? Qin Hua pointed to the blood-soaked cloth bag beside Song Jian and asked. It's the item for my task. Song Jian made a fist palm salute toward Qin Hua and politely replied. Task item? You mean? Wang Hai stood up abruptly and exclaimed in surprise, that's the head of the main leader of Blackwind Village? Since he brought the head back, it can't be faked, right? Qin Hua gave Wang Hai a sidelong glance and said in a low voice. Li Gaiking glanced at the cloth bag beside Song Jian's foot and composed himself. He smiled and said, you have just returned from a task. Would you like to rest a bit? We can put off the assessment for a while. The assessment was postponed because of one person, something that was likely to only happen with the menial disciples. That's unnecessary. It's unreasonable for so many fellow disciples to wait for me. Besides, Song Jian glanced at the 3 locations prepared for the assessment and smiled, the assessment should not take long. Hearing his confident words, the 3 examiners approved, but the rest of the menial disciples showed expressions of resentment. Song Jian was popular among the menial disciples. It enraged them to see someone usually looked down upon now bragging here. If not for the 3 examiners' presence, Song Jian would have probably been drowned in spit by now. Alright, you are Song Jian, correct? Li Gaiking stroked his long beard and smiled, so be it, you can participate in the assessment. Join the 3rd group. Song Jian saluted the 3 of them, picked up the head of the main leader of Blackwind Village, tucked it into his waist, and strode toward the 3rd group of 100 people. Song Jian, now at level 30, had all the seals on his skills and equipment lifted. However, he couldn't show off 2 extraordinary skills or equipment right now, otherwise, he would be suspected, unless he could kill everyone present. After recovering, Song Jian, facing these menial disciples whose levels were at most level 10, was unassailable even if he let them attack while he stood still. The greatest gain for Song Jian from journeying to Blackwind Mountain was finding a way to level up. This world was no different from other levels, he could level up just by killing monsters. Let the assessment begin. The last 3 to stand on the stage will be promoted to core disciples. After Li Gaiking's loud announcement, everyone swung their wooden swords almost simultaneously at the person next to them. There were shouts and cries everywhere. Of the 100 people in Song Jian's group, 99 of them spontaneously rushed at Song Jian. You're nothing but ants. The corner of Song Jian's mouth twitched as he beat the disciple with his wooden sword. A great force flowed through, knocking down the menial disciple instantly. System, you defeated a menial disciple and gained 1,000 experience points. Oh? Even without killing these disciples, I can gain experience points? And this amount of experience is quite high. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he saw these disciples as large experience gifts. He swung his wooden sword and charged at these menial disciples. Chapter 638, Inciting Public Outrage. Song Jian spent a full 3 days, exterminating all the bandits on the entirety of Blackwind Mountain. The few leaders possessed first-tier battle strength, and Song Jian relied on his stone figurine and surprise attacks to kill each of them. Especially during the fight with the head leader, he even used the passive skill Enemy of Death God. With the effects of Enemy of Death God, he suddenly experienced a pseudo-death and revival before dealing a severe blow to the head leader, killing him and taking his head. This was the toughest battle Song Jian had ever faced. Now, however, each disciple, who were mostly at the 8th or 9th level and not exceeding the 10th, was giving him more points than 20-level monsters. How could Song Jian not be thrilled? Even without using any special skills, and just relying on physical strength, Song Jian was capable of mowing down every disciple with a single sword sweep, leaving them all flattened on the ground. If he wasn't afraid of intervention by the examiners, he wouldn't have even shown mercy. Seeing Song Jian dominating the 100-man team where no one could withstand a single move from him, surprise was written over all 3 examiners' faces. I knew he was strong, but I did not expect him to be this strong. What's more, he seems to wield the sword by sheer brute force, with no sword skills at all. Yet the power he unleashes is so great. No, although he is using brute force, traces of sword skills can still be discerned in the transmission of his power. He does no swordsmanship, it has been deeply embedded into his blood and bones. Even a casual swipe from him can convey the presence of sword intent. Li Gaiking, the most accomplished in swordsmanship, was also filled with astonishment when looking at Song Jian. Sword intent? Li, are you talking about sword intent? Am I hearing things? Wang Hai turned sharply towards Li Gaiking with a tense look. How is that possible? He's just a lowly servile pupil. Qin Hua too, was looking at Song Jian with a shocked expression. What's wrong with being a servile pupil? Don't forget our sect leader was also a servile pupil before. Li Gaiking looked around before murmuring quietly. This brat, how can he be compared to the sect leader? Wang Hai's eyes flickered uncertainly. What a shock to him, if he had not used his sword talent earlier, how could he have ended up in the sword casting hall, becoming an apprentice swordsmith? Sword intent, huh? Even among official sword masters, there aren't many who can comprehend sword intent. Qin Hua sighed and shook her head. Li Gaiking's mouth twitched a little. He was one of the official sword masters who had not comprehended the sword intent. Indeed, it is sword intent. But he has only just barely scratched the surface. It's not yet what one would call true sword intent. However, given his age and talent, grasping the true sword intent is only a matter of time. Even though Li Gaiking himself had not grasped the sword intent, his eyes were sharp enough to tell. Do you think it could be because he single-handedly wiped out Black Wind Village? Qin Hua suddenly speculated. Li Gaiking shook internally, thoughts swirling in his mind. Should I also go eradicate a bandit camp or two to try and attain sword intent? As Li Gaiking gazed at the blood-covered Song Jian, a single sentence from Qin Hua had rooted itself in his mind, sprouting wildly like weeds. In just the time it takes to brew tea, Song Jian had felled all the disciples around him. Most of them were unconscious, while quite a few had their bones broken by Song Jian, clutching their hands or feet in pain on the ground, moaning in pain. All right, we have our winner. Have someone take the injured for treatment. Li Gaiking frowned, sneering at the disciples rolling in pain on the ground and ordered. Bring Song Jian over. We ought to get closer to him. With his abilities, before long, he'll catch the eye of the elder and perhaps even the sect leader, and become a direct disciple. Li Gaiking muttered to the two people beside him. Qin Hua and Wang Hai glanced at each other and subtly nodded. They were already plotting what kind of gift they should give this servile disciple, something that would be accepted yet not appear too sycophantic. At that moment, much to their surprise, they saw Song Jian charge towards the scene of another 100-man trial, mowing down the disciples around him with his wooden sword, like a tiger among sheep. What? What is he doing? Qin Hua spoke, flabbergasted. Ahem, did he arrive too late and miss the competition rules, and assume that he must defeat all competitors to pass? Wang Hai coughed twice, offering an explanation. Maybe, just maybe. Li Gaiking wore a stunned look, aware that Wang Hai was making excuses for Song Jian. That said, after having toppled so many competitors, how much energy must this kid have left? Wasn't he tired? He was courting everyone's ire. When Song Jian burst into the second 100-man team, the 70 or 80 members were quickly scattered, like the ones before, into unconscious or groaning heaps clutching their limbs. After taking a look at his level, Song Jian found that he had soared to level 30 at 69%. The experience was freely gained without any effort. It was incredibly satisfying. Most importantly, he wasn't doing this for some qualification to join the inner sect. From start to finish, Song Jian's goal was one and only, to clinch first place in this disciple trial. How could he secure the first position without defeating everyone else? However, after defeating the second 100-man competition team, Song Jian was panting a bit. When he turned his gaze to the third competing team, the remaining dozens of people actually stopped their fights unanimously and looked at Song Jian in unison. Almost every disciple's eyes were filled with fury. At this moment, it seemed as though Song Jian had truly become everyone's enemy. Phew, damn, I've overdone it. Song Jian looked at the remaining disciples, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Having already defeated more than 100 trial disciples, even though their levels were much lower than Song Jian's, it also drained him of a substantial amount of energy. Seeing the remaining trial disciples unexpectedly stopping in unison, the three examiners glanced at each other. Not only did they not stop Song Jian, but they wore interesting expressions. Hey, this is getting interesting. Song Jian's strength had already received their recognition, but if he could not beat the remaining disciples, he would not be able to pass this trial test. If he fails, I'll take him as my disciple. Li Gaiking stroked his 3 strands of long beard, his face breaking into a smile. If Song Jian really passed the trial, with his talent, he would definitely be accepted as a disciple by an elder or possibly the sect leader. Then, he wouldn't have any chance. At that moment, Li Gaiking found himself hoping that Song Jian would fail the trial. Come on. With a wave of his wooden sword, Song Jian shouted at the remaining disciples. Before the others could react, the thoroughly blood-stained Song Jian, his spirit still burning bright, plunged alone into the crowd, sword in hand. Chapter 639, the first person in the assessment. Song Jian held a wooden sword and charged towards a group of 50 to 60 people. In the eyes of many, this was tantamount to suicide. After all, Song Jian's demonstrated strength hadn't yet reached a level where he could ignore such numbers. Song Jian's dismissive attitude angered the remaining disciples, who swung their swords and charged at him in rage, even those who were initially intimidated by his strength. He's underestimating us, this guy who hasn't even mastered the Kin'an sword skill in 3 years. How dare he look down on us? Yes, let's surround him. I think his stamina is almost exhausted. Let's immobilize him first. Dozens of people attacked Song Jian simultaneously. Some even threw their wooden swords away and lunged at him, arms wide open, trying to pin him down. At this point, Song Jian couldn't even muster a tenth of his combat power. Almost all of his skills were unusable, his equipment unsheddable. Even his physical attributes were suppressed. It was like he was fighting this group with chains wrapped around him. In this SS-ranked trial world, he wasn't the first player to enter. During his battle with the Black Wind Chieftain, he was quickly recognized by his opponent. The initially retreating chieftain, once discovering that Song Jian was not of their world, became frenzied. In the end, he attempted a murder-suicide. Faced with his opponent's immense combat power, Song Jian was forced to use Enemy of Death God. This made him more secretive about his foreigner identity for fear of getting exposed. The risk of being hunted down was one thing, but if the trial failed, that was a massive loss. A bit overconfident, aren't we? But I am curious to see my own limits. A devilish smile appeared on Song Jian's lips. His sword suddenly became lively, accurately piercing the approaching disciples from unexpected angles. He kept moving back, not giving them a chance to surround him. It took Song Jian more than half an hour to defeat the remaining 50 or 60 people, twice as many as the 2 competing teams he defeated before. Leaning on his sword, Song Jian laughed heartily while looking at the defeated disciples on the ground. The relief he felt was even greater than when he took down several First-Order leaders of the Black Wind Fortress. Just as he took down the last individual, he suddenly received a system prompt indicating that the task was completed. System, you have completed the first part of the trial task. Reward, level increased by 1, plus 2 free attribute points. Would you like to claim them now? System, this reward is separate from the assessment completion reward. If claimed, it will not affect the assessment completion reward. If not claimed, it will accumulate for the next step. The more you accumulate, the bigger the final reward. However, if the subsequent tasks fail, the accumulated reward will disappear. Song Jian was taken aback. He didn't expect each part of the assessment task to contain a reward, and that it was separate from the final success reward of the assessment. Should I claim the reward for each part? If accumulated, the reward would definitely be higher than claiming each part's reward. However, if I fail in the future tasks, even this reward will be gone. For a moment, Song Jian was hesitant. After some deliberation, he gritted his teeth and chose to accumulate. In his heart, he understood that claiming the rewards now would be the safest bet. Even if he failed the final mission, he would not end up empty-handed after a month's wait. But Song Jian was thinking that if he was going to win, he wanted to win big. If he was going to lose, he wouldn't take anything with him. This was a clear gambler's mentality. After choosing to accumulate, the second part of the mission immediately appeared before Song Jian. Assessment Task Part 2, Annihilate the Kin'an Sword Sect, Kill the Sect Leader Liu Kin'an. Song Jian was almost knocked off his feet when he saw the second part of the assessment task. Was the mission already so difficult at the second part? Annihilate the Kin'an Sword Sect? Just with him alone? Even if Song Jian had reached the first-order combat power, it would be impossible to annihilate a sect with over 10,000 members with a single strike. Even if I were to unlock Black Dragon. It's impossible. Even if Black Dragon is unlocked, I wouldn't be able to annihilate the Kin'an Sword Sect with one strike. Song Jian was stupefied. If he had known the second part's task was this, he should have claimed the reward for the first task. While Song Jian was worrying about the second task, 3 examiners strode over, all smiles. Congratulations, Song Jian. You passed this exam and even became the first rank with an absolute advantage. Li Gaiking said with a smile. Young man, I see great potential in you. Are you interested in joining our sword casting hall?